America's Dirty Wars. From 1776 to the War on Terror. Russell Crandall. To my brother and hero, Bill Jr. Never, never, never believe any war will be smooth and easy, or that anyone who embarks on the strange voyage can measure the tides and hurricanes he will encounter. The statesman who yields to war fever must realize that once the signal is given, he is no longer the master of policy but the slave of unforeseeable and uncontrollable events. Winston Churchill. Roar. Part 1. The American Revolution to Chasing. Sandino, 1776 to 19305. The American Revolution. Intermezzo, the Boer War, 1899 to 1902, 1898. Chasing Villa, 1916. A Cold Winter in Siberia. The Banana Wars, 1898 to 19308. Intermezzo, T. E. Lawrence and the Arab Revolt, 1916 to 1918. Part 2. The Cold War, 1940s to 1989. Intermezzo, Mao Zedong. Fighting Communism in Greece. Intermezzo, France in Algeria, 1954 to 1962. Intermezzo, David Galula. Intermezzo, Malaya Emergency, 1948 to 1960. Ramon Magsaysay and the Hukbala Hop Rebellion in the Philippines, 1946 to 1956. Vietnam. Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. From Guatemala, 1954, to Cuba and the Bay of Pigs, 1961. Guatemala, post-1963. Cuba, post-1963. Intermezzo, Che Guevara and guerrilla warfare. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinista Revolution in Nicaragua, 1979 to 1990. El Salvador, 1979 to 1992. Part 4. Post-Cold War, 1990s-2000s. Dirty Wars after the Cold War. Colombia. Iraq. Intermezzo, the Counterinsurgency Field Manual and Postmodern Insurgencies Post 9/11 Coin in the Philippines. 31. Intermezzo, Afghanistan, Graveyard of Empires. 32. The Longest War, America in Afghanistan. 33. The Fall of Muammar Gaddafi, 2011. 34. Intermezzo, JSOC Raids and Drone Strikes. 35. Conclusion. Epilogue, I feel more like a monster. You now stand among the giants. When David Petraeus took over in 2007 as the leading American general in Iraq, he had already served 1 year as a commander in northern Iraq and another as the head of the campaign to train Iraqi security forces. The journalist Greg Jaffe, who accompanied the American general at the time, concluded that Petraeus's knowledge of Iraq was astonishing. On any given morning, Petraeus might investigate the status of a neighborhood bank that the Shiite-controlled finance ministry had closed to punish Sunnis. A moment later, he would inquire about a downed electrical transmission tower outside of Baghdad or the status of an Iraqi commander he was eager to replace. As one observer commented, Petraeus understood Iraq from the most granular level to the most strategic. He was monumentally well prepared for that job. 3 years later, Petraeus moved from Iraq to Afghanistan, replacing General Stanley McChrystal as top American commander after McChrystal was swiftly dismissed by President Obama after a bombshell article in Rolling Stone magazine quoted the American general and his staff being highly critical of White House officials. In Afghanistan, Petraeus often briefed reporters using a PowerPoint slide that illustrated his Anaconda strategy, which in Iraq had entailed a relentless combination of military, economic, and political campaigns to annihilate the Islamic insurgency. In fact, while he readily admitted the two countries were different, Petraeus apparently talked with such fervor about his Iraq experience to make points about the best approach in Afghanistan that he drew eye rolls from seasoned Afghan hands. 2. Given that he had only hours to prepare for his Afghan assignment after his predecessor's snap resignation, perhaps Petraeus could be forgiven for relying on the Anaconda slide to guide his thinking in the latter case. Remarkably though, the busy anaconda graphic that consisted of concentric circles and a dozen arrows remained a key part of Petraeus's briefing throughout his tour in Afghanistan. As the effort in Afghanistan continued to drag on, it is possible that his many positive experiences in Iraq actually led him to misjudge the Afghan war. When Petraeus was in command in Iraq, the country was mired in a violent sectarian war between ethnic Sunni and Shiite forces. Mutilated corpses were ubiquitous on Baghdad streets. Residents blocked entry into their neighborhoods with debris and charred automobiles in an attempt to keep out suicide bombers and roving death squads. Petraeus successfully addressed this dire situation by placing his troops on the key lines between the warring factions. He also provided ammunition and money to more than 100,000 former Sunni insurgents, a group that had theretofore been a direct foe of U.S. forces but was now increasingly amenable to such incentives. Civilian deaths that had peaked at more than 3,500 a month dropped by more than 60%, a key improvement in Iraq's security situation at the time that helped legitimize President George W. Bush's controversial surge strategy. In Afghanistan, by contrast, levels of violence were considerably lower than in Iraq, which led many of Petraeus's subordinate commanders to conclude that the rapacious national, regional, and local Afghan governments and not the Taliban insurgency were in many ways the main sticking points to prosecuting a successful counterinsurgency and nation-building effort. Petraeus faced a choice: he could attempt to reform the government by wresting power away from the most brutal provincial warlords, or he could focus on improving security by targeting Taliban insurgents, an approach that entailed cooperating with the warlords' despised militias. Following the Iraq playbook, Petraeus opted to go for security first, an approach that during his tenure produced only modest gains in the targeted southern regions. In some instances, Petraeus's embrace of the warlords may have even led villagers back into allegiance with the Taliban. One top American general recalled, "He seemed to think that if you killed enough, that would be good enough." He brought that with him from Iraq. Just over a year after he arrived in Afghanistan in 2010, Petraeus left military service to become director of the Central Intelligence Agency. During his own retirement ceremony in Fort Myers, Florida, Petraeus stood before hundreds of guests where he was recognized for his extraordinary 37-year military career. Admiral Michael Mullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told his colleague, "You now stand among the giants, not just in our time, but of all time, joining the likes of Grant and Pershing and Marshall and Eisenhower as one of the great battle captains." Petraeus's remarkable successes in the late, desperate stages of the Iraq War alone validate Mullen's claim about Petraeus's place in the pantheon of brilliant American military leaders. Yet his mixed record in Afghanistan demonstrates that even giants have a hard time learning the right lessons from the last dirty war as they fight the next. 2 centuries of dirty wars. From 1776 to the present, the United States has been engaged in irregular wars almost without interruption. This book examines the ways in which the United States learned and failed to learn across 2 centuries of fighting these wars. It considers the major cases, including the prolonged conflicts in Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq, alongside lesser-known campaigns such as El Salvador in the 1980s, Greece in the late 1940s, and the Philippines in the 1950s, which have been largely neglected in our historical and political memory degree across cases new and old that constitute the American experience. This book explores the seemingly inexorable pendulum swings between pledging not to get into any more dirty wars and inevitably getting pulled back in, at which point we forget the lessons of the prior campaigns in the first place. At times, American officials and commanders learned the wrong lessons from prior conflicts. For example, the wrenching and far from decisive campaigns against elusive and lethal guerrilla forces in Iraq at the outset of the 21st century led to a renewed focus on counterinsurgency and nation-building in American strategic doctrine, a direction that brought some clarity and stability to the Iraq situation but may have, before our eyes, proved unsuitable for subsequent dirty wars. The apparent failure in Afghanistan of a similar U.S. counterinsurgency strategy to defeat, once again, An elusive and committed enemy after a decade of American involvement prompted yet another pendulum shift toward a more modest assessment of what this form of involvement in irregular warfare can achieve. The book's first section addresses the early years of this story, including the American Revolutionary War, the Civil War, Indian pacification. 4. Campaigns, the bitter experience of imperial pacification in the Philippines and Cuba, and bandit chasing in Mexico and Nicaragua in the early 20th century. The focus then turns to the Cold War, when the United States was either directly or indirectly involved in several dirty wars in Asia and Latin America as part of its protracted struggle on every front against the Soviet Union. The book's last section looks at the American experience since September 11, 2001, a time that has included, in addition to the large, controversial wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, relatively overlooked dirty war engagements in Colombia, the Philippines, and elsewhere. While the discussion of the American experience in dirty wars is cumulative, each section of the book is designed to stand alone so that readers with more interest in specific U.S. historical periods can access these chapters directly. The narrative of the American experience is interspersed with short intermezzi that focus on non-U.S. experiences that provide international historical context and additional insights. Panjwai District, Kandahar Province, Afghanistan, March 11, 2012, the 10th year of the Taliban insurgency against the United States and NATO. Before dawn, a heavily armed U.S. Staff Sergeant named Robert Bales quietly left the outpost of Camp Balambay in southern Afghanistan. Wearing night vision goggles and traditional Afghan clothes over his combat fatigues, he walked a mile to a nearby village, where he massacred 17 Afghan civilians, including 9 children. 11 of the victims were from the same family. Bales reportedly assembled most of the bodies, covering them with blankets before attempting to burn the corpses. He then returned to Camp Balambay and turned himself in. Bales, who had received numerous military decorations before the incident, was attached to a unit based at Joint Base Lewis McChord, a large Army and Air Force installation near Tacoma, Washington. With more than a decade in the Army, he had served 3 tours of duty in Iraq and was deployed to Afghanistan for the first time in December 2011 as part of a village stabilization operation in which teams of Army Special Forces, supported by other troops, attempted to develop close relationships with village elders, organize local police units, and hunt down Taliban leadership. Panjay, located near the city of Kandahar, was the center of a U.S. military offensive in 2010 and had experienced heavy fighting. Bales's defense attorney contended that his client reported 5. Suffering from nightmares, flashbacks of war scenes, and persistent headaches after his multiple combat tours in Iraq, a severe case of post-traumatic stress disorder, the condition with which many military veterans in the United States had become so painfully familiar. The atrocities committed by Bales, which Afghan President Hamid Karzai denounced as an inhumane act, were only the latest of a long string of incidents in which American soldiers, many of whom had behaved honorably and courageously over years of combat, had suddenly committed a heinous act or snapped into some out-of-control cruelty. Only a month after Bales's killing spree, for example, the bad news for American officials continued when the Los Angeles Times published a front-page photograph of a soldier from the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division with a dead insurgent's hand on his shoulder. The insurgent reportedly died planting a bomb. The article reported that the photograph was one of several similar images of troops posing with the body parts of insurgents they had killed registered. Sand Creek, near Fort Leon, Colorado Territory, United States of America, November 29, 1864, the 53rd year of the intermittent Native American insurgency west of the Mississippi River. On this November morning, a 700-man column of the Colorado Territory militia led by the aggressive Colonel John Chivington stormed the camp of Cheyenne Chief Black Kettle. The surprise attack, known as the Sand Creek Massacre, left 100 Cheyenne and Arapaho dead, at least 2/3 of whom were women and children. One of the American soldiers testified, "I saw the bodies of those lying there cut all to pieces, worse mutilated than any I ever saw before, the women cut all to pieces." with knives, scalped, their brains knocked out, children 2 or 3 months old, all ages lying there, from sucking infants up to warriors. By whom were they mutilated? By the United States troops? Another witness observed, fingers and ears were cut off the bodies for the jewelry they carried. The body of White Antelope, lying solitary in a creek bed, was a prime target. Besides scalping him, the soldiers cut off his nose, ears, and testicles, the last for a tobacco pouch. *degree Chivington's men returned later to steal horses and kill many of the wounded before they left the camp. They also allegedly dressed their weapons and gear with scalps and other body parts, including human fetuses. They displayed these trophies in Denver's Apollo Theater for the public to see. Revelations about the Sand Creek Massacre sparked a substantial public outcry back on the East Coast. Peace groups began to lobby. 6. Washington to adopt more humane Indian policies. In 1870, abolitionist and social activist Wendell Phillips called 3 prominent American officers in the Indian Wars, George Custer, Philip Henry Sheridan, and Eugene Baker, the true savages on the Great Plains. Various levels of dirtiness. The Roger Bales and Sand Creek massacres, separated by 150 years, together serve as a chilling reminder that the United States has and will almost certainly continue to commit excesses in dirty wars. Indeed, the very nature of dirty wars often leads to excessive and even barbaric behavior, something that all participants, including democracies like the United States, are not immune from. Yet, contrary to what these 2 instances of apparent savagery suggest, the United States, where it has involved itself in dirty wars, has in fact done so on widely varying levels of engagement, and with various levels of commitment and dirtiness. In terms of levels of involvement, Vietnam in the 1960s and 1970s and Iraq and Afghanistan this century are conflicts that America has fought directly, with combat boots on the ground. At other times, though, American involvement in dirty wars has been by proxy or otherwise indirect, often entailing the provision of economic aid and military training and materiel, as was the case in Colombia in the first decade of the 21st century. Likewise, in the instance of El Salvador in the 1980s, America was deeply involved in a dirty war but fought fairly cleanly. On the other hand, examples such as the Indian removal campaigns and the war in the Philippines beginning in 1898 are stark examples of times when the United States fought dirty wars, engaging in such ruthless tactics as forced population removal and direct targeting of civilians. In addition, in the more recent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan there was much talk about a new kind of war more able to avoid, say, civilian casualties. Yet these 2 wars were very much like the wars the United States has been fighting since its beginning. The objective of this book is neither to condemn nor justify America's track record in dirty wars, rather, it is to examine their characteristic political dynamics in order to illuminate salient trends, lessons, and warnings. This book thus treats the good, the bad, and the ugly of the American experience in a form of warfare as controversial as it is constant, a history that continues to be written today and will likely continue to be written well into the future. A. Context and definitions. Irregular wars are generally considered the conflicts that include guerrilla insurrections, insurgencies, and counterinsurgencies. Irregular wars include all of the military and nation-building campaigns in which American forces have attempted to defeat elusive and informal foes as well as bolster friendly forces and governments. The concept of a class of warfare as irregular derives from the first internationally accepted definition of regular war in the Third Geneva Convention of 1949, that is, a war fought primarily between regular forces. According to the convention, regular armed forces satisfy 5 criteria. Are commanded by a person responsible for the decisions, movements, and actions of subordinates in matters relevant to the conflict. Bear uniform markings or insignia that are recognizable from a distance. Carry arms openly. Conduct operations in accordance with the international laws and norms of war. Act as representatives of states. Broadly speaking, irregular warfare is the opposite of regular warfare. But suggesting contrasting qualities is not a definition, and indeed the international community's current understanding of what irregular warfare is has grave limitations. Irregular wars tend to differ from archetypal regular wars in one or more of the ways that the Geneva Conventions highlight. Irregular wars, therefore, are conducted by forces that generally lack clear hierarchies of command, do not bear soldierly markings, do not carry weapons openly, do not fight according to the period's laws and norms of war, do not act as representatives of a particular state, do not display other familiar markers of conventional wars, official diplomatic engagement, formal declarations of war, formal surrenders, and signed peace treaties. For America, these irregular wars have involved a host of states and non-state actors, including insurgent bands, civilian collaborators, and paramilitary forces. To be sure, these wars are not necessarily small-scale or brief, as was the case in the protracted campaigns in Vietnam and, more. 8. Recently, Afghanistan. Indeed, these two conflicts demanded U.S. attention and involvement for much longer than the two world wars. Afghanistan gained the distinction as the longest-running war in American history in 2010. Moreover, as the Sand Creek and Roger Bales massacres illustrate, these types of wars tend to be, in a word, dirty. Irregular warfare often involves atrocities or, in contemporary terms, human rights violations, crimes against humanity, and unjustified targeting of civilians. While massacres form the extreme and relatively rare instance of these abuses in the American experience, all of these irregular wars have some unsettling elements. In recent years, even though much attention has been given to the surgical tactics of remote drone strikes, quick insertion special operations raids, and precision-guided munitions in Iraq and Afghanistan, counterinsurgency also has shown a much less clean side, as made abundantly clear by the grim reality of Roger Bales's rampage in Panjwai and the Abu Ghraib prison scandal in Iraq a decade earlier. Taking this observation further, as demonstrated by the strong public reactions against the massacres, it is usually immensely difficult for the U.S. government to sustain support for such wars. Worse, these wars challenge America's self-image as a liberal democracy predicated on respect for human rights and the rule of law. Finally, and contrary to what we sometimes might assume, these irregular wars are ones that America tends to win, even if most of the attention goes to the occasional monumental defeats like Vietnam. Although conflict of this sort is sometimes called guerrilla warfare, this label is misleading in a couple of ways. As we will see, the term guerrilla generally refers to a set of tactics and strategies for overcoming the power disparity against a superior, often conventional, adversary. The term irregular is both more capacious and more accurate, in that it emphasizes the difference between this type of war and war involving established conventions such as uniforms and avoiding intentional civilian casualties that we consider regular war. One or more sides in an irregular war may deploy guerrilla tactics, or they may not. At the same time, this book often uses dirty war as an even more vivid and expansive term for the kinds of conflicts it examines. Perhaps the value of referring to these conflicts as dirty wars instead of irregular warfare is that it instantly reminds us that these conflicts are not simply defined by their irregularity but also their greater tendency for controversy, opacity, and moral dilemmas. 9. Categorizing irregular warfare. There are some problems with setting the category of conflicts we are dealing with up against prevailing norms or conventions of war in a given historical period. One is the assumption, often implied, that the conventions of warfare embody a moral consensus on acceptable and unacceptable types of conduct. Warfare that fails to satisfy this consensus is, by logical argument, irregular. More accurate is that the norms of war in any historical period are mutable, often contested and only very recently in internationally accepted courts of law. By the same right, it is not easy to think of a war that has satisfied all the conventions of law or morality that prevail in a particular era. But does that make every war irregular? Another problem is that there are times when irregular conflicts, those that fail overwhelmingly or entirely to satisfy the prevailing norms, actually are the norm, as in the post-Cold War era. An attempt to classify conflict in rigid academic terms has merit, but we must take into account the dynamic, convoluted, and ever-evolving nature of warfare. A more useful approach is to recognize that war occurs across a spectrum, extending from the unconventional to the conventional and encompassing a vast array of tactics, strategies, and approaches that, even within the same conflict, can intertwine and coexist. This kind of thinking can help to distinguish the differences between conflicts but can also be used to examine the dynamics within a conflict, as a single conflict will often operate at different levels of the spectrum simultaneously. Both regular and irregular conflicts can in some cases be considered total, when one or more of the warring factions fights using a full mobilization of domestic society and places national survival and victory over all else, as was the case for most countries involved in World War II. Thus, to provide a contrast, World War II was a total war and largely irregular war, while the Persian Gulf War in 1991 was a regular but not total war. The line separating regular warfare and dirty war is thin and often not clearly visible. World War II, for example, is often remembered as being, despite its horrible lethality and destruction, a classic case of a regular total war, since the fighting took place between conventional forces fighting in conventional manners. Yet this potentially simple interpretation overlooks the fact that all the key belligerents conducted themselves irregularly. Japanese and German troops, for example, frequently placed booby traps on dead bodies, shot medics, or pretended to give up and then jumped. 10. Aside while hidden guns showered bullets at Allied troops moving in to receive the surrender. 3. The atomic bombs dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki instantly killed 105,000 people, mostly civilians. Another key issue is that some conflicts have been at once regular and irregular. The long and bloody war in post-colonial Vietnam that started in the late 1950s and ended nearly 20 years later in 1975 is such a case. While it often manifested the characteristics of a dirty war, Vietnam was primarily an international war between three recognized nation-states: Hanoi's Democratic Republic of Vietnam, aided by the Soviet Union, and China, Saigon's Republic of Vietnam, supported by the United States and other Asia-Pacific allies, and the United States. China was also a fourth de facto participant in the 1960s, when it sent hundreds of thousands of troops and support personnel to aid the DRV war effort. American involvement in Vietnam began in the late 1950s as an irregular war between the U.S.-backed government in Saigon and largely southern irregular forces supplied by North Vietnam. Following France's ignominious defeat in its protracted campaign to maintain its colonial possessions in Indochina in the early 1950s, North Vietnam, America, and China came into the war heavily in the following decade, when both regular and irregular warfare escalated, primarily in the south. The war ended between 1973 and 1975 as a largely conventional battle between the DRV and ROV. Vietnam was a special case of regular/irregular war. Although Viet Cong guerrillas aided the DRV cause substantially, in the final analysis America and its allies lost a largely regular war against a determined DRV foe and its two main backers, the Soviet Union and China. Zeitgeist-like motives of a particular era. By examining a large number of American episodes plus counterpoints from other countries, this book aims to rebalance our understanding of what can be learned from 2 centuries of American involvement in unconventional military campaigns. The United States has an extensive history of both fighting irregular wars abroad and dealing with their consequences at home. While the lessons of past conflicts have shaped the responses to each new war, every conflict brings unique challenges and successes that add to the U.S. experience with irregular warfare. These challenges and successes at home and abroad do more than just add to the unfolding narrative. They also force a reconsideration of America's self-perception as a noble world power and nudge the U.S. military's institutional center of gravity at times toward and at other times away from preparing for further irregular war fighting. Casual and professional observers have often made the mistake of concluding that all we need to know about American involvement in these irregular wars is contained in the experience of previous conflicts. Too quickly the lessons from one conspicuous historical anecdote are cut and pasted onto a present-day conflict. To give one example of this tendency, During the first year of American involvement in Afghanistan in 2001, the New York Times ran 245 stories that mentioned Afghanistan and Vietnam. During the first year in Iraq, it published 584 stories mentioning Iraq and Vietnam *5 yet, while history and the particular histories of the more sensational episodes are vitally important to our narrative and national psyche, a more robust review of history shows they are by no means the entire story of the American experience. For example, just as significant are the ways in which past lessons have failed to prepare Americans for the next conflict. When studying the American experience in dirty wars, it is tempting to look for a meta-explanation for why the United States has been involved in these maddening and often seemingly undesired conflicts. The distinguished foreign policy scholar Gideon Rose asserted, "The fact is that over the centuries, the United States has been engaged in nothing less than an ongoing campaign of global pacification, clearing, holding and building in region after region around the world." One potential problem with this interpretation is that in attempting to reduce the American experience to an ongoing campaign, we risk oversimplifying the myriad factors that have driven U.S. actions over the past 2 centuries. In addition to the historic tendency for America to become involved in dirty wars, for example, there have also been important isolationist and anti-imperialist movements that have shaped the American experience in dirty wars, especially the desire to extricate U.S. troops from these conflicts. Noted scholar Dominic Tierney writes that the scenario in which Americans are comfortable fighting is in fact quite narrow. The enemy must be a state and not an insurgency, and we need to march on the adversary's capital and topple the government. When American leaders deviate from sticking to these transformational crusades in conventional war, Tierney contends that the connective tissue binding together public support tears. 12. Apart, an insight that explains why people back some conflicts but not others, how the United States fights, why Washington wins and loses, and how Americans remember and learn from war. *7 While Tierney might be correct that American leaders and the broader public prefer the cleanliness of more conventional wars, there are numerous cases both old and new in which American involvement in irregular warfare has neither failed nor been unpopular. In addition, the line between fighting the glorious conventional war and the irregular dirty war can be blurred, as the 2003 Iraq War demonstrated when within months of the initial U.S. invasion, the occupation turned highly unconventional. A more modest but certainly accurate argument is that for reasons largely specific to the individual cases themselves, the United States has made repeated conscious and unconscious decisions that have led the country into irregular wars, often due to the zeitgeist-like motives of a particular era. It has then been forced to deal with the consequences of those decisions in very different ways in each case. Thus, contrary to what casual observers tend to argue, history does not repeat itself every time the United States finds itself in a messy irregular conflict. There has never been, nor is there likely ever to be, another Vietnam. Past experiences in irregular warfare do of course influence future decisions and events. Once a war has begun, similarities emerge between new military campaigns and old, which, somewhat paradoxically, American officials and military commanders often overlook. But it is the unique factors of each particular era that define the greater part of the nature of America's involvement in these sorts of conflicts. Over the past 2.5 centuries, many observers in every era have contended that the best way for the United States to avoid pitfalls in the future is to simply stay out of these sorts of ill-defined conflicts. Yet the very nature of America's military might, its unique leadership role in the world, its political and military leaders' willingness to exercise its power, and the inclination of less powerful adversaries to wage irregular wars against it have made it difficult for the United States to avoid this sort of warfare. Rather than insisting that Americans do not or cannot fight this kind of irregular war, we would be better served by considering how we can do so as cleanly and successfully as possible. 13. An American way of dirty war? As one might expect, examples taken from the American experience reveal that fighting and, more so, winning all types of wars is extraordinarily complex, frustrating, controversial, and bloody. but the nature of dirty wars adds an extra layer of complexity. What is readily apparent in dirty wars is that failure is painfully tangible while success is often amorphous, a vicious cycle that makes winning these conflicts an elusive goal. In fact, in some instances dirty wars that eventually produce relatively optimal outcomes are not even reported as victories at the time. Registered successfully fighting these wars often entails striking a critical balance between military victory and politics. How the balance falls depends on the war. In addition, regardless of military strategy in the field, the historical record suggests that how these wars are portrayed at home and abroad strongly influences their outcome. What American leaders have often forgotten at their peril is that, by definition, dirty wars are dirty, civilians are disproportionately targeted, the line between combatant and innocent is often intentionally blurred, and there is a great temptation to fight fire with fire against foes who refuse to play by the rules of warfare. Time and again, the outcomes of these wars have been nebulous, domestic support for them has been precarious, and in them American forces have committed atrocities. America's status as a democracy only serves to make fighting and, to a greater degree, winning these irregular wars even harder. The entrenched tradition of American exceptionalism complicates this issue even more. America's political rhetoric surrounding conflict claims that the country only fights wars selflessly and for the right reasons, like promoting democracy, championing human rights, and combating terrorism. This exceptionalism habit begs the question as to whether it becomes even more damaging to the American psyche to fight dirty wars, which the United States tends to do often. Some observers have argued that democracies like the United States are unable to unleash the levels of violence and brutality necessary to ensure victory in dirty wars because they are restricted by domestic constitutions and social injunctions against aggressive military action. With a free press, for example, journalists shed light on the necessary violence and excessive atrocities inherent in these conflicts, thus undermining public support. In the American experience, a discouraged electorate has proved to be detrimental to the ability to wage these irregular wars. This in some instances has limited the scope of America's military engagements. 14. But it has also sometimes had the effect of protracting dirty wars and making them politically messy, creating backlash among those who prefer wars to be quick, dirty, and violent, as one Army Special Forces veteran of Vietnam and El Salvador commented in 1983. Noted military historian Russell Weigeley wrote, during the height of the Vietnam War in the 1960s, guerrilla warfare is so incongruous to the methods and habits of a stable and well-to-do society that the American Army has tended to regard it as abnormal and to forget about it whenever possible. Each new experience with irregular warfare has required then, that appropriate techniques be learned all over again. Weigeley's admonition about a particular conflict nearly half a century ago leads us to a central premise of this book about American history more broadly. Over the past 2 centuries, even when it is possible to do so, the United States does not properly learn from its involvement in dirty wars. We now turn to the broad historical and philosophical roots of irregular warfare that form the foundation for our central task of exploring the American legacy in such conflicts. Roar. Victory through policy is as much a mark of the good general as victory by the sword. Julius Caesar. If one side uses force without compunction, undeterred by the bloodshed it involves, while the other side refrains, the first will gain the upper hand. That side will force the other to follow suit, each will drive its opponent toward extremes, and the only limiting factors are the counterpoises inherent in war. This is how the matter must be seen. It would be futile, even wrong, to try and shut one's eyes to what war really is from sheer distress at its brutality. Prussian military philosopher, Karl von Clausewitz, 1820s*. Defining counterinsurgency, insurgency, guerrilla warfare, and terrorism. Most contemporary discussions of irregular warfare concentrate on 3 core concepts: counterinsurgency, insurgency, and guerrilla warfare, and this book proceeds in that convention. Let's begin by setting out definitions of each of these concepts. A counterinsurgency, quite simply, is defined as all measures adopted to suppress an insurgency. When we say a state is engaged in counterinsurgency, we generally mean that it is attempting to use some combination of political, administrative, military, psychological, and civic actions to maintain the status quo against an insurgent force that is trying to upend that order. To cite a well-known example, Fulgencio Batista's regime in late 1950s Cuba waged a counterinsurgency to maintain its ascendancy while confronted with Fidel Castro's ragtag rebel band in the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Counterinsurgent forces can usually 1. 16. Count on superior armies and overall might. However, they are not always able to count on the support of the civilian population, often a crucial factor in the outcome of this class of conflicts. In both political and military terms, counterinsurgencies tend to adapt to the nature of the insurgent threat. That is, the insurgents tend to determine the rules of the game and the style of fighting. Or, as one military theorist has surmised, insurrection changes, so does counterinsurgency. Almost by definition, then, one must first understand an insurgency before understanding its counterinsurgent response. In the same spirit, we should outline a conception of insurgency and the means by which it is carried out. There is often considerable confusion as to exactly what insurgency and guerrilla warfare involve, how these phenomena have evolved throughout history, and to what extent they overlap. An insurgency is often but certainly not always an organized attempt to overthrow a central government or state by subversion or force of arms. The problem, however, is that, given the murky reality of this sort of warfare, it is often difficult to categorize a particular conflict objectively and accurately. For example, at what point does the armed resistance of an anti-federal government militia in the U.S. state of Idaho qualify as an insurgency? Are these armed groups simply criminals or bandits? And who gets to decide this? Indeed, much of the labeling of insurgent and counterinsurgent forces is inherently political. The oft-quoted aphorism that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter is especially apt for understanding the inherent political nature of classifying insurgencies. No matter how or if we label certain groups as insurgents, insurgency is the most common form of warfare in history, something that remains true today. One scholarly database maintained since 1963 cites 464 wars between 1816 and the end of the 20th century, of which only 79 were conventional, defined as conflicts between countries' regular armed forces. The other 385 conflicts were either civil wars or insurgencies. Thus, we must remember that insurgencies are not uncommon, rather, they are against the rules. *+ as one contemporary observer has written, insurgencies, like cancers, exist in thousands of forms. Thus, the treatments to eliminate them range considerably as well. What history has painfully taught practitioners is that a single panacea for the insurgency malady is as unrealistic as the idea of a universal cure for cancer. It is important to remember that insurgents are not synonymous with terrorists if we define the latter as targeting non-combatants in order to sell. Roar 57. Fear in a population for political ends. Insurgents certainly resort to terrorism, which often earns them the label terrorist. Think of the case of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia that for decades was labeled an insurgency until it began carrying out attacks on civilians, at which point it became a terrorist organization. As we will see in chilling detail, there is nothing to keep counterinsurgent or conventional forces from using terror as well. The longevity advantage. What is also particularly fascinating about insurgencies is that, on the whole, they seldom succeed. While history celebrates the stunning victories of guerrilla insurgents led by inimitable figures such as Cuba's Fidel Castro, China's Mao Zedong, and Vietnam's Ho Chi Minh, the record is replete with insurgencies that were wiped out by counterinsurgent forces. When these inferior forces do succeed, we often consider their victories revolutions because of the dramatic political, social, and economic shifts that they effect. And often, external assistance to the guerrillas plays an indispensable part in promoting the rare insurgent victory. More commonly, however, Successful guerrilla insurrections allow the rebels to break away from a central state to form separatist governments or autonomous regions. In this sense, we can define insurgency by its objectives and guerrilla warfare as the means of accomplishing them. Insurgent groups often, but certainly not exclusively, pursue their objectives through unconventional military tactics to gain advantages over the forces of the more powerful state. It is important to note that guerrilla is a relatively novel term that emerged from a particular conflict and therefore carries with it associations specific to that context. In contemporary usage, guerrilla warfare refers to a subset of irregular strategies and tactics, usually attributed to the deployment of a small, mobile force that aims to attrite or bleed a larger, more cumbersome force through small-scale skirmishes and harassing maneuvers. That said, guerrilla warfare should be understood neither to exhaust the full universe of irregular strategies and tactics nor to describe a static set of warfare tactics. Guerrilla fighting tends to change alongside developments in technology, across geographic regions, and according to counterinsurgency responses. For the sake of parsimony, though, this book at times uses the term guerrilla warfare as shorthand for the kinds of irregular strategies and tactics that insurgents commonly employ. 18. Most of the time, guerrilla warfare emerges as a matter of pragmatism, after an insurgent group realizes that more conventional forms of fighting are ineffective against a superior foe. That is, guerrilla warfare is rarely the preference of the weaker force, instead, it is dictated by their very weakness registered. Thus, guerrillas deploy tactics that minimize their acute vulnerabilities. Guerrillas tend to be highly mobile, avoiding direct military contact with their more powerful foes. They often lack adequate arms and proper uniforms. They can be indistinguishable from their civilian counterparts, not least because they attempt to compensate for their inferior numbers by enlisting sometimes coercively the support of the civilian population. Guerrillas also often enjoy the longevity advantage, meaning that unlike the expeditionary counterinsurgents pursuing them, they are often indigenous to the area in question and will be present in this area once the conflict is over, something local civilians readily understand. This explains why counterinsurgency doctrine, in Iraq and Afghanistan in particular, cites the need to build and train local security forces as a central pillar of a successful counterinsurgency. While expeditionary forces will often have an exit date in mind, they must leave behind local allies that can match the insurgents' level of long-term investment and outlook. A further hallmark of guerrilla fighters is that they tend to have charismatic leaders. With the high risk of death and frequently intolerable living conditions, a charismatic leader is often necessary to inspire a band of fighters to commit to what appears to be a futile and lethal cause. A final important characteristic of guerrilla groups is that, contrary to what is sometimes assumed, they do not necessarily represent some ideological evil. Individuals and groups across the ideological spectrum resort to guerrilla war when conditions merit. To be sure, there have been nefarious groups such as the savage Khmer Rouge in Cambodia in the 1970s and the nihilist Shining Path insurgency in Peru a decade later. But there are also cases, such as anti-Nazi partisans in World War II and American patriots resisting the British during the American War of Independence, that history tends to view favorably. Degree. Irregular warfare in historical perspective. The stronger side usually wins. The best strategy, therefore, is to be strong. Clausewitz. Given that weaker groups have battled more powerful groups since antiquity, it is not surprising that guerrilla warfare has been around for thousands of years. The Hebrew scriptures, for example, detail the efforts of Tot-19. Joshua, who led a guerrilla band against the more powerful city-state of Jericho in modern-day Palestine. In fact, much of the Hebrew experience during biblical times involved irregular civilian armies fighting against superior forces. Alexander the Great met serious guerrilla opposition during his conquests in Central Asia. 3 Another salient case occurred roughly 2,000 years ago in what is today southern Spain, where the Phoenicians and Carthaginians had ruled for centuries. By 200 BC, conquering Rome had gained control of the region's major towns. But, As is often the case, military superiority and control of urban centers did not ensure the pacification or submission of rural populations. The Romans were able to hold the cities but confronted bitter resistance in the countryside. The more powerful Romans considered the local resistors to be barbarians, they dealt with them through savage means. And in what is also painfully common in irregular warfare, both sides committed horrible atrocities. The earliest known codification of guerrilla-style principles, however, was conceived far from the Mediterranean. The military philosopher Sun Tzu is considered one of the seminal thinkers on what we now call guerrilla warfare. His treatise, The Art of War, written around 500 BC when Chinese warlords were in constant conflict with each other, is best known for its pithy maxims, many of which provide critical insights for weaker guerrilla fighters. One example is the idea that all warfare is based on deception, while another advises generals to feign disorder, and crush him. In the 19th century, British Field Marshal Lord Roberts of Kandahar spoke for many counterinsurgency commanders when he commented from Central Asia that many of Sun Tzu's maxims are perfectly applicable to the present day. The people of this country would do well to take heart. Registered perhaps Sun Tzu's most crucial and innovative contribution was the idea that sometimes the most stunning victories occur without engagement in combat. To win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. 7 For weaker foes, this means avoiding the sort of battles that expose your glaring weaknesses in personnel and arms. Sun Tzu writes, if equally matched, we can offer battle; if slightly inferior in numbers, we can avoid the enemy; if quite unequal in every way, we can flee from him. Hence, though an obstinate fight may be made by a small force, in the end it must be captured by a larger force. Sun Tzu also believed that deception was 20. A critical component in keeping your foe off balance. Thus one who is skilled at keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. By holding out habits, he keeps him on the march, then with a body of picked men he lies in wait for him. Sun Tzu's insights continue to resonate for the simple fact that they seem applicable to so many conflicts across history. As we will see, the 20th century was a veritable hotbed for guerrilla insurgencies. Yet many of the supposed insights of modern guerrilla philosophers such as Mao or Argentine revolutionary Ecobedo Che Guevara are mostly updates on Sun Tzu's timeless observations. Sun Tzu's perspicacity is worth considering in its own right, yet his influence on modern guerrilla leaders is even more salient given the lives and treasure lost and gained in these sorts of revolutionary wars. The Spanish Ulcer. Napoleon's incursion into Spain in 1808 and the unconventional conflict it provoked exemplifies guerrilla warfare. It is also the conflict that coined the term guerrilla; the diminutive of guerre denotes its irregular nature. By 1807, Napoleon had won crucial military victories allowing him to gain control of virtually the entire European continent. But Britain remained his most lethal rival. To deny the British a strategic foothold in continental Europe, the French emperor wanted to close all ports to the British. Napoleon subsequently negotiated a dubious treaty with Spain that gave his troops an access route through the Iberian Peninsula. Degree Napoleon took advantage of internal divisions within Spanish political society. In late November 1807, a 25,000-man French force commanded by General Jean-Andoc Junot, nicknamed the Tempest for his violent and courageous behavior, crossed into Spain. About a week later, and after a brutal 300-mile march, Junot and his men entered Lisbon. Back in Spain, many Spaniards initially saw Napoleon's incursion as a welcome opportunity to remove their despised ruler, King Charles IV. Charles quickly abdicated the throne to his son, Prince Ferdinand. But sensing a strategic advantage, Charles appealed to Napoleon to intervene to restore him to power. Napoleon, for his part, had other plans than simply replacing one Spanish monarch with another. In a classic case of nepotism, Napoleon forced Ferdinand to abdicate, ostensibly in favor of the return of Charles IV, before declaring his brother, Joseph, to be King of Spain. 10121. Napoleon's machinations sparked a bitter response among the Spanish population. Among other miscalculations, Napoleon and Joseph underestimated the loyalty of Spain's conservative campesinos to their feudal lords and priests. In hindsight, it is clear that the conditions for an anti-French revolt were in place. The Spanish campesinos were historically xenophobic, so the arrival of French troops did little to win them over to Joseph's side. This anti-French sentiment persisted despite Joseph's relatively enlightened reforms that otherwise might have appealed to a Spanish population that for centuries had been exploited by the Catholic Church. For example, in 1808 Joseph presented a draft constitution that offered an independent judiciary, free press, and the abolition of the feudal privileges of the church and landowners. Yet, instead of supporting these reforms, the campesinos obeyed the priests, who called on them to fight the foreign invaders. The Spaniards' loyalty to the Catholic Church led Napoleon to refer to the guerrillas as bandits led by monks. In turn, many Spaniards considered Napoleon to be the devil incarnate. Note that even in this early instance of irregular warfare, each side's naming of the other had important political ramifications. That one of the world's most technologically advanced and best organized armies labeled its opponents bandits underscored the asymmetry of the conflict and won Napoleon a certain degree of domestic political support during the conflict. On the other hand, the Spanish resistance's labeling of the French as unwanted invaders and promulgating this label through rhetoric, media, and propaganda helped to galvanize public support around the anti-French movement. This art of labeling, as we will see, endures as a significant component of insurgencies and counterinsurgencies, on both political and military strategic levels. By the end of 1808, French forces routed the poorly led and unpopular Spanish army *. Then in early 1809, the French defeated a British army that had attempted to support the fledgling Spanish forces. Napoleon mistakenly declared the Spanish business to be over despite the fact that loosely organized anti-French bands continued to hamper the invaders *. For meanwhile, Spain's exiled monarchy met in the port city of Cadiz to discuss what to do about the French occupiers and Joseph's illegitimate rule. They called for the establishment of guerrillas, a new sort of militia that would continue to fight the French. Now the effective Spanish tactic against the French had a name. Ruthless and fanatic, the guerrillas started out with around 8,000 fighters, a number that ultimately swelled to 35,000 to 50,000. The Spanish guerrillas were an eclectic horde of priests, landowners, and campesinos. 22 Tour. That began to harass the French forces incessantly. The heaviest fighting took place in the regions of Navarre, Catalonia, and Aragon. As the Romans had experienced in Spain 1,600 years before, the French were able to hold the towns, but little else. The guerrillas, organized in small, independent units, also forced the French to use large numbers of troops to protect convoys. In fact, in the early phases of the conflict the French deployed around 200 cavalrymen to protect one courier carrying correspondence from one town to another. A few years later, the French were using 90,000 troops to keep the vital Burgos to Bayonne roadway open. In a setback to the French that sent shockwaves across the capitals of Europe, at the Battle of Bailén in 1808 the French surrendered roughly 18,000 men, a stunning defeat for Europe's most powerful military. By 1810, the combination of guerrillas, Spain's regular army, and British troops was able to pin down a French army of 350,000 men. Soon after, Napoleon began to draw down his troops in Spain to send them to the Russian theater. As occurred with the Americans in Vietnam, the Soviets in Afghanistan, and numerous other episodes, Spanish guerrilla activity killed French morale in Spain. Desperate to turn the tide, the French responded with severe measures. In classical counterinsurgency fashion, the French attempted to defeat the guerrillas by denying them support and sustenance from the civilian population. They introduced oaths of allegiance and banned public meetings and holidays. In 1810, French commanders issued a decree that 4 guerrillas would be hanged for every Frenchman killed and that civilians would be substituted if guerrillas were not available. Degree The strategy anticipated harrowingly the dirty war practices characteristic of many 20th century counterinsurgencies. But the French were not alone in resorting to dirty war. The Spanish irregular fighters committed their share of abuses in their effort to expel the foreign invaders. For those suspected of collaborating with the French, punishments of torture or burning at the stake were common. The guerrilla bands killed an estimated 30,000 suspected collaborators. In a taste of what the invading forces were up against, French General Mathieu Dumas wrote about the insurgents, "These men are brigands, they kill us when we march alone. Shall always remember how I was afflicted with great anxieties, every day I saw the murder of several French men, and I traveled over this assassin's countryside as warily as if it were a volcano." 27 Another French commander, General Gouvion Saint-Cyr, wrote, "Ready for all sacrifices, free from soft needs or prejudices, they formed irregular corps, chose their leaders, operated by whim, attacked anywhere that RO 123 numbers or conditions favored them, fled without shame when they were not the strongest, and disappeared by a combined dispersion." In the long term, such a system of implacable hostility must suffice to destroy the most numerous and valiant of armies, obliged as they were to fritter their strength away in mobile columns and convoy escorts. Registered. This account could have described any number of guerrilla groups throughout history. True to the portrait, between 1808 and 1814 the Spanish guerrillas inflicted debilitating blow after debilitating blow upon the French, leading some historians to refer to this campaign as Napoleon's Spanish ulcer. Yet at the end of the day, it was the formidable force of British regulars under the command of Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, that brought the French army to its knees in Spain. After Wellington retook Lisbon, Napoleon was forced to recall 200,000 troops from Central Europe to help lance this ulcer. When it was finally over, the French lost a stunning 180,000 men while the insurgents lost a fraction of that with around 25,000 dead. Spain did not finish Napoleon, but it did inflict more losses than the devastating Russian campaign. Wellington's intervention into the Peninsular War probably was the decisive factor in the French defeat in Spain, at least in terms of the opposition Napoleon and his generals faced there. Thus, a key historical insight: guerrilla forces seldom win without the assistance of outsiders. Yet, though Wellington has received much credit for his Iberian operations, he was well aware that his success owed much to the guerrilla bands that so relentlessly harassed French forces. On war. Historians may debate the geopolitical outcomes of the Napoleonic Wars for centuries to come. What is certain, though, is that they produced one of the world's most venerated theorists of warfare, Karl von Clausewitz, who fought against Napoleon in France and Prussia. Clausewitz never completed his seminal work, On War, written between 1815 and 1830, yet its impact on Western military thinking is immense. His reflections focused mainly on traditional warfare, which dominated the international arena at the time of his writing. Yet his observations on the nature of war have nonetheless influenced scores of insurgent and counterinsurgent strategists. For Clausewitz, the key question was not so much how best to wage war but rather what exactly the phenomenon and essence of war was. That is, to what purpose do states engage in such a costly and often devastating endeavor as war? 101. The unwavering answer, the Prussian strategist contended, was that war is an extension of what he calls policy, which we may also depict as a country's national interests. Given the horrors of combat, which he describes with facility and experience, national leaders tend to pursue war only as a necessary means to achieve broader policy ends. Thus, Clausewitz believed, war becomes an act of force to compel our enemy to do our will. 3-degree force was only the means of war, to impose our will upon the enemy is its object. Apart from his extensive treatment of traditional warfare as it was fought at the time, Clausewitz had been fascinated by the way poorly equipped peasant armies effectively harassed the retreating French army after its failed Russian campaign. Buffeted by geography, climate, and the strong will of the Russian people, among other factors, Napoleon's armies of roughly 600,000 at the start of the campaign dropped to only 20,000 at its end. Clausewitz's observations of this episode helped him to develop his theory of the defensive strategy, a radical departure from the military philosophies at the time that emphasized offensive à l'outrance. For Clausewitz, a strong defense was strictly temporary due to its having a passive purpose, meaning that it should be abandoned as soon as are strong enough to pursue a positive objective. In the 20th century, Mao and other revolutionaries turned the defensive strategy theory into what they called prolonged warfare. Rather than focusing their energies on positive objectives that conventional forces could surely dominate, these guerrillas found strength in wars of exhaustion that would lead conventional forces to cease operations, withdraw, and ultimately give up. Clausewitz also emphasized the strategic role that malicious irregular forces, almost by definition, can play in war. They are not supposed to pulverize the core but to nibble at the shell and around the edges, he wrote. As a peripheral force, Clausewitz argued, popular insurrections must remain within the framework of a war conducted by the regular army and coordinated in one all-encompassing plan with conventional tactics and strategies tackling key military operations and objectives. Emphasizing this cooperation, Clausewitz saw the ideal operating role of insurrections to be in areas just outside the theater of war where the invader will not appear in strength in order to deny him this area altogether. Thunderclouds of this type should build up all around the invader the farther he advances. The flames will spread like a brush fire. As historical experiences have demonstrated, the ability for militias, guerrillas, and insurgents to continually frustrate a conventional Roar 25 opponent, through tactics that aimed to irritate rather than dominate, allowed for unconventional victories over opponents with greater traditional military strength. Albeit brief, Clausewitz's discussion of the people in arms presents several critical insights into the role of insurgencies in traditional warfare. Based upon his observations of these popular uprisings as nebulous, elusive, and built on small detachments, Clausewitz highlighted the irregular nature of a style of warfare that included not only popular support but also popular involvement. Clausewitz understood the critical role that the domestic population can play in supporting a war effort, both in terms of morale and materiel. Degree in his view, a key condition for the success of insurgent movements was that the national character must be suited to that type of war, suggesting that insurgencies flourish among scattered populations that provide willing support in both word and deed to the political cause of the uprising. Eerily foreshadowing a Cold War-era maxim about guerrilla warfare, Clausewitz argued that an insurgency wins a war by not losing. Expanding his point, Clausewitz contended that warring parties make peace when victory is impossible and the costs of continued fighting are too high. Specifically, an insurgency's victory lies in the retreat of the army, no matter how complete the defeat of a state. In this way, Clausewitz hinted at the comparative advantage of waging irregular wars against conventional forces. While traditional armies demand decisive and clear victories, insurgencies and guerrillas need only succeed in enduring warfare without being utterly decimated. Thus, while their relative strength, access to materiel, and ability to conquer territory may pale in comparison to the strongest conventional military, an insurgency's ability to endure at even the most meager levels of support translates to an ability to protract conflict and exhaust the opponent. Writing roughly 150 years later, Henry Kissinger commented, "The conventional army loses if it does not win. The guerrilla wins if he does not lose." 3. Interestingly, though, we will see at least some examples where guerrillas in fact lost by not losing and the conventional armies won by not winning. Small wars. Theories about how to fight guerrilla wars have been matched by theories of how to defeat guerrillas. In the late 19th century, the British strategist C.E. Caldwell served in the Boer War and other British colonial 26 rocks. Conflicts. 4 He drew on the British Empire's experience in myriad colonial wars to write an influential how-to manual on counterinsurgency warfare. Many of Caldwell's conclusions still form the core of contemporary counterinsurgency doctrine. For example, he urges that counterinsurgency success is much more than military victory. Expeditions to put down a revolt are not put in motion merely to bring about a temporary cessation of hostilities. Their purpose is to ensure a lasting peace. Caldwell divided the campaigns into three categories: campaigns of conquest and annexation, campaigns of pacification to suppress insurrections, and punitive campaigns intended as retaliation for certain offenses. He knew all too well what conventional troops faced in such dirty wars. Guerrilla war is what the regular armies always have to dread, and when this is directed by a leader with a genius for war, an effective campaign becomes well nigh impossible. To defeat the insurgents, Caldwell recommends that the counterinsurgent force must become more irregular itself. The guerrilla mode of war must in fact be met by an abnormal system of strategy and tactics. The great principle that forms the basis of the art of war remains the combination of initiative with energy, but this is applied in special form. The utmost vigor and decision must be displayed in harassing the enemy and in giving him no rest. 3. The U.S. Marine Corps duplicated Caldwell's approach in the early 1940s. Later, in 2006, the U.S. Army and Marine Corps brought the genre into the 21st century with the publication of the widely received Counterinsurgency Field Manual. When the Iraq War was raging, all such manuals represent attempts by conventional militaries to learn from past wars and, by extension, past mistakes. Indeed, learning from what went right and what went wrong in previous contacts greatly determines how militaries will fight their next war, and counterinsurgency is no exception. With this learning process in mind, we now turn to the irregular tactics and strategies that defined much of the war that gave birth to the United States of America. The American Revolution. The cursed rebels came upon us, killed, and took every soul, and so, my dear friends, I bid you farewell, for I am started to the warm country. Last entry in a Loyalist's diary found on the battlefield, Kings Mountain, South Carolina, 1780 degrees. The summer of 1780 was a harrowing one for American forces in the South. On May 12, Major General Benjamin Lincoln of the Continental Army surrendered Charleston, South Carolina. After 2 weeks of nearly constant bombardment by the British, the assault employed several tons of hotshot superheated cannonballs that left large swathes of the city in ashes. Then, on May 29, a force of 350 Continental Army soldiers under Abraham Buford met 150 Loyalists and British regulars led by the legendary British cavalryman, Bonestret Tarleton, near Lancaster, South Carolina. In what later became known in British reports as the Battle of Waxhaws and in American history as the Waxhaws Massacre, the Americans suffered 113 killed, 53 imprisoned, and 150 so badly wounded they had to be left behind. By August the American forces were on their heels, and many observers believed the American cause in the South would not survive the winter. On August 16, the acclaimed British commanders Charles Cornwallis and Tarleton routed Horatio Gates and Thomas Sumter at Camden, South Carolina. Just 2 days later, Tarleton caught up with Sumter's retreating division and inflicted heavy losses at Fishing Creek, South Carolina, over 150 men killed and 300 captured. The British lost fewer than 16 men. That the American forces were able to turn around the dismal situation of summer 1780 and ultimately liberate the former colonies through armed struggle remains one of the great military feats in Western history. This chapter traces some of the strategic decisions that made such a feat possible, emphasizing the key role played by irregular American forces, including militia and partisan bands. It then suggests that the Continental Army's success after 1780 owed a great deal to its adoption of more irregular styles of warfighting. The fledgling American states first. The American Revolution. Experience with war set important historical precedents for its engagement in insurgency and counterinsurgency operations in the next 2 centuries. It is worth remembering now, given the United States' heavy involvement in counterinsurgency operations through the more than 200 years that followed, that its first experience as a state at war was on the side of the insurgents. Kings Mountain, North Carolina/South Carolina border, 1780. On a cold autumn morning in 1780, Colonel William Campbell ordered his 1,500-man column to halt a half-mile west of Kings Mountain in the far northern backwoods of South Carolina. The troops, a ragged band of volunteer militia, marched in 10 companies. Campbell's own company had come from Virginia to Quaker Meadows, North Carolina, in the past week. Sensing a critical opportunity, Campbell had ordered the Long March to pursue Colonel William Ferguson, commander of a large force of British and Loyalists, indeed, a full third of the British presence in the South at that time. Campbell rendezvoused with Colonels Isaac Shelby and John Sevier, frontiersmen from Kentucky and Tennessee. Benjamin Cleveland and Joseph McDowell met them a short time later. Meanwhile, Ferguson, with about 120 British regulars recruited from New York and New England and a 1,000 volunteer Loyalist militia, had been chasing Major Joseph McDowell through South Carolina, to little end. On October 6, he positioned his men on the eastern crest of the Kings Mountain Ridge. Upon reaching the ridge, Ferguson is reported to have said, "I am the king of this mountain, and God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive me from it." One might have been inclined to agree with him. Kings Mountain rose steep and solitary from the Piedmont, and at that time was covered with nearly impenetrable primeval forests, making an organized line of attack on the mountain next to impossible. Ferguson had sent messengers to Tarleton, encamped at the Wateree River just north of Kings Mountain, and Cornwallis, in nearby Charlotte, in the hope that they would join him at this spot. Though Ferguson did not know it at the time, neither of his comrades had any intention of moving. It was October 7 when Campbell's militia reached Kings Mountain. As the sun rose, Campbell divided up his force into 2 lines, telling them, "If any of you, men or officers, is afraid, quit ranks and go home." Cleveland gave similar advice. 32. When you are engaged, you are not to wait for the word of command from me. I will show you, by my example, how to fight. I can undertake no more. Every man must consider himself an officer and act from his own judgment. Fire as quick as you can, and stand your ground as long as you can. When you can do no better, get behind trees, or retreat, but I beg you not to run quite off. If we are repulsed, let us make a point of returning and renewing the fight. Perhaps we may have better luck in the second attempt than the first. Campbell ordered the companies of Sevier, Shelby, Williams, Lacey, Cleveland, and Chronicle to take the north side of the ridge, and Campbell, McDowell, and Winston to take the south end. They surrounded the mountain, and Campbell ordered the first attack, exhorting them, "Here they are, my brave boys, shout like hell, and fight like devils." The Americans charged up the hill using any cover they could find, but Ferguson met them with 2 stiff bayonet charges. The rebels retreated to the bottom of the hill, regrouped, and renewed the charge. Fighting tree to tree, they picked their way to the top of the ridge. The battle lasted only an hour. Ferguson, realizing he was hemmed in, attempted to make a quick escape through a weak spot in the American lines, but he caught heavy fire. 7 musket balls toppled him from his horse, rendering him unconscious before he hit the ground. When the Americans regrouped at the top of Kings Mountain, they surrounded the surrendering Loyalists and continued firing. As one observer wrote, a dreadful havoc took place until the flag was sent out the second time, when the work of destruction ceased. Registered the rebel forces at Kings Mountain eliminated Ferguson's entire 1,100-man detachment, taking 689 prisoners. They buried the dead in shallow graves on the hillside. The Patriots themselves suffered only 28 killed and 62 wounded. They left Kings Mountain quickly, fearing a reprisal from the infamously retaliatory Tarleton. Over the next few weeks, the Patriots summarily tried and hanged 9 of the prisoners for looting and other war crimes, lost another 100 who escaped during the march, and dispatched the remainder to Charleston. 3 months later, most of the men who fought at Kings Mountain would again see combat with General Daniel Morgan at Cowpens, South Carolina. A classic case of irregular warfare due to the tactics employed, the Battle of Kings Mountain became a rallying victory for the American forces throughout the colonies. Although it was a relatively small success in comparison with the full scale of the revolution, it was a critical turning point in the Southern theater and served as precisely the sort of morale boost that General George Washington needed for his armies in the North. The American Revolution 33. General Sir Henry Clinton, the commander of British forces in America, later called Kings Mountain the first link in a chain of events that followed each other in regular succession until they at last ended in the total loss of America. As news of Kings Mountain spread across the eastern seaboard, confidence in the American cause surged, while loyalists came to the sobering realization that the British forces in North America were not invincible. Kings Mountain is also a prime example of the unconventional strategies and tactics that Americans used to force the British hand throughout the war. Given the political aims of the revolution and the maneuvers that commanders deployed on both sides, the American War of Independence can be considered one of the first unconventional wars of the modern era, and the region east of the Appalachians a proving ground for some of the first modern guerrilla and partisan strategies, many of which have since become common denominators in dirty wars. Indeed, this early American conflict provides many examples typical of insurgencies and, on the part of the British, counterinsurgency responses. This reality may seem surprising because the United States has devoted so much blood and treasure to deterring insurgencies throughout its history. Common sense. In this section, we consider several aspects of the American Revolution that support the view that it was an early example of modern insurgency and counterinsurgency. The first aspect has to do with the relationships of power and identity between England and her former colonies. For the revolutionaries, this evolution might be summarized as a conflict between English citizens and their own government that developed into a conflict between people who identified themselves as Americans and an occupying state. These types of transitions, both actual and perceived, often characterize a successful insurgency movement. Second, the American Revolution was also characterized by the effectiveness of militia and irregular combatants in supporting the Continental Army. We can measure this success both in battlefield outcomes and in the Continental leadership's changing attitudes toward the militia. Third, the revolution involved battlefield tactics that cut against the grain of the highly regimented and ordered military conventions of 18th-century Europe. These included Washington's use of the element of surprise in the battles at Trenton and Princeton and Francis Marion's capitalization of terrain and cover in the almost total guerrilla war in the South. It also included several instances in which frontier commanders decentralized. 34. In bellow decision-making authority down to the level of individual soldiers, General Campbell at Kings Mountain being one such example. Finally, the American Revolution, as an insurgency, gave particular attention to off-the-battlefield political strategies and tactics, aimed at cultivating loyalty or in some cases, fear among civilians. As General Washington and other Patriot commanders came to realize, in an echo of classic guerrilla doctrine, the revolutionaries did not need to gain large, decisive victories to win the war, but rather needed to fight not to lose. In its earliest expression, the War of Independence was seen as the last recourse for protecting the rights and freedoms of then English nationals. This idea resonated in the rhetoric of the early revolutionary movement. In a letter to George Mason in 1769, George Washington wrote, "At a time when our lordly masters in Great Britain will be satisfied with nothing less than the deprecation of American freedom, it seems highly necessary that something shall be done to avert the stroke and maintain the liberty which we have derived from our ancestors. That no man shall scruple, or hesitate a moment to use arms in defense of so valuable a blessing, on which all the good and evil of life depends, is clearly my opinion registered." This popular mindset, with its emphasis on the Americans as British subjects, informed the greater part of the Americans' diplomatic and pre-belligerent strategies leading up to the first conflicts at Lexington and Concord, Massachusetts. It also helps to explain the hesitancy of even some of the most ardent firebrands to make a first strike against the British Army. For one, if North America were to remain a part of the British Empire after protest and negotiation had alleviated some of the grievances that the American colonists expressed, then it would be unwise to take up arms. Furthermore, American political leaders recognized their gross disadvantage in military conflict. With no standing army and a sizable domestic opposition, the Americans' small probability of victory against the world's most powerful military was enough to discourage most. Yet once the fighting finally broke out in April 1775, the American commanders still justified their military involvement in terms of their status as British subjects. As one scholar put it, between American politicians defending English liberty as it ought to be, and British politicians defending English law as it really was, the two sides had taken positions from which they could not back down without shame. In the early days of the war, the question remained among the American leadership whether they were fighting to gain independence or to defend the political rights to which they were entitled as British citizens. This question translated on the battlefield. The American Revolution 35. Into waging a primarily defensive war early on. As Washington described in a letter to his brother, John A. Washington, following his appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army in 1775, to prevent from penetrating into the country with fire and sword, and to harass them if they do, is all that is expected of me. Degree as the war progressed, though, the perception that the American fighters were English subjects attempting to pressure their own government shifted dramatically. Particularly after the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the war quickly became an American effort at expelling an illegitimate occupier. By the second year of the war, the rebels increasingly considered Great Britain a foreign state operating among a hostile domestic population. Such a transformation in the psychology and self-perception of the people affected by a conflict is often critical for an insurgency movement. In the case of the American Revolution, those who supported the insurgency increasingly came to identify themselves as Americans with their own particular collective history and narrative. Yet, perhaps just as significantly at that time, a large contingent of American Tories, or Loyalists, remained committed to the British side and continued to see themselves as British subjects. The American national transformation during the Revolution thus was not a total one, as is often the case in insurgencies. Shifting self-identities and loyalties created a polarized social milieu that often erupted into communal violence. This kind of fundamental questioning and redefining of social and political priorities often accompanies insurgent conflicts. In fact, the transformation is often driven explicitly and intentionally, for instance, through propaganda in the form of print media or through populist political efforts aimed at cultivating the sympathies of neutral or non-combatant civilians. During the American Revolution, Thomas Paine's widely circulated pamphlet, Common Sense, helped to shift the thinking of many colonists from merely opposing the excesses of British rule to supporting independence outright. The unconventional Americans. Another way to reflect on the American Revolution as an insurgency is to look on the ground. As this book emphasizes, it is important to examine the specific tactics, strategies, and outcomes that make an insurgency or, in many cases, a counterinsurgency, a successful operation. The American victories in the Revolution came about because of the Patriots' willingness to use tactics considered unconventional compared to 36. The European standards of engagement of the day. The unwritten rules of war in the 18th century, perfected by Frederick the Great's Prussian army, were unequivocally regimented. This was a system of fighting characterized by strict military hierarchy and rigid battlefield formations. Armies faced one another in long lines across open fields, exchanging volleys of musket fire with artillery bombardments providing support from the rear. Though it seems almost senseless now, it was the only acceptable style of war fighting among armies in the European tradition, a tradition heavily steeped in particular conceptions of honor, valor, and civility. In 1759, the British had crushed the French in the plains of Abraham near Quebec with brutal frontal attacks and complex flanking maneuvers. Indeed, the British in the latter half of the 18th century were the champions of this hyperstructured system of warfare. American Continentals could not match the British on the traditional battlefield. Amazingly, General Washington never won a major victory over the core ranks of the British Army in open battle in what was perhaps the most telling example of American weakness in this regard, Washington nearly lost the entire Continental Army at Long Island, New York, at the end of August 1776. In 2 days of open field assaults, the British successfully cornered the Americans at the northern point of the island. Had Washington not ordered a daring nighttime evacuation, he would have almost certainly been forced to surrender. As many commanders on both sides realized, the core of the problem was that American soldiers lacked discipline, were poorly trained, and had little experience in European styles of warfare. What gave the Americans the advantage was their ability and willingness to break the European rules. Many Patriots commanders and soldiers alike had cut their teeth fighting the French and Indians on the Appalachian frontiers. There they learned to move quietly and to use a battlefield's natural surroundings to give cover and to aid in surprise. As the war progressed, several commanders realized that these realities necessitated a subtler military strategy. Using these tactics would provide them the best chance for victory. In consequence, American generals adapted in several ways. For one, they devolved greater responsibility for battlefield decision-making to smaller groups of soldiers and, as we saw at Kings Mountain, even to individual soldiers. This shift away from rigid organization on the American side, while counterproductive in conventional encounters, was a tremendous asset when it could render conventional doctrine irrelevant. American bands would attack at night in secret, or embusque. The American Revolution 37. Party of British or Loyalist soldiers along a densely wooded trail. After inflicting heavy losses on the enemy, they retreated swiftly and quietly to avoid total rout. Considering the foregoing description, it might be easy to think of the battlefield dynamics in the Revolutionary War in terms of what the eminent Max Boot calls one of the cherished myths of American history. The vision of plucky Yankees' independence from Great Britain by picking off befuddled redcoats too dense to deviate from ritualistic parade ground warfare Boot rightly describes as caricature, for as he notes, in reality the British did actively attempt to adapt to the mode of war fighting of its rebel enemy, drawing on extensive experience countering irregular warfare in conflicts throughout Europe, the Caribbean, and Canada. The point that Boot perhaps glosses over too quickly, however, is that on the ground, they simply did not adapt well enough, or quickly enough. As a result, the Patriots enjoyed a decisive advantage when it came to irregular tactics. The Patriots' unconventional strategy wore down the British forces, both in terms of numbers and morale. As one scholar explains, the American fighting style led to the demoralization of the British troops did not constitute an army, but rather a horde or a swarm of individuals who stung and flew on to sting again. Applying the lessons and skills learned in the backwoods to the fight for independence, commanders in the Continental Army were able to adapt and generate a sense of tactical superiority over their British counterparts. Due in large part to this adaptability, the Americans won several of the war's early victories. On April 19, 1775, colonial militia turned out to stop a British force marching from Lexington, Massachusetts, to destroy arms and munitions in Concord. The Americans approached Concord in rank but then scattered and took positions in the town, on a nearby hill, and on the Concord River. According to British Lieutenant John Barker's account, as the British companies marched into the town, they took fire from all sides but mostly from the rear, where people had hid themselves in houses till we had passed and then fired. The country was an amazing strong one, full of hills, woods, stone walls, etc., which the rebels did not fail to take advantage of, for they were all lined with people who kept an incessant fire upon us, as we did too upon them, but not with the same advantage, for they were so concealed there was hardly any seeing them *degree. The militiamen shot from behind stone walls, bridges, barns, and trees. It was no regimented battle, and in the eyes of several British observers, it was 38. Cowardly. One soldier was surprised to find at Concord that even women had firelocks. One was seen to fire a blunderbuss between her father and her husband from their windows. A few months later, in June, the newly formed Continental Army met the British regulars at Breed's Hill outside Boston. American militia were positioned behind rocks, trees, embankments, and improvised rail fences. As the British approached the hill, they fired volleys, and then retreated up to the fortifications at the top of the hill. One company of American Continentals was said to have taken a post behind a rocky patch along the shore and picked off the British as they landed. The British did not expect the concealed onslaught and suffered dearly. Though the British took the hill in the end, they absorbed more than twice the number of American casualties. A cold and desolate winter at Valley Forge. Throughout the war, General George Washington's priorities seemed to oscillate between meeting the British on their terms and attempting to capitalize on those strengths that the Americans had against the British: mobility, speed, and persistence. His results were mixed. In March 1777, British Colonel William Harcourt wrote that the Americans seemed to be ignorant of the precision and order, and even of the principles, by which large bodies are moved, yet they possess some of the requisites for making good troops, such as extreme cunning, great industry in moving ground and felling of wood, activity, and a spirit of enterprise upon any advantage. Registered during the early years of the Revolution, Washington favored conventional tactics for his own divisions, leaving the use and arrangement of militia to his subordinates. In fact, in a letter to John Hancock dated September 24, 1776, he wrote, "To place any dependence upon militia is assuredly resting upon a broken staff." Yet, even with his commitment to the European conventions of war and his early skepticism toward militia, Washington still incorporated non-traditional tactics into his campaigns. To cite a famous example, Washington's raid on the German Hessians in winter quarters at Trenton, New Jersey, demonstrates rather well the conventional-unconventional dualism of the Continental Army. On December 26, 1776, Washington led 9,000 men across the Delaware River. His army surrounded Trenton at dawn, blocking off all roads into the town and inflicting a sound defeat on the surprised Hessian troops. Shortly after the encounter, Washington met the British at Princeton, but led a stealthy withdrawal in the early morning of January 3, 1777. Keeping the American Revolution 39. The sentries at post and the campfires burning, Washington ordered the wheels of the cannon carriages and supply wagons, as well as the horses' hooves, to be wrapped in rags to muffle sound. This is largely regarded as a strategic success for Washington, because he was able to maneuver around a British flank, escape a direct attack, and ensure that there would be no great battle before the winter quarters. The New Jersey campaign, moreover, served an important demoralizing blow to the British cause. A Hessian chaplain in nearby Elizabethtown wrote after the battle, "One can no longer go to sleep without thinking this night is the last of your freedom." Previously we had been accustomed to undressing every night for bed. Now, however, is just the opposite. We go to bed completely clothed, for we are to be ready for battle. Asterisk. The core of Washington's force was most effective in gradually wearing down the enemy as part of a grand strategy that may best be described as erosion or attrition. Degree. Ultimately, what made this successful was Washington's ability to minimize the defects of his army and to avoid confrontations that would risk catastrophic losses. This ability became most pronounced after the winter of 1777-8, spent at cold and desolate Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, 20 miles northwest of Philadelphia. By this time, Washington and the Continental commanders had become aware of their relative strength in unconventional strategies and tactics, and they developed plans to work actively with it. Valley Forge was a pivotal moment in the conflict because it signified a shift toward a war of overwhelmingly unconventional and partisan strategies on the part of the Americans. As Joseph J. Ellis writes, after the trials leading up to and during the winter at Valley Forge, Washington became convinced that space and time were on the American side, so that the only way to lose the war was to try to win it. At Valley Forge, Washington recruited the aid of the Prussian Baron von Steuben to retrain the Continental Army. Like his tactics in the field, the Baron's pedagogical methods themselves were unconventional. He organized a model unit of 120 soldiers, whom he drilled for weeks at a time. He then instructed that company to train other units, which he, along with Washington's staff, organized according to ability and experience. This strategy thus left a great deal of battlefield command to the small unit leaders. At Monmouth Courthouse, New Jersey, in June 1778, Washington's officers, including Generals Lee, Wayne, and Knox, suggested a full-on attack against General Henry Clinton's British forces. Yet Washington, unwilling to risk a major defeat, opted for a partial attack on Clinton's rear. 40. Guard, coupled with small militia attacks on the flanks. The hit-and-run maneuver at Monmouth succeeded in forcing the British back north, into New York. Controlling the countryside. In the 3 years between the battles of Monmouth Courthouse and Yorktown, Washington's emphasis in the north would be on controlling the countryside. He held the Continental Army in a massive arc that began in Philadelphia, continued up through New Jersey, around New York City, and into western Connecticut. This strategy both deepened and publicized the American presence in the mid-Atlantic and New England countryside, where the majority of the population lived. This shift in particular, from large battles near urban centers to small, stinging skirmishes in the farm country, literally brought the war to the doorsteps of American civilians. According to one historian, if there were proportionately few homes in which the loss of a father, son, or brother was mourned, all were touched by economic dislocation and inflation. The collateral damage of a protracted small war, incidental property damage, plundering, looting, and the indelible strain on private farms of an army needing food, coupled with the endless printing of money by all 13 states and by the Continental Congress, combined to make the war an inescapable presence in civilians' lives. This fact, in turn, served to mobilize the American public to an unprecedented degree. While loyalties remained divided, it became increasingly clear that there would be no such thing as neutrality in this long war. The war in the South. Thus far this chapter has devoted the bulk of its attention to the Continental Army fighting in the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. The war's southern campaigns, however, deserve a deeper look because they were so dramatically different from those in the North and unfolded even more closely along the lines of guerrilla and partisan movements of later insurgencies. In fact, the South saw only 2 major operations before the summer of 1780, the British sieges of Savannah, Georgia, and Charleston, South Carolina, which fell in December 1778 and May 1780, respectively. In the early years, the war in the South was characterized by intermittent skirmishes throughout Georgia and the Carolinas. The British forces. The American Revolution 41. Comparatively smaller than their counterparts in the North, found it exceptionally hard to hold positions in the Southeast's expansive coastal plains and wooded foothills. The Americans, for their part, focused primarily on interrupting British movement and harassing their adversaries. During this period, Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox, led a grimy and bizarrely attired little band of patriots through the swamps of eastern and central South Carolina. *3 headquartered at Snow's Island, a small, densely forested ridge bordered by the Pd River in the east, Lynch's River to the north, and Clark's Creek on the south and west. Marion launched most of his strikes on British and Loyalist forces under the cover of darkness. Often grossly outnumbered, he and his volunteer militia, whose number fluctuated from as few as 5 to as many as 500 men throughout the course of the war, would inflict heavy damage on the enemy and then disappear again into the lowland swamps. To maximize their mobility and secrecy, Marion and his fighters used their knowledge of the terrain to access secret trails and unknown roads that zigzagged through the swamps, never camping in one spot for more than a single night. In the revealing episode that gave Marion his nickname, Bonestret Tarleton chased the rebel commander through the swamps for a full 26 miles without catching him. Reporting to General Cornwallis, Tarleton said indignantly, "As for this damned old fox, the devil himself could not catch him." Marion's various sorties included a raid on a Tory recruiting station, where 150 of his men killed 3 British and Tory soldiers, took 23 prisoners and 80 horses, and made off with muskets and other supplies. Marion suffered no casualties. In another covert maneuver, Marion cut off British supply trains to and from Charleston at Singleton's Mill on the Santee River. A few months later, he ambushed a force of 400 Tories on the march between Georgetown and Camden. Withdrawing a safe distance from the company of British cavalry they had observed, Marion and his men concealed themselves in a patch of woods 400 yards up a knoll. As the enemy approached, Marion charged, and slew a goodly number of them. When the British retreated, Marion's troops spread out and guarded the bridges and swamps en route, and annoyed and killed as they passed. In April 1781, Marion and Lieutenant Colonel Henry Lee took Fort Watson on Scott's Lake, burning the outpost and taking 120 prisoners with 2 losses of their own. Although Marion was the most renowned, he was not the only partisan leader in the South. Other militia leaders deployed similar strategies. John 42 Part 1. The American Revolution to Chasing Sandino. General Francis Marion, of South Carolina. Figure 3.2. General Francis Marion, the swamp fox, offering to share his meal of sweet potatoes and water with a British officer. Marion and his small band of followers, experts in partisan warfare, were the scourge of British forces in South Carolina during the American Revolution. Currier and Ives, 1876. Courtesy of the Library of Congress, Prints and Photographs, Division, LC, USCC 2-2405. Dooley, the commander of several hundred Patriot militia, pestered British flanks in the marshes and swamps around the Savannah River between Savannah and Augusta, Georgia. Colonel John Sevier, who figured prominently in the Kings Mountain battle detailed in the beginning of this chapter, spent the years leading up to 1,780 fighting unconventional campaigns against Cherokee and Loyalist forces in the backwoods of North Carolina and Tennessee. The role that guerrilla and partisan strategies played in the war in the South brings forth a number of important concepts for analyzing insurgencies and counterinsurgencies. The first of these are what observers now refer to as, respectively, hearts and minds and scorched earth approaches, both of which are discussed at length elsewhere in this book. To summarize briefly, hearts and minds refers to efforts to cultivate the support and sympathy of civilians by means such as minimizing collateral damage, undertaking projects that benefit local populations, and providing the American Revolution 43 incentives for their affiliation. Scorched earth refers to efforts to eliminate civilian populations or the means of their subsistence, or otherwise to intimidate them into supporting one's aims. On the Patriot side, commanders such as Colonel William Campbell were known to be scrupulously merciful to enemy soldiers and to civilians. Campbell was meticulous in his handling of prisoners and forbade his men to take any more provisions from civilian farms than they absolutely needed to subsist. While there may have been an element of idealistic honor in his conduct, his was a textbook hearts and minds insurgency, aimed at winning the backing of local citizens who could aid his cause. On the other hand, Francis Marion was perhaps equally well known for his ruthlessness. He rarely hesitated to plunder a captured enemy, and he did not tolerate British sympathizers in the areas that he frequented. This often meant burning farms and homesteads and allowing his men to loot the condemned properties. So effective was Marion's scorched earth strategy that General Charles Cornwallis wrote, Col. Marion has so wrought on the minds of the people, partly by terror of his threats and cruelty of his punishments, and partly by the promise of plunder, that there was scarce an inhabitant between the Santee and PD that was not in arms against us. 7 Cornwallis's words might have been hyperbolic. More likely, perhaps, Marion's brutality simply galvanized Southern populations, driving civilians to back the cause with which their sympathies already lay. If this inference is accurate, it may help to explain why communal violence in the South was so much more prevalent and fierce than in the North. The British contributed their own share of brutality to Southern battlefields. In an early instance of counterinsurgency adaptation, the British learned to fight on insurgents' terms and even became willing to forego European conventions to win the war. The cavalry commander Bonestret Tarleton was particularly merciless in this regard. In a May 1780 operation mentioned at the opening of this chapter, Tarleton pursued Colonel Abraham Buford to Waxhaw Creek, near Lancaster, on the South Carolina border with North Carolina, riding 105 miles in 2 days. Approaching Buford's rear guard, Tarleton demanded a surrender. When Buford refused, Tarleton attacked, charging straight through the lines and all but destroying Buford's rear column. According to one account, Buford raised a white flag and ordered his men to surrender, but a late shot felled Tarleton's horse. Suspecting duplicity, Tarleton ordered another attack, and the Loyalists in his command killed indiscriminately, even searching the grounds for wounded patriots and executing them where they lay. Later, in August 1780, Cornwallis and Tarleton cornered Generals Horatio Gates and Thomas Sumter at Camden, South 44 Carolina. Gates offered surrender, and his men called for quarter, but Tarleton and his cavalry continued firing until they had killed nearly 1,000 patriots. Although this was a gruesome setback for the Americans, Tarleton's quarter became a popular rallying cry heard at Kings Mountain and other battle sites where patriot insurgents exacted revenge. Are these scorched earth campaigns ultimately successful, or are hearts and minds strategies more effective in the long run? Taken as a whole, the American Revolution does not provide definitive evidence one way or another, but history is replete with instances in which brutality redoubles the violence, generating revenge conflicts, meta-operations, greater instability, and outright civil war. To a certain extent, this was the outcome in the South. Although we rarely hear about it, the partisan campaigns in the South were as incendiary as some of those in the dirty wars of the 20th century, and they were marked by disturbing levels of intra-community violence. The proportion of British-born to American-born combatants fighting at any given time in the South was surprisingly small. Colonel Ferguson, for example, was the only soldier in his division recruited in Great Britain. The rest of his men were local volunteers and Loyalist regulars from the American Northeast. Different allegiances split communities and families in half, and accounts abound of returning soldiers and known sympathizers on both sides being tarred and feathered, beaten, hanged, or otherwise abused. The war was also devastating for non-combatants. In one harrowing instance, William Bloody Bill Cunningham led a group of Loyalists in a 1779 massacre of revolutionary sympathizers at 96, South Carolina. They acted in retaliation for the alleged killing of Cunningham's brother by a patriot a week earlier. On the ride back to Charleston, Cunningham and his band executed and burned the homes of anyone they knew to support the patriot cause. The Flying Army. Like their counterparts in the North, the Southern Continental Forces compensated for their inferiority in conventional warfare with unconventional strategies. After 1780, and after devastating defeats on the field as well as the fall of Charleston and Savannah to British occupiers, American commanders in the South avoided large-scale battles almost entirely. In a small but important battle in March 1779, American troops under General John Ashe suffered a severe rout at Briar Creek, Georgia, marking the American Revolution 45. The end of large-scale conventional warfare in the South. A year later, in October 1780, Ashe and General Benjamin Lincoln were replaced by a lapsed Quaker from Rhode Island named Nathaniel Greene, who streamlined the Southern forces and began to harass Cornwallis's flanks and communications with a small flying army. Coordinating with the now well-experienced and battle-hardened militias, he depended on quickness, secrecy, and surprise to weaken Cornwallis's forces without having to risk his men in direct engagements with the main British lines. The new strategy proved highly effective for other commanders as well. For example, in the January 1781 Battle of Cowpens, South Carolina, American General Daniel Morgan defied most accepted rules of contemporary warfare, taking a cornered position between the Broad and Pacolet rivers, which made a retreat impossible and thereby ensured that the militia would not turn tail when the battle began. Guessing that his opponent, Bonestret Tarleton, would make a frontal attack, he placed militia on the front lines and the full body of regular infantry and cavalry behind the crest of a high hill. This left his flanks exposed, but also gave Morgan the much-needed element of surprise. he instructed the militia to fire 2 volleys into the British lines, exhorting them to pick off the epaulets, to disrupt the hierarchy of command. Then, they were to retreat to the top of the hill, behind the awaiting regulars. This was highly imaginative positioning that maximized both the autonomous strength of the militia and the sheer force of the Continentals. After the first barrage, the militia fell back behind the stronger lines waiting at the top of Cowpens Ridge, while a large reserve posted half a mile behind advanced when the attack on the main lines began. The strategy worked brilliantly. The Patriots took the field, exacting losses of R10 British killed and 900 captured compared to only 25 American deaths. Victory. When the forces of Washington, Lincoln, and the French commander Rochambeau converged on Charles Cornwallis at Yorktown and finally defeated the British, it was thanks to a vast number of historical and strategic factors. While Yorktown proved to be the decisive battle, it was here that Cornwallis formally surrendered his 7,000-man army. This conclusion came only after years of a brutal war characterized largely by partisan insurgency strategy. 4. Unarmed none cared to stir abroad. For berries beyond their forest fence. As glides and sees the shark. Rides Mosby through green dark. And 5 gigantic horsemen carved. Clear-cut against the sky withdrawn. Are more behind? An open snare? Or Mosby's men but watchmen there? Mosby speaks from the undergrowth. Speaks in a volley. Out jets the flame. Men fall from their saddles like plums from trees, horses take fright, reins tangle and bind, steady dismount form and into the wood. Herman Melville, The Scout Toward Aldie *. The Gray Ghost. During the Civil War, Confederate insurgent bands used classic guerrilla tactics to enervate the massive Union armies. Northern Virginia, in particular, was a hotbed of rebel insurgent activity *. Local Confederate guerrillas harassed Union flanks and scouting parties, cut telegraph lines, burned railroad cars, intimidated civilian populations, and otherwise made life miserable for the Northern armies. These Virginia guerrilla units often acted independently, usually without official sanction from the Confederate command in Richmond. The most famous of these Confederate guerrillas was John S. Mosby, nicknamed the Gray Ghost for his stealthy operations behind Union lines. Mosby joined the Confederacy in 1861. 2 years later, after accompanying Jeb Stuart on a cavalry raid in Northern Virginia, his request was granted for a group of 6 men and permission to conduct clandestine and destabilizing operations behind enemy lines *. 46. 47. Perhaps John S. Mosby's small stature, a mere 125 pounds, explains this lawyer-cum-warrior's natural propensity for asymmetric insurgent warfare. In his own words, Mosby's ambitious agenda was to diminish the aggressive power of the Army of the Potomac, by compelling it to keep a large force on the defensive. He claimed that he wanted to use and consume the Northern cavalry in hard work, and he was wildly successful. Within a few months, Mosby had staged several daring and successful raids and commanded over 200 men. His actions quickly won the attention of the Union Army, which was unprepared for this guerrilla strategy. Since insurgency violated the rules of proper warfare, which well into the 19th century still declared that large forces move against one another en masse, the Union command did not expect an irregular Southern resistance degree. In fact, and perhaps because the Northern commanders had lost General Washington's insurgent recipe from a century earlier, the English-born Union Colonel Sir Percy Wyndham was so accustomed to 19th-century European conventions of war that he first thought the Confederate insurgents' attacks on the cavalry outposts were executed by local thieves. Benefiting from superior stealth and mobility, a firm understanding of the local territory, and small, lightweight weapons, such as the innovative Colt .44 6-shot revolver, Mosby's men carried out more than 100 attacks against Union positions and resources. We had to make up with Seal-Righty for lack of numbers. If you are going to fight, then be the attacker, Mosby said. One of Mosby's most daring and celebrated raids resulted in the capture of a Union general in his quarters at Fairfax Courthouse, only about 12 miles from the Union capital in Washington. After the raid, Mosby wrote to his commander, Stewart, to report, "I kept the pike until I got within about a mile and a half of the courthouse, where I turned to the right in order to avoid some infantry camps, and came into Fairfax Courthouse from the direction of the railroad station. The few guards stationed around the town, unsuspecting danger, were easily captured. The fruits of this expedition are 1 brigadier general, 2 captains, and 30 men prisoners. We also brought off 58 horses belonging to officers, also a considerable number of arms registered." Mosby's successful raid prompted an exasperated General Ulysses S. Grant to issue the stern order that when any of Mosby's men are caught, hang them without trial. Grant's attention to the insurgent band actually increased the rebels' tenacity and encouraged pride among the Southern population. In fact, the Confederate Army read Mosby's account of the raid to every cavalry regiment to encourage Confederate pride, and Robert E. Lee wrote to Stewart, "Mosby has covered himself with honors, and hurrah for Mosby. I wish I had 100 like him." In this case, the insurgency served not only to destabilize the enemy but also to invigorate the Southern population. Mosby's operations behind the Union lines also exemplify the powerful insurgent strategy of sowing fear among the enemy. Mosby's sudden hit-and-run raids instilled dread in the Union Army, even in areas of low danger. One Union officer wrote in May 1863 that bands of guerrillas, like so many ravenous beasts and birds of prey, hover around our lines, attacking wherever an opportunity offers plunder. The Union Army adapted to the Confederate insurgency by launching its own guerrilla operations. One of its early successes was in Western Virginia, where General John C. Fremont, commander of the Union Mountain Department, ordered his men to pursue the rebels in small groups and allowed each to employ its own modes of operation. Many of these bands engaged in deceptive yet effective practices, such as dressing in Confederate uniforms. Creating small anti-guerrilla patrols did prove effective against the small Confederate insurgents. However, the divide-and-conquer counterinsurgent tactic also weakened the Union Army's conventional defense of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, exposing the forces deployed along its length to attacks by the Confederates' main forces. In adopting stringent counterinsurgent policies, the Union Army did commit errors. For instance, General Fremont foolishly invited a group of Jayhawkers Kansans with counterinsurgent experience from their confrontations with pro-slavery border ruffians in Missouri to Western Virginia. Instead of working as effective Union counterinsurgents, the Jayhawkers alienated the local population. They set about a campaign of lawlessness so notorious that most were either driven from the state or arrested and placed in local jails. By the same token, the Confederate guerrillas occasionally turned out to be a nuisance for Richmond. Many Southern generals came to loathe the vicious guerrilla raids that often antagonized the very civilian populations they were supposed to be defending. For historians and analysts in later generations, these unintended consequences offer a reminder that alienating the local population through abuse greatly weakens the support and efficacy of the counterinsurgency operation. In more general terms, it also points to the disconnect that sometimes emerges in counterinsurgencies between tactics and high-level strategy. Often the tactics deployed on the ground work at cross purposes with aims at the operational level. 50. Insurgency in Missouri. Although Mosby mounted a daring and colorful insurgency campaign in Northern Virginia, the bloodiest and most vengeful guerrilla warfare occurred in the western United States. Border clashes between abolitionist Kansas and pro-slavery Missouri erupted in 1854 and continued until the end of the Civil War. In 1861, Union forces occupied Missouri and even organized a new pro-Union government, but bands of Missourians began to launch hit-and-run attacks against the occupying forces. Over the course of 1862, a group of guerrillas, totaling between 3,000 and 4,000, held down a Union force of 60,000 men. One of the Union's principal weaknesses in this theater was its resistance to even acknowledging that the Missouri guerrilla insurgency was a serious concern. Like Napoleon's view of Spanish guerrillas 50 years earlier, conventional Union military commanders refused to recognize the irregular fighters as anything more than cowardly bandits. Perhaps echoing General Washington's regard for his own militia, the Confederate military establishment dismissed the Missouri guerrillas. In 1864, one Confederate general wrote, "They will only fight when they have all the advantages and when they can run away whenever they find things too hot for them. I regard them as but one stage better than highwaymen." Degree in time, the Union commanders came to understand the serious threat that the Missouri insurgency posed, and they responded with a time-tested counterinsurgency policy. In 1863, the Union command approved a selective removal of the Missouri population. With a special focus on those who lived within a mile radius of Union Army posts, those suspected of being guerrillas, along with their families, were relocated to Arkansas. Degree relocation and expulsion became extremely effective American counterinsurgent tactics. The U.S. Army later repeated them near the end of the Civil War and during the Western Indian Wars. March to the Sea. Arguably, the readiest example of the Union's ruthless counterinsurgency tactics is General William Tecumseh Sherman's Savannah Campaign, otherwise known as the March to the Sea. Sherman's path of destruction through the underbelly of the South was not only a sage military tactic employed to destroy the economy and infrastructure of his Confederate enemy, it is also one example of the central role that civilian populations play in counterinsurgent warfare. Sherman had to break the spirit of the 51 South. For his part, President Lincoln understood the power of public support in a time of war, and he advocated a strong military effort to demoralize the Southern population. He gave considerable license to his military commanders, as is evident in a letter to his newly appointed Lieutenant General, Ulysses Grant, on April 30, 1864, "The particulars of your plan I neither know nor seek to know. You are vigilant and self-reliant, and pleased with this, I wish not to obtrude any constraints or restraints upon you." The message, though simple and concise, served as Lincoln's official sanction for the U.S. Army to execute a harsh counterinsurgent campaign. However, there was some level of conflict between the politically minded executive and the war-focused military leaders. General Sherman's Order No. 6 in April 1864 to reserve the railroad for military use only serves as such an example. This order rejected President Lincoln's plea for a shipment of foodstuffs for Union supporters in Tennessee, as a way to win more Southern sympathizers. Sherman understood the strength and power of the Southern resistance and knew that it would take a muscular effort to break it. In a March 1864 letter to his wife, the general wrote, "The devils seem to have a determination that cannot but be admired. No amount of poverty or adversity seems to shake their faith. Niggers gone, wealth and luxury gone, money worthless, starvation in view within a period of 2 or 3 years, are causes enough to make the bravest tremble, yet I see no sign of let up. Some few deserters plenty tired of war, but the masses determined to fight it out." Registered. Sherman adopted extremely harsh policies, most notably the burning and pillaging of Southern cities and plantations. The Union soldiers, often referred to as bummers, plundered material goods. In Georgia alone, Major General Oliver O. Howard burned 3,523 bales of cotton, took 9,000 head of cattle, and destroyed 191 miles of railroad, while General Henry Warner Slocum commandeered 4,090 horses and mules, 17,000 bales of cotton, and 119 miles of railroad. Although estimates vary, Sherman believed that his army destroyed $100 million of goods in Georgia, of which $80 million was left ruined and unused even by the Union force. The strategy of raising and stealing not only cut off the Confederates' supply chain, it also increased public discontent for the war. Sherman's most controversial tactic, though, was the forced removal of civilian inhabitants from Atlanta. Although estimates of the number expelled vary greatly, Colonel L.E. Duck's probably overstated claim that he turned 12,000 people out of their Atlanta homes, suggests that the 52 tactic was extreme. Civil War historian Albert Castell wrote that Sherman's action against the civilian population in Atlanta was the harshest measure taken against civilians by Union authorities during the entire Civil War. *degree The Union generals, though, argued that the relocation was essential to ending the war and that it was only a response to the South's persistence. Sherman wrote, "If the people raise a howl against my barbarity and cruelty, I will answer that war is war, and not popularity seeking. If they want peace, they and their relatives must stop the war." Duck's inflated expulsion number also supports the idea that the Union Army sought to sensationalize the capture of Atlanta. By spreading exaggerated news about Atlanta's fall, the Union Army strengthened the belief that the South's final defeat was imminent. This use of propaganda proved to be a wise counterinsurgent strategy, simple and inexpensive. It persuaded many people in South that the war was no longer worth fighting. Despite the extreme nature of Sherman's actions in the South, the Union commanders did show some restraint. Their forbearance, in part, grew out of the recognition that the Southern population would have to be reintegrated into the country after the war. There was also a belief among many Union commanders on upholding certain moral imperatives. The Union Army embraced a responsibility to protect Southern women from vicious abuse and rape. For instance, when Private James Preble of the New York Cavalry raped Letitia Craft during Sherman's march through North Carolina in March 1865, he was court-martialed and sentenced to death by firing squad. An account of his trial and execution was published in papers across the country. Preble's execution helped to restore a sense of morality and decorum to the Union Army, to discourage other soldiers from abusing the civilian population, and to begin the healing process of Southern reintegration. William Dunn, a surgeon from a Pennsylvania regiment, described the good conduct of Union troops in Atlanta in terms of the righteousness of the Union cause. "Every man has seemed to be on his good behavior since we entered Atlanta. The women have been dressed up waiting for our men to commence raping, but they have waited in vain. There has not been a single outrage committed in the city, a circumstance that the people say they cannot say for the rebel army. *3. At the heart of this honest effort was a strategic appeal for the support of the vulnerable Southern population. Sherman's march, most particularly the fall of Atlanta, had a profound psychological effect on the country, in that it convinced the nation that the 53. South's chances of permanent secession were weak. Headlines of the time illustrate the Union state's elated mood. The Chicago Daily Tribune wrote, "The dark days are over, we can see our way out." Plus the Union victory in Atlanta and the subsequent march through Georgia rallied the Union troops. In November 1864, Wisconsin chaplain George Bradley wrote, "The soldiers seem cheerful and happy, and all, or nearly all, are pleased to have a part in this, the grandest affair of the whole war. I heard one say, a day or two since, that he would not have missed it for $50.75. Sherman's campaign also had a profound effect on the Southern civilian population, especially Southern women, who had already begun to lose faith in the cause of secession in the face of fear, deprivation, and the deaths of their husbands. One North Carolina woman pleaded to the Confederate generals to end the war for the sake of her children and other women. "Here I am without one mouthful to eat for myself and 5 children, and God only knows when I will get something. Now you know as well as you have a head that it is impossible to whip the Yankees, therefore I beg you for God's sake to try and make peace on some terms, and let the rest of the poor men come home and try to make something to eat. My husband has been killed, and if they all stay till they are dead, what in the name of God will become of us poor women and children?" Registered. Through Sherman's Southern campaign, the U.S. military learned that breeding discontent among the adversary's population is an effective counterinsurgent tool. Increasing political and social pressure on an insurgent enemy can wear it down and moderate its actions. The Second Seminole War. The U.S. military's transition from an insurgent to a counterinsurgent force actually began before the Civil War, when the U.S. government sought to enforce its Indian removal legislation. The most infamous American counterinsurgency effort during this period was the Second Seminole War. Waged to expel the Seminole Nation from its Florida territory, The conflict spanned a total of 7 years between 1835 and 1842, making it the longest Indian War in American history. The war also took a tremendous toll on the blood and treasure of the United States. The U.S. government lost almost 1,500 soldiers, 55 militiamen, and at least civilian settlers to military actions and disease. For its length, high number of causalities, and extreme cost, historians widely consider the Second Seminole War an American counterinsurgency failure. 54. Although most of the Seminoles were eventually removed from Florida, they mounted a very successful insurgency during the early years of the war. Unlike other American Indian nations that emigrated peacefully under the U.S. government's removal plan, or those that suffered from prolonged internal division, the small 5,000-person Seminole nation held to the central tenets of insurgent warfare, population unification, and guerrilla tactics. Seminole leaders united the population through violent pressure and propaganda, and they waged tactical guerrilla warfare through brutal surprise attacks. In short, the Seminoles executed a brilliant insurgency. The Seminoles used violent intimidation and pressure to prevent internal conflict and to mitigate allegiance to the U.S. removal plan. The aim was to separate the population from the counterinsurgent, control it, and obtain its active support. The Seminole Nation also benefited from the unified desire to protect the Florida homeland, an impulse to which Mao Zedong refers in his treatise on guerrilla warfare. When a nation is invaded, he explains, the people become sympathetic to one another and all aid in organizing guerrilla units. 3. The Seminoles' unified nationalist ideology certainly motivated many Indians to contribute to the insurgency. One of the Seminoles' greatest advantages was Florida's geographic condition. Insurgency doctrine suggests that rugged and difficult terrain, either because of mountains and swamps or because of vegetation, greatly strengthens an insurgent force. One prime example of the Seminoles' use of their swampy terrain is the manner in which they strategically prepared and hid their villages from American military attacks. The standard U.S. military tactic against American Indians, as President Jackson stated, was to find the deposit of women and children and to proceed at any hazard and expense to that location to draw the Indian warriors out of hiding and force them into open, conventional warfare. 3 * This very effective U.S. military strategy was able to quell an Indian nation with one strong, decisive battle. However, early Seminole unification and planning prevented this style of U.S. military operation. In Withlacoochee Cove, which consisted of both swamp and prairie, the Seminoles collectively relocated their communities from the open banks of the rivers and water sources to swampy islands and wooded hammocks of the Lake Sala-Apoca area. Moving the villages provided protection from clandestine American military attacks. The U.S. soldiers would have to wade through the unfamiliar swampy terrain to find the villages. Slowing down the Americans' approach would give the Seminole women and children time to escape into 55. The swamps before they could be taken hostage. Relocating the villages to the protected swamps also prevented the U.S. military from drawing the Seminole warriors into open combat. The American counterinsurgency was not wholly unsuccessful, though. General Thomas Sidney Jessup, Supreme Commander of the Florida Militia, employed harsh military tactics to force the Seminoles into negotiations. He dispatched his 80,000-man force to monitor and destroy the Seminoles' farmland. Preventing the Indians from harvesting their principal food source, corn, led to massive starvation and forced several of the Indian leaders to sign a ceasefire accord at Fort Dade in March 1837.33. Although controversial, Jessup's brutal tactics led to the capture of 1,978 Indians and the deaths of 400 others, almost half of the Seminole population in Florida at the beginning of the war. 34 Jessup's controversial tactics also illustrate the issue of public support for American counterinsurgencies, a problem that continued to surface throughout similar U.S. efforts in the 19th and 20th centuries. By the end of the Second Seminole War, nearly 80% of the American population opposed the conflict. This early evidence of waning public support gives credence to the contemporary observation that a democratic public will not long maintain its support for a conflict that it perceives as immoral or excessively harsh. The Savage West. After the Civil War, several Indian nations in the Western Territories waged insurgencies against the United States, and the American military responded with drastic counterinsurgency campaigns. Unlike the years prior to the Civil War, though, when the U.S. Army's main objective was to remove Indians from eastern states, the new aim was principally to destroy Indian resistance. Buoyed by the messianic message of Manifest Destiny, which urged Americans to realize their God-given right to settle the North American continent, settlers moved westward to claim their spiritually, politically, and racially sanctioned dominion. But conquering and settling the West was complicated by the presence of the indigenous groups already living there. Between 1865 and 1898, U.S. forces engaged in roughly 1,000 tactical actions with various Indian nations, notably the Sioux, the Navajo, and the Apache. Collectively, the operations are now known as the Indian Wars. These conflicts are easily classified as insurgencies, since the nations employed mostly irregular combat tactics against a technologically superior American adversary. 56. These tactics included stealth, speed, mobility, knowledge of the terrain, and hit-and-run style ambush attacks. Many of the Indian group's own experiences with warfare prepared them well for an asymmetric fight against the Americans. Many historians and anthropologists note that in warfare, most Indian tribes encouraged bravery, not simply killing. To win honors and war pride, Indian warriors would have to show considerable levels of skill and bravery. Since some tribes, like the Apache and Comanche, believed that disfiguration remained with the victim in his afterlife, their warriors often scalped and defaced their victims. For this reason, the axiom, "Keep that last bullet for yourself," was a common expression among the American Indian fighters. This hyper-gruesome perception of Indian warriors created a heightened sense of fear within the American ranks, which may have actually served as a formidable insurgent tactic. The Indian warriors were also well respected for their insurgent skills. Most notably, the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho were skillful on horseback, often able to ride at full speed while simultaneously engaging in an attack. The warriors were also extremely aware of their terrain and were adept at using it to collect intelligence. As Lieutenant Colonel George Custer wrote, "They can count an army within a score of its number by the depth that a trail is worn, they can give within a dozen the number of horses in a column by the amount of turf nibble at the last feeding place. They can tell the speed, the direction, and the strength of armies far as the dust that rides from its feet is perceptible degree." The Indians also used their knowledge of the terrain for dispersion and concealment. The groups used natural features to protect women and children and to set up ambush attacks on uninformed American soldiers. The ability of the warriors to blend into the terrain also increased the level of fear and insecurity among the American soldiers. An unidentified officer fighting in Arizona remarked, "They sink into the ground or somehow vanish, look behind and they are peeping over a hill at you." 37. Despite the insurgent nature of the conflicts, the U.S. Army did not immediately adopt counterinsurgent tactics. More enamored with the Napoleonic glories of European war than by grubby skirmishes against the Indians, the U.S. Army continued to rely on conventional military combat techniques. Foremost among these was the fort system, wherein hundreds of forts scattered throughout potentially belligerent territory served as a sort of grand fortress for the 25,000-soldier cavalry. Yet, this strategy proved problematic. The sheer scale and sparse 57. Population of the American West were two of the Army's greatest challenges. Great distances between forts and watering holes slowed the movement of supplies and men. Before the railroad lines connected east and west, it was not uncommon for troops to have to carry 100 pounds of clothing, equipment, and rations. It also took years for explorers and cartographers to fully map the vast expanses of land. Without reliable maps and atlases, the Army was very susceptible to Indian ambushes. Finally, the distance slowed communications between the commanding officers on the East Coast and the soldiers on the ground. With the advent of telegraphs and the expansion of the railroad system, the U.S. military began to employ its superior technology to fight the Indian insurgencies. One key example of this superiority was the American military's ability to maintain a supply of provisions in all seasons. This allowed the ground forces to take advantage of the Indians' limited mobility and dependence upon food stores during the snowy Great Plains winters and to coerce the groups to move onto reservations. General Sherman, who led Western forces after his Civil War campaigns, was a key executor in this regard. He was convinced that a patient and defensive strategy of deploying superior technology and inexorable migration into the West would overwhelm the myriad Indian tribes. And, as in his Savannah campaign, his predictions proved accurate. Nevertheless, the Indian wars were extremely dirty. Appalling atrocities abounded. Among the most notorious was the American-perpetrated massacre at Sand Creek, Colorado, on November 29, 1864. A Colorado Territory militia attacked a village of Cheyenne and Arapaho Indians, killing between 150 and 200 women, children, and elderly. Although the brutal American Army tactics were accepted and even celebrated by the American pioneer populations, Americans back east often protested the brutality of the conflicts. Revelations about the Sand Creek massacre sparked a substantial public outcry. This early public controversy against the American counterinsurgency strategy again illustrates the difficulty of maintaining public support for non-traditional and harsh forms of combat. The famed Indian fighter General George Crook, a graduate of West Point, intimately understood the complexities of public opinion. Many of the Western settlers labeled him an Indian lover, for his moderate views that the U.S. government should negotiate with indigenous nations by fair means rather than by battle. Were it not for the fact that General Sherman named him the best Indian fighter in the Army, Crook might have lacked the public support to lead his campaign against the elusive Bedonkohe Apache named Geronimo *. Crook's success as a counterinsurgent was the result of his unorthodox and radically innovative military tactics. Since he knew that he could not compete with the territorial knowledge of his Apache adversaries, he appealed to disaffected tribe members, who served as his scouts. His allies performed numerous reconnaissance missions for him to locate Apache positions. Crook also sought to develop a total war strategy by studying the Apaches' cultural habits and mentality. According to one scholar, Crook's innovation of small counter-Apache patrols applied coercion not only to the body, but to the mind and soul. Crook also embraced the counterinsurgent tactic of increased mobility. To cope with the harsh Arizona conditions, he trained his men to use mules and to operate in small, fast units. His patrols, which tirelessly pursued their enemies, sapped the security and morale from Geronimo's Apache warriors in New Mexico, just as General Jessup had done against the Seminoles a few decades prior. Last, Crook built a sense of camaraderie among his counterinsurgency unit by enduring the same hardships as his men. In contrast to traditional military units, he did not pack special supplies for himself, and he even cooked and ate with his subordinates. Creating a stronger community by appealing to unity and loyalty inevitably strengthened his campaign. The stunning defeat and surrender of Geronimo illustrates the eventual success of the U.S. Army in adopting counterinsurgency tactics. In the twilight of his career, after decades of harassing and fighting U.S. forces, Geronimo commanded a small band of Apache in the rugged Sierra Madre Mountains of northern Mexico. At least two of his Apache contemporaries, Mangas Coloradas and Cochise, were known as far better military leaders than Geronimo. Yet he was able to elude the 5,000 American troops who were pursuing him by hiding in the difficult terrain. Geronimo eventually grew tired of the constant, vigilant American pursuit. Like his counterinsurgent foe, Geronimo also faced political pressure from his population. As support for his hideout and ambush operations began to fade among his tribe, Geronimo was forced to end his resistance. Ultimately, he surrendered to Crook's replacement, General Nelson A. Miles, at Skeleton Canyon, Arizona, in September 1886. In a military report in October of the same year, Charles Gatewood wrote that could have no rest and they feared no treachery, hence delivered themselves. 61. to a foe they knew superior to themselves. 43. The U.S. Army had simply made the Apaches' evasiveness too difficult to sustain. Lessons of the Indian Wars. As a war cry, Geronimo has certainly stood the test of time. Paratroopers in World War II yelled it as they hurled themselves into the void, and, more recently, our lethal team of killers were said to have uttered it when they surprised the bin Ladens in their compound in Pakistan. Larry McMurtry *4. As in the Seminole case 4 decades earlier, the U.S. Army again launched a forced expulsion strategy. The most dangerous Apache were relocated with their families to distant Florida, where they were unfamiliar with the swampy terrain. An officer defended the U.S. government action. This was the only practical solution of the question, for as long as the bloodthirsty Apaches were on their familiar ground, which offered them an easy opportunity to escape and hide in inaccessible mountains, after committing an outrage, so long would they continue their bloody work. 45. Although the Indian Wars of the 19th century were without a doubt morally objectionable by today's standards, the policies and strategies developed from these conflicts significantly shaped the American military's counterinsurgency structure in future conflicts. The Indian Wars and the insurgency elements of the Civil War gave the U.S. Army invaluable experience in the art of irregular warfare for the imperial and banana wars of the early 20th century. Among the most important lessons in these 19th-century operations is that public support is essential to a military's ability to effectively wage a counterinsurgency. Time and again, the U.S. Army bore witness to the fact that although extremely harsh dirty war tactics may be effective in the short run, they alienate large segments of society in the long term. The issue of public support poses a great obstacle to military commanders and policymakers in the United States, since dirty tactics are sometimes the only viable military option. The question then becomes how to mitigate the negative reaction among the population. The U.S. military also learned that effective counterinsurgency strategy often involves measures to actively weaken public support for adversaries. This can be done through direct appeals to the enemy population to cease supporting its military or severe repression of the same civilian population. That is, both the carrot and the stick can be used to compel civilians to cease their collaboration. Sherman, for one, wielded a ferocious stick. 62. Against the Southern population to increase pressure on the Confederate government to end the war. As true then as it is now, in counterinsurgency, people matter. Another lesson that the U.S. military learned from its 19th-century experiences was that denying an insurgent population life-sustaining resources can quickly end a conflict. Preventing the Seminoles from harvesting their crops, for instance, greatly weakened their ability to resist and to wage battle. This very basic idea continues throughout the development of counterinsurgent practice and thought. Today, for example, the U.S. government freezes the bank accounts of international terrorist groups to limit their ability to survive. Attacking the resource system rather than people may also be a more viable option, politically speaking, against contemporary insurgencies. Since some of the 19th century's most effective tactics, such as population relocation, are no longer morally appropriate, the U.S. military must rely more heavily on ending the supply of resources to enemy combatants. At the same time, the creation and continuation of the combatant detention facility in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, following the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2011, suggests that the United States still remains willing to take extreme and controversial measures in these dirty wars. Last, the American military of the 19th century learned that the effective deployment of technology greatly enhances counterinsurgency campaigns. Increased technological capabilities improve the military's ability to collect intelligence, to increase stealth, speed, and mobility, and to augment the intimidation leveled against the insurgents. Intermezzo. The Boer War, 1899–1902. This war is fast degenerating into the same kind of dacoit hunt we used to have in Burma. The Boer is becoming just as cold-blooded a ruffian as the dacoit was, and his wholesale slaughter of Kaffirs has, I think, forfeited his right to be considered a belligerent. I found the bodies of 4 Kaffir boys, none of them over 12 years of age, with their heads broken in by the Boers and left in the kraal of their fathers. Strong measures will be required to stop this slaughter. British Colonel Rawlinson to Field Marshal Lord Roberts, August 28, 1899. The Boer War that raged across present-day South Africa from 1899 to 1902 was Britain's costliest and bloodiest war in the century between 1815 and 1914. It was arguably the most humiliating of the nation's colonial history. The Boer conflict was a dirty war with atrocities committed on both sides. The conflict also witnessed the advent of key military innovations on a large scale. Repeating rifles and machine guns turned the strategic balance in favor of defense, a trend that would see its full, devastating manifestation in the muddy trenches of France a dozen years later. The commander of Britain's military forces in the campaign, Lord Kitchener, was also one of the most controversial figures of his time. He succeeded in waging a counter-guerrilla campaign against a hard-fighting enemy, despite numerous tactical defeats and an outraged opposition at home. The Boer War is also instructive for our study of the American experience in irregular warfare, given that it provides an important comparison of how another imperial power fared in similar circumstances. At the very time that the British were mired in the Boer War, U.S. political and military forces were attempting to quell an insurgency and nation build in the Philippines. It is worth reflecting on the similarities and differences between this case and contemporaneous ones in the American context. As in the American Civil War and Indian Wars, part of the British success came as a result of a harsh relocation policy. The British authorities forced Afrikaner civilians into concentration camps where many of them died of starvation and disease. There is also a comparison to be drawn between the U.S. Army's fort system in the undeveloped West, as we saw in the last chapter, and the British blockhouse strategy, which aimed to create a fortified line of defense across the Transvaal. Both systems encountered similar limitations. The story of the Boer War starts in 1652, with the establishment of a shipping station at the Cape of Good Hope by the Dutch East India Company. Over the next 50 years, around 2,000 European settlers, mostly Dutch Calvinists, moved to the newly formed colony and became the first white Africans. They named themselves Afrikaners and spoke a variant of Dutch that was eventually called Afrikaans. A large number of the Afrikaners formed part of a group of semi-nomadic pioneers and agriculturalists known as Boers. Amid the Napoleonic Wars in the early 19th century, the British took possession of the Cape Colony in 1806. Most Afrikaners were willing to live under British rule, but many Boers on the frontiers of the Cape Colony were unhappy with the new political arrangement. Seeking to escape British laws and institutions, the Boers embarked on the Great Trek, a massive relocation of over 12,000 Voortrekkers eastward into unsettled areas in the 1830s and 1840s. The Crown quickly moved to annex these newly settled areas to enhance its control over the broader region. The territory was traded between British and Boer hands over the next 3 decades, with the British ultimately annexing the region known as the Transvaal in 1877 to create a united South Africa and consolidate its control over newly discovered diamond deposits. The Boers soon rebelled against the move, inaugurating the 4 months of fighting that became known as the First Boer War. The two sides reached an agreement that resulted in Boer self-government in the Transvaal, with nominal British control. The discovery in 1886 of another precious natural resource, gold in the Transvaal, once again heightened British interest in the region. In the 10 years following the discovery of gold, roughly 60,000 mostly British Uitlanders had relocated to the Transvaal, almost doubling the population of native Boers. In late December 1895, Cecil Rhodes, then Prime Minister of Cape Colony, supported an attack on the Transvaal to clear the way for British mining interests. The 3-day operation known as Jameson's Raid for the British colonial commander Leander Starr Jameson was a dismal failure, as the expected uprising against the Transvaal government by the Uitlanders never mobilized. Disputes over the Uitlanders across the next several years helped precipitate the outbreak of the Second Boer War. War breaks out. In 1899, negotiations continued between the British and Boers regarding political rights for the Uitlanders, observers have since concluded that this objective on the part of the British was likely a front that disguised their deeper interest in obtaining access to the mining region. Looming over the 66 talks was the threat of war as a way to solve this political impasse. In September of the same year, the British issued an ultimatum demanding full political rights for Uitlanders in the Transvaal. Boer leaders rejected the British demand, and war immediately followed. The initial outbreak of hostilities in the Second Boer War proceeded according to the standard military conventions of the time. The Boers launched strikes on British positions and laid siege to cities within the British-controlled Natal and Cape Colony territories. A British counter-offensive to push back the sieges failed, bolstered by massive reinforcements. A much larger second effort in 1900 led by Field Marshal Lord Roberts allowed the British to secure both Natal and Cape Colony, effectively restoring the pre-war territorial status quo. The British then invaded the Transvaal and, in June 1900, captured both Johannesburg and the capital, Pretoria. Yet the defeat of the Boer army and the subsequent occupation of their capital did not bring the peace that the British had expected. A short military campaign against a highly inferior foe soon gave way to a very dirty phase in one of Britain's more inglorious imperial wars. The insurgency takes hold. Over the next 18 months, the Boers deployed a guerrilla strategy that maximized their relative strengths vis-a-vis their enemy. These strengths are by now familiar. They included intimate knowledge of the landscape, mobility on horseback, civilian sympathy, and exceptional military leadership from commanders such as Christian de Wet and Louis Botha. The Boers relied upon militia units known as commandos that had originally been intended to protect frontier settlements from attacks by African tribes. These farmers-cum guerrillas usually relied on their own firearms, pieces normally reserved for hunting and personal defense. The resilient Boer guerrillas were excellent shots and horsemen, dangerous and highly mobile. In short, they were the perfectly suited to light cavalry forces that so often harangued the ostensibly superior British military. Like Mosby, the Grey Ghost who tormented Union forces in the American Civil War, the Boers unleashed a strategy of intermittent flying raids directed against British troops, communications, and, most critically, the railway system. The British now found themselves in a classic guerrilla war. In November 1900, just as the conventional phase of the war was concluding. Intermezzo, the Boer War, 1899 to 1902-67. And the guerrilla phase beginning. Field Marshal Horatio Herbert Kitchener replaced Roberts as the top commander of British forces. While the British had adopted some heavy-handed policies, such as the burning of houses near telephone lines, railways, and bridges before his arrival, Kitchener deduced that he would need to fight fire with fire to defeat the elusive enemy. To begin, Kitchener responded to Boer attacks on trains by placing Boer civilians on them as human shields. Registered by 1901, as Boer incursions continued across the Orange Free State and the Transvaal and even into Cape Colony, Kitchener mobilized a force of roughly 500,000 British and colonial troops and adopted a scorched earth policy that, while controversial, proved extremely effective in isolating and ultimately defeating the Boer guerrillas. As the term suggests, scorched earth warfare attempts to eliminate anything in the theater of conflict that could possibly be used to aid the enemy. For the duration of the war, the British systematically burned Boer crops and houses, forced tens of thousands of Boer women and children into desolate concentration camps, and committed untold atrocities. Strictly in terms of military objectives achieved, the strategies yielded a successful counterinsurgency campaign. The British military's hallmark counterinsurgency tactic during the war was the blockhouse system. Originally designed as a fortified line to protect railways in early 1901, the blockhouse system eventually became an offensive weapon against Boer commandos. Built quickly with stone, wood, and corrugated iron, and manned by around a half-dozen soldiers per edifice, blockhouses were usually built about 1,000 yards apart, each within sight of the other, and connected by trenches a few feet deep and protected by barbed wire and trip wires rigged with rock-filled tin cans. Interestingly, the barbed wire itself proved to be a very effective weapon, albeit unintentionally, where it first served to keep the enemy fenced out. Once the enemy had breached the lines, it hemmed them in for easy elimination. By the end of the conflict in 1902, over 8,000 blockhouses extended for 3,700 miles, with 50,000 white troops and 16,000 African scouts manning the fortifications. Life inside the blockhouses was often numbingly tedious, given the tight confines and remote locations. Long periods of solitude on the veldt were interrupted only occasionally by Boer attacks. All told, the blockhouses were a stunning success. Yet, like most elements in an irregular war, they were not without problems. At times, for example, the houses were constructed too far apart, defeating one of the system's main intentions, to alert one blockhouse to any attack on an adjacent structure. Recall that this was also one of the damning limitations of the fort system deployed in the American West in the late 1800s. Legendary Boer commander de Wet called the blockhouses the blockhead system. His forces routinely slipped across the wire fences intended to corral them. Moreover, while they were effective as a defensive tactic, the blockhouses never allowed the British forces to deliver a decisive blow against the Boers. Another key strategic development was Kitchener's increased use of mobile columns in an effort to match the mobility of his enemy. Eventually, some of his commanders demonstrated that they could leave behind tents and food wagons for up to 6 days, relying only on what men could carry on their saddles. As we will see, the U.S. Army adopted a similar approach when pursuing Pancho Villa in northern Mexico in 1916. Intermezzo, the Boer War, 1899 to 1902-69. Imperial concentration camps. Kitchener's decision to reconcentrate Boer women and children into camps was not an unprecedented counterinsurgency tactic in its time, although the euphemistic term concentration camp originated in the British instance. Within the same 30-year period, both the Spanish in Cuba and the Americans in the Philippines and during the Indian Wars were experimenting with their own variations of concentration camps. The British justified their decision to build the camps by claiming that they would protect the women and children left vulnerable by destroyed households and property. It was lost on few observers, however, that the camps were an essential element of the scorched earth policy. At first, Boers and Africans who had taken an oath of neutrality were admitted as residents into the camps. Degree later, though, civilians were rounded up and brought to the camps against their will to deprive the Boer commandos of provisions and intelligence. Between 115,000 and 150,000 Boer and African civilians populated the camps. By far the most shocking and controversial aspect of the camps was the horrific health and sanitation conditions. Due more to British incompetence than cruelty, deaths in the camps are estimated to have run as high as 3,000 per month. Most of the deceased were children. There were few medical doctors, and poor hygiene practices wreaked havoc in the cramped confines. Detainees often used home remedies to combat their illnesses, a practice that actually served to spread the diseases more quickly. Epidemics of typhoid, enteric fever, and measles were rampant. In fact, more civilians may have died in the concentration camps than combatants on both sides during the entire war. All told, an estimated 15,000 to 28,000 Boer civilians died in the camps. Accounts of the conditions within the camps infuriated the Boer guerrillas. Remarkably, though, when the Boers attacked the lightly armed camps, they took supplies and left the women and children. As in the case of the contemporaneous American intervention in the Philippines, the strategically effective concentration camps were a bitterly controversial subject at home. By October 1901, enough information about the camps had leaked to cause a scandal in London. One English woman, Emily Hobhouse, visited the camps and interviewed Boer women, many of whom were wives of commandos. She returned to England to launch a vocal public campaign against the camps. Henry Campbell Bannerman, leader of the opposition Labour Party, declared that the British were employing methods of barbarism in the camps. Beyond the camp's confines, soldiers on both sides committed atrocities and reprisals. Just as the British troops during the American Revolution believed that colonial forces fought ingloriously, Their imperial successors in Africa considered the Boers to be dishonorable and cowardly combatants. British troops were especially peeved that the Boers did not wear uniforms and, in some instances, even wore captured British uniforms when their own clothes had worn out, giving them a potentially lethal edge in the initial stages of an encounter. This is part of the reason that Boer prisoners were sometimes shot soon after being captured. Not surprisingly, the British High Command attempted to limit the dispersion of such embarrassing information coming in from the battlefield. Yet, as was also the case with American troops stationed in the Philippines, soldiers' letters home depicted to an often disbelieving public the shocking day-to-day reality of this dirty war. Some of the worst offenders were the colonial irregulars, Australians, Canadians, and South Africans. One of the most widely known episodes involved an Australian-run anti-commando unit called the Bushveld Carbineers that patrolled in the wild northern Transvaal, about 180 miles north of Pretoria. 6 of the regiment's officers were court-martialed for ordering the murder of 12 Boer prisoners. The Australians argued that shooting prisoners had become an accepted practice. In February 1902, Kitchener ordered that 2 Australian officers, Lieutenants Harry Breaker Morant and P.J. Hancock, be executed. An outcry erupted back in Australia. Critics argued that the British command had made scapegoats of the 2 Australians. While this argument endures in the classic Australian film Breaker Morant, the full story is that Kitchener was in fact irate about his own army's lack of discipline and wanted to make an example out of the Australians. Asterisk. British victory. By the spring of 1902 the British scorched earth strategy had defeated the Boers. Facing starvation and lacking ammunition, Boer commandos began surrendering in droves, a sure sign of a demoralized and doomed insurgency. The British had indeed drained the sea. Yet, even after the outcome had been effectively decided, the British continued to engage Boer guerrilla bands, sometimes suffering humiliating defeats. In one such case, a column. Intermezzo, the Boer War, 1899–1902 of 1,200 British soldiers was virtually annihilated. Yet, as was the case throughout the war, the Boers could never translate impressive localized actions such as this one into broader strategic victories. In May 1902, the war officially ended with the Treaty of Vereeniging that placed the 2 Boer republics under British rule. It was a costly, dirty war. All told, roughly 22,000 British Imperial troops were killed in battle, another 16,000 died from disease. The Boers lost up to 7,000 fighters from an irregular force of 60,000 to 90,000 men. Finally, in an often unspoken consequence of this costly war, 40,000 Africans died in battle or in the camps. 6. 1898. The most ultimately righteous of all wars is a war with savages, the foundations for the future greatness of a mighty people. Theodore Roosevelt. Only a few days after the United States declared war against Spain on April 25, 1898, Commodore George Dewey, on his flagship the USS Olympia, guided the American fleet from Nagasaki to Manila Bay to confront the antiquated Spanish Navy. Washington's orders to Dewey's were short but clear: war has commenced between the United States and Spain. Proceed at once to Philippine Islands. Commence operations at once, particularly against the Spanish fleet. You must capture vessels or destroy. Use utmost endeavors. The fighting in Manila Bay began on the morning of May 1, when for posterity Dewey reportedly shouted, "You may fire when ready, Gridley." After several hours of shelling, Dewey's men took a break for breakfast and then resumed. When one American gunner heard that Dewey had ordered the cessation, he apparently pleaded, "For God's sake, Captain, don't stop us now. To hell with breakfast." Registered by lunch on a hot and windless day, the Americans had soundly defeated the Spanish fleet of battle-seasoned Rear Admiral Patricio Montojo. In one of the most lopsided victories in naval history, the Americans had lost only one man, from heat stroke. All the main Spanish ships were sunk, other auxiliary ships were captured or scuttled. A total of 381 Spanish sailors were left dead or wounded. When news of Dewey's victory reached Washington, it stunned U.S. officials, who had not expected that victory in the highly strategic Pacific region would come so fast or so easily. The campaign in the Philippines marked the first time that the United States had deliberately attempted to pacify and occupy a large piece of territory overseas. That would not happen again until President George W. Bush's invasion of Iraq more than a century later. Though it began with triumph, this sustained dirty war descended within a few months into a military nightmare, as well as a domestic polarization of a kind not witnessed again until Vietnam. Joining Dewey in Manila Bay by way of a U.S. Navy escort 2 weeks later was Emilio Aguinaldo, a Filipino nationalist who would soon make an indelible mark in America's history of small wars. Born in 1869 to a politically connected and prosperous family in the province of Cavite, Emilio Aguinaldo y Fami had only a basic education and little formal military training. Yet, like the redoubtable Augusto Sandino in Nicaragua in the 1920s, Aguinaldo's formal deficiencies did not prevent him becoming a deft leader and brilliant military strategist. In the early 1890s, Aguinaldo was involved in local politics in Cavite. Later, the young Filipino nationalist joined a secret revolutionary society, the Katipunan, and ultimately took up arms against the Spanish in 1895, becoming a general soon after the actual fighting began the following year. Interestingly, Aguinaldo and other ilustrados looked to the American War of Independence for inspiration on how a nation could throw off the shackles of colonial rule. In Aguinaldo's estimation, the Filipinos were allied with the great North American nation, the cradle of liberty, and therefore friend of our people. Registered as is so often the case, the insurgent forces were divided into factions, which weakened their effectiveness against the Spanish. Despite their divisions, the insurrectos attempted, in classic guerrilla fashion, to minimize direct confrontations against superior military forces by harassing Spanish troops in the countryside instead of fighting to occupy towns. In 1897, the Spanish bribed the charismatic and cunning Aguinaldo into exile in Hong Kong. He was now returning in league with the Americans to once again take up the fight for independence from Spain. Dewey believed that Aguinaldo would be a useful ally in the campaign against the Spanish. The effect of this alliance, precipitated by the sudden American victory in Manila Bay, was to add a new element, the United States, into a Spanish insurrecto conflict that had already been ablaze for several years. The American commander immediately understood that he did not have enough troops to take Manila from the Spanish. He also had to contend with Aguinaldo's nationalist forces, which were camped just 75 outside Manila and were equally eager to capture the city from the Spanish. Thus, Dewey did what all good commanders would do in such circumstances: he allied his forces with the enemy of his enemy. Yet, contrary to what is sometimes assumed, Dewey did not wish to defeat the Spanish in order to seize the Philippines for his country. Rather, he hoped that a victory in the Philippines would help force a Spanish surrender in Cuba*. The American commander, using the loaded language of his time, also considered the insurgents friends who were far superior in their intelligence and more capable of self-government than the natives of Cuba. Trademark. Meanwhile, Dewey also petitioned Washington for a larger army force to help take Manila. Back home, the U.S. military responded by sending out of San Francisco an almost 13,000-man expeditionary force under the command of Major General Wesley Merritt. Merritt was one of the Union's boy generals during the Civil War and had also commanded in the Indian Wars. With his experience fighting Indians, Merritt thought he would be better equipped to deal with the savages than the naval commander Dewey. While eager to take on both the Spanish and insurrectos, Merritt was under strict orders to avoid a rupture with insurgents given their utility against the more immediate Spanish foe*. Most of the American troops were volunteers from the western states. They tended to make up in enthusiasm what they lacked in discipline. Like some of their compatriots fighting the Spanish in Cuba, the initial expeditionary force dispatched to steamy Manila was fitted with heavy wool clothing and equipped with obsolete black powder Springfield rifles rather than the modern Krag Jorgensen's. Aguinaldo, for his part, strongly believed that the Americans would provide the necessary military might to make his dream of Filipino independence finally possible. The showdown with the Spanish took place on August 13, 1898, with the Battle of Manila, a few months after the Manila Bay rout. This time, knowing the fate that awaited them if they attempted to hold the city, the Spanish quickly surrendered to the jubilant Americans after only a token effort to defend the city. The Battle of Manila is perhaps most noteworthy for what did not happen after this battle. The Americans did not turn over control of Manila to their ostensible Filipino allies who were conducting their own siege of the Spanish positions. In fact, the Spanish commander in Manila agreed to surrender only after U.S. forces promised to keep Filipino troops out of the city. The American forces soon entered a city of 400,000 residents that verged on epidemic and anarchy. Aguinaldo's forces had cut off the water supply, schools were closed, and garbage filled the streets. The Battle of Manila was another easy success for the Americans, but it was a bitter pill for the humiliated Filipino nationalists who now realized that the Americans had no plans to share power. Yet, while shut out of Manila, Aguinaldo still commanded a formidable army and political organization, even if large elements of Filipino society, especially the elites who tended to be privileged under the Spanish rule, remained dubious of his rebellion. Throughout the fall of 1898, the American troops held Manila while Aguinaldo's nationalist forces controlled the regions outside the city in what was a tenuous and tense truce between the ostensible allies. Communication between the two sides had steadily decreased since May as both sides realized that their respective interests were not only distinct, but potentially incompatible. On December 10, American and Spanish diplomats signed the Treaty of Paris, which, in addition to other imperial cessions including Guam and Puerto Rico, transferred from Spain to the United States the massive archipelago of the Philippines for the eventual sum of $20 million. The United States, it seemed, had gained a global empire at Spain's expense. Yet, for the United States, this was an opportunistic form of imperialism. From May to December 1898, President McKinley had shifted his objectives from solely defeating the Spanish to aggressively supporting the acquisition of a global empire. Registered before Manila Bay, President McKinley had made it publicly clear that he was not interested in building an American empire, although at this point the subject of both his statements and his attention was Spain's precarious hold over Cuba. Yet the dramatic victory at Manila Bay irrevocably changed this view as suddenly, it seemed, the difficult work of acquisition was already done. Some contend that McKinley was forced to consult a globe to locate those darned islands in the Pacific. Public pressure to retain the entire archipelago certainly weighed on the mind of McKinley, who was up for re-election in November 1900. One theme in this book is that the messiness of American democracy has often made prosecuting dirty wars more difficult. At the same time, American democracy has at times clamored for this sort of war. Yet as the Philippines episode illustrates, American battlefield defeats, atrocities, casualty levels, and length of conflict can turn public sentiment against previously popular dirty wars. Another key element was the oft-cited white man's burden, the paternalistic assumption that it was now America's God-given responsibility. 1. To civilize the primitive peoples. In the words of Newt Nelson, a Republican senator from Minnesota, Providence has given the United States the duty of extending Christian civilization, we propose to execute it. In a debate that found its restatement in the disputes over American intervention in Vietnam in the 1960s and Iraq in 2003, some politicians expressed worry about the likely cost of empire regardless of the ends it was meant to achieve. Republican William E. Mason of Illinois stated, "God Almighty help the party that seeks to give civilization and Christian liberty hypodermically with 13-inch guns." Another senator predicted that 50,000 troops would be a very conservative estimate for the number of troops needed to pacify the archipelago. What almost all American politicians agreed upon at the time, though, was the belief that the Filipinos were completely unprepared to govern the islands themselves. Ultimately, Pro-imperialist politicians such as President McKinley pitched the Philippines' annexation to the American public in terms of freedom and national honor. This would not be European-style imperialism but a new form of protection for a grateful people. Within days of the signed treaties, the McKinley administration attempted to demonstrate that American dominion would bring liberty to its newly subjected population. In the American president's words, "Finally, it should be the earnest and paramount aim of the military administration to win the confidence, respect, and affection of the inhabitants of the Philippines by assuring them in every possible way that full measure of individual rights and liberties which is the heritage of a free people, and by providing to them that the mission of the United States is one of benevolent assimilation, substituting the mild saw of justice and right for arbitrary rule." Part of what drove McKinley and others was the firm belief that America would succeed where Spain had miserably failed. In contrast to Spanish conquest and exploitation, America would be a beneficial occupying force. If force were ever necessary, proponents believed, Americans would use it without resorting to the cynical barbarity so typical of European powers. As in the lead-up to the Second Boer War, as late as December 1898, both Filipino insurrectos and American generals thought that an accommodation could be reached. In part, the Filipinos believed that anti-imperialist senators in the U.S. Congress would defeat the Treaty of Paris, effectively killing annexation. They were nearly right. The treaty passed the Senate 57-27, only one vote more than the required two-thirds. Then on the fateful day of February 4, 1899, Private William Grayson of Nebraska opened fire at Filipino soldiers who did not respond to his call. This seemingly isolated 78 skirmish immediately prompted more violent exchanges, and the United States' real war in the Philippines had begun. Remarkably, the ensuing counterinsurgency war, which the United States effectively inherited from Spain, lasted 3 years, 15 times longer than the war in Cuba, which receives the majority of historical attention. It was the United States' biggest and bloodiest dirty war following independence but before Vietnam. In fact, the war in the Philippines has often been compared to Vietnam since they were both instances of a sizable American counterinsurgency campaign in an Asian theater. They also share, among other elements, the dubious legacy of bitter controversy back on the domestic front and instances of horrible atrocities committed against the civilian population. Like Vietnam, the Philippines from 1898 to 1902 was an instance of full-scale American intervention, of combat boots on the ground or, to use a modern term, a heavy footprint approach. At its height, the U.S. Army had a force of 70,000 in the Philippines, about half the number of American troops active at one time in Iraq. After the invasion in 2003, it was only a fraction of the 537,000 American troops in Vietnam at the end of 1968. One key distinction, though, is that the Philippines campaign is largely considered to be a counterinsurgency and nation-building success while Vietnam remains a bitter and humiliating failure. Some scholars believe that the American effort in the Philippines represents a sort of model counterinsurgency and nation-building in that it successfully balanced the carrots and sticks needed to defeat the insurgency. Yet, surveying the shocking extent of America's prodigious use of scorched earth counterinsurgency sticks, such as concentration camps and the intentional targeting of civilians in military operations, must put any measure of success in sobering context. America takes on Aguinaldo. The American forces quickly established military superiority in the months following the outbreak of hostilities in February 1899. As in the British experience in South Africa, the U.S. Army was initially involved in a conventional operation against Aguinaldo's army. The Filipino forces often dug down in entrenchments that the American troops could easily locate and destroy. Through May, General John Otis, Merritt's replacement, witnessed his 30,000-man force rack up a string of victories that cost the lives of around 3,000 insurrectos, compared to fewer than 60 American deaths. At this initial stage, it appeared to most U.S. commanders that 79. Pacification in the Philippines was going to be easy. Much like George Bush's claim of mission accomplished in Iraq a century later, Otis believed that the virtual destruction of Aguinaldo's conventional Republican army meant war in its proper meaning had ceased to exist. *5 The problem, though, was that the Americans would engage and defeat Aguinaldo's men, occupy a key territory or city, and then retreat back to Manila in a sort of early search and destroy tactic that Americans would later use with little success in Vietnam. In fact, it was only in late 1899 that American troops ventured more than 60 miles beyond Manila. Registered a good share of the problem resulted from the wholly inadequate size of the U.S. force. To address this deficiency, in March 1899 the U.S. Congress approved the recruitment of 5,000 volunteer soldiers to be used exclusively for the Philippines. *7 By November 1899, fresh troop reinforcements signified that the first wave of American soldiers was not going to be able to finish the conflict. Their arrival also meant that Otis now had an even larger force with which to finish off the Filipino army. Thus, in a result that is common to counterinsurgency, Otis's battlefield victories did not translate into a strategic success. Registered the poorly trained and equipped American army was also quickly learning that war in the tropics was a far cry from war in the comparatively hospitable American West. Disease and poor sanitation were proving to be deadlier enemies than the Filipino insurgents. One particularly affected division suffered 515 casualties, almost all of them from malaria and heat exhaustion. In another regiment, 60% of the troops were in the hospital with illnesses instead of fighting Filipinos. At the same time that the Americans were gearing up for a decisive battle, Aguinaldo realized that he could not continue to withstand the American punishment for much longer. He clearly understood that if the insurrectos were to have a chance, they would have to resort to guerrilla warfare to minimize their military weaknesses vis-a-vis the modern American force. Aguinaldo also believed that it was critical to maintain the support of the Filipino people, both the principales, or native elites, and the mass population. And Aguinaldo was most definitely not beyond using violence to punish and intimidate civilians and others suspected of betrayal. To these ends, the insurgents went as far as burning alive and cutting the tongues out of suspected American sympathizers, or Americanistas. Last, Aguinaldo hoped to prolong the war to the extent that the American public would turn against this misguided imperial adventure. Over the course of 1899, in the same way that the Ilustrados had organized against the Spanish a few years earlier, Aguinaldo abandoned 80. The Republican army in favor of a guerrilla approach. Aguinaldo's forces now left behind the major cities and towns, operating in mobile bands of a few dozen men deep in the mountains of the Luzon island. Like the Boers, they sometimes operated as part-time militias, farmers one day, fighters the next. For the American soldiers, the Filipinos' new strategy ushered in an entirely new and much more frustrating phase in the war. According to one U.S. captain, one day we may be fighting with thousands of their people, the next day you can't find an enemy, they are all amigos. They have hidden their rifles and may be working for you, for all you know. *. The historian William Sexton described the insufferable conditions that American troops were now enduring as they sought out the elusive enemy. Many of the men's clothes had not been dry for 2 weeks. Constant wetness had rotted leather and stitching shoes, and many of the men were barefoot. The majority were suffering from malarial fevers and chills. Many faces were pale and emaciated, the indication of dysentery. Everyone was hungry. *. Further hindering the U.S. Army's counterinsurgency efforts, the American forces were scattered throughout roughly 400 garrisons that were often isolated from each other and unable to communicate. Frequently, Army headquarters in Manila would send out orders that would not arrive at the garrisons for weeks, if at all. One unanticipated benefit of this system, however, was that U.S. troops tended to remain in the same region for sustained periods of time, which allowed them to get to know the terrain and people more intimately. * Even early in the war, before most reports of atrocities began to trickle back to American readers and politicians, American journalists covering the war repeatedly complained about misleading information coming from U.S. government sources. A group of 11 foreign correspondents sent a cable back to the United States critical of what they considered censorship of the war. We believe that, owing to official dispatches from Manila made public in Washington, the people of the United States have not received a correct impression of the situation in the Philippines, but that these dispatches have presented an ultra-optimistic view that is not shared by the general officers in the field. We believe the dispatches incorrectly represent the existing conditions among the Filipinos in respect to internal dissension and democratization resulting from the American campaign and to the brigand character of their army. We think the tenacity of the Filipino purpose has been underestimated. The censorship has compelled us to participate in this misrepresentation by exercising or altering uncontroverted statements of the facts on the plea that they would alarm the people at home or have the people of the United States by the ears. 3*81. The Boy Colonel. In May 1900, General Arthur MacArthur, known as the Boy Colonel during his time with the Union in the Civil War and father of future General Douglas MacArthur, replaced Otis as commander of U.S. forces in the Philippines. MacArthur believed that Otis had been too lenient in his counterinsurgency campaign, including his treatment of the civilian population. MacArthur now commanded a force of 70,000 as well as scores of local Filipinos who opposed Aguinaldo's insurrection for a variety of reasons. Instead of a weakened conventional foe, American commanders saw the renewal of war everywhere. 33 The war was only beginning to heat up now that Aguinaldo had moved to a guerrilla stance and MacArthur was responding even more aggressively. The McKinley administration back home announced that the United States was making real progress in the pacification campaign. Bearing a striking resemblance to President George W. Bush's rhetoric in his re-election campaign in 2004 as the war in Iraq raged, after some 18 months of counterinsurgency warfare in Philippines, McKinley's optimistic rhetoric was intended to reassure the American public that this fight would soon come to an end. Many of the realities on the ground in the Philippines failed to corroborate McKinley's confidence in the course of the war. By all estimates, Aguinaldo's guerrilla forces were getting stronger. Nonetheless, McKinley's pro-imperialism stance aided his presidential campaign against Democratic candidate William Jennings Bryan. Aguinaldo had hoped the protracted conflict would convince U.S. voters to elect Bryan, who would then subsequently work to end the conflict. In fact, insurrectos launched an offensive throughout Luzon in the fall of 1900 for the very purpose of influencing the election. Yet this did not happen as McKinley won with a comfortable majority that even improved on his 1896 victory over Bryan. Guerrilla hunting and repression. Soon after McKinley secured his second term, Secretary of War Elihu Root ordered American forces to resort to the methods, which have proved successful in our Indian campaigns in the West. *+ For his part, MacArthur decided that it was time to take the gloves off. In a clear demonstration that the U.S. Army was adopting a zero-tolerance approach to the insurgency, in December MacArthur declared martial. 82. Law. Now civilians caught aiding guerrillas would receive the death penalty. The same sentence was given to combatants caught out of uniform. Known as repression, the new counterinsurgency approach focused on mass arrests, deportations, and aggressive food denial campaigns. The Americans' chief aim was to separate the guerrillas from the towns and rural populations that could abet them. In the case of food denial, the Army authorities instructed the civilian population in a certain area to move with their families and possessions into a designated town by a specific date. *. The U.S. targeted the Principalia suspected of sympathizing with the insurgents who might have heretofore been seen as immune from American pressure given their social status. U.S. commanders in the Philippines wanted to send a clear signal that, in this new war, there were no neutrals. 3°. One American general summed up the U.S. Army's chilling but militarily expedient thinking when he said that in the inevitable horror of war, the innocent must generally suffer with the guilty and that a short and severe war creates in the aggregate less loss and suffering than a benevolent war indefinitely prolonged. To this end, in provinces such as Batangas, U.S. troops rounded up rural populations outside the cities into strategic village encampments and then destroyed everything nearby, animals, foodstuffs, and houses. Once the villages were secured, men outside the perimeters could be arrested as guerrillas. Inside the villages, Americans distributed vaccinations and conducted other public health campaigns in an attempt to improve the often dire living conditions. Despite these attempts, around 11,000 Filipinos died in the camps, mostly to disease, as in the hunt for Geronimo during the Indian Wars. One of the U.S. Army's key repression tactics in the Philippines conflict was the use of indigenous scouts. Ethnic groups such as the Macabebes, who had performed similar services for the Spanish in the preceding years, proved to be especially capable and effective intelligence agents. One key advantage of using Macabebes was that they were at times indistinguishable from other Filipinos, making it easy for them to operate amid the guerrillas. 3*. Suddenly, the Americans had indispensable local knowledge, a key element of almost any successful counterinsurgency. The Macabebes were notorious for their skill as well as their ruthlessness against Tagalog insurgents or anyone else whom they suspected as sympathetic to the rebel cause. One American officer, Gregory Batson, worked the scouts and reflected, "They are terrors. Word reaches a place that the Macabebes are coming and every Tagalog hunts his hole." 3 degrees all told, roughly 15,000 Filipinos worked as scouts. 83. In another key development, as the conflict continued to drag on, the U.S. troops on the ground were more likely to be veterans than raw recruits and were thus much less likely to be fooled by guerrilla tactics. Nevertheless, the U.S. Army was never fully comfortable in this guerrilla hunting mode. As one American soldier complained, "It is as easy to hunt quail with an old-fashioned horse pistol and without a dog, as it is to encounter the enemy under circumstances favorable to our success." The brutal irony of America's involvement in the Philippines was that, like Vietnam in the 1960s and 1970s, El Salvador in the 1980s, and the Iraq War 2 decades later, the longer it went on, the better the U.S. military became at learning how to fight it, even if this fact alone is not a guarantee of success. Given that it is hard to have perspective while still caught up in the fighting, military learning normally takes place after a conflict is completed, whatever the outcome. Thus, we have the well-known saying that generals tend to fight the last war, meaning that they tend to learn and apply the lessons of a previous conflict, whether or not they are applicable to their present situation. In the Philippines, however, the U.S. Army's inability to defeat Aguinaldo's force quickly and decisively helped ensure that there would be ample time for the Americans to learn how to beat them. The Americans learned that they had to be tougher at the counterinsurgency game than the guerrillas if they were going to win this war. Like so many counterinsurgency strategies, repression was not glamorous. Indeed, many American soldiers complained that they had been reduced to police officers in their monitoring of food production and patrolling pacified villages. And, like so many counterinsurgency strategies, the results were only fully apparent after they had succeeded. The U.S. Army realized that it did not need to defeat the insurgency but simply deflate it. In the simplest terms, it attempted this by increasing the cost of membership of being a guerrilla. So while finding a rifle here or capturing a guerrilla there did not appear to be much of a war, repression in some ended up being remarkably successful in undermining Aguinaldo's guerrilla strategy. Yet MacArthur's initial approach was not all sticks. He implemented a widespread amnesty program to get the insurrectos to lay down their arms. In this program, insurgents who surrendered and took an oath of allegiance to the United States could return to civilian life without harm. Only 5,000 Filipinos took up the offer, a small fraction of the overall insurrection force of roughly 80,000. Moreover, from the beginning of the conflict, the U.S. government and army promoted efforts such as building schools. 84. And sanitation campaigns to win the hearts and minds of the local population as well as to civilize the country. The schools were especially successful. American soldiers often served as teachers in regions that had sorely lacked any sort of formal education. In September 1898, General Otis established a public school system that started with 7 schools in Manila. Within 6 months of occupation, the U.S. Army built 203 schools in northwestern Luzon that were attended by over 10,000 children. While repression was the stick of U.S. counterinsurgency strategy, this policy of attraction became the carrot. In March 1900, President McKinley appointed William Howard Taft to oversee the Second Philippine Commission. By September, the commission was operating to promote the political institutions and policies needed for stable government. While far from perfect, regions of the country pacified militarily were transferred to Taft's political administration. The end game of Taft's work was that, through innovative efforts such as bringing Filipinos into local government, it ultimately gave many Filipinos a serious stake in U.S.-led pacification and nation building. Also, in establishing political institutions such as a Supreme Court, the policies demonstrated to Filipinos that American rule would be substantially different from that of the Spanish colonial predecessors. A howling wilderness. Repression and attraction were the two main components of the U.S. counterinsurgency and nation-building efforts. There is considerable disagreement among political historians as to whether this combination represented a brilliant combination of counterinsurgency carrots and sticks or another instance of the ends justifying reprehensible means. What scholars do agree upon, though, is that the particular strategy adopted and the very nature of the guerrilla conflict in this faraway archipelago did seem to promote an unusually high number of American atrocities. Again, like the British experience in the Boer War, soldiers' letters home were the main media through which the American public became aware of the atrocities. Newspapers routinely published the shocking accounts. Anti-imperialist editors and others back at home were outraged that Americans were doing exactly what the Spanish had done in Cuba and the British had done in southern Africa. The public was reading in vivid detail that the Philippines was a dirty war and that Americans were often doing the dirty work. In one soldier's account, "We snuck through the 85 grass as high as a man's head until both platoons had flanked them. We opened fire and killed all but one. They were unarmed." 4. Boston's Evening Post ran a soldier's account recalling the people's shrieks and torments as the villages were being burned. *3 We will see these sorts of atrocities committed in El Salvador. The difference, though, is that in the Philippines it was as often as not the Americans, and not local forces, who were carrying out the killings. One especially notorious American practice in the Philippines was an interrogation technique called the water cure. An account by A.F. Miller of the 32nd Volunteer Infantry Regiment was published in the Omaha World Herald in May 1900. In it, Miller explains how his unit was able to uncover hidden weapons from intelligence gained from the water cure. He also described what the treatment entailed. Lay them on their backs, a man standing on each hand and foot, then put a round stick in the mouth and pour a pail of water in the mouth and nose, and if they don't give up, pour in another pail. They swell up like toads. I tell you, it is a terrible torture. The pro-imperialist euphoria that had followed Dewey's cakewalk at Manila Bay now seemed a relic of a far-off time. In an effort to stop what they believed was an unjust war, some anti-war activists actually corresponded with guerrilla leaders and sent pamphlets to American troops urging them to abandon the fighting. This infuriated imperialists such as President Theodore Roosevelt, who had no patience for what he believed were terribly naive and dangerous sympathies. If the so-called anti-imperialists would honestly ascertain the truth on the ground and not in distant America, they would be convinced of the error of their statements and conclusions, and of the unfortunate effect of their publications here. If I am shot by a Filipino bullet, it might just as well come from one of my own men, because I know from observations confirmed by captured prisoners that the continuance of fighting is chiefly due to reports that are sent out from America * registered. Some of the most egregious of the estimated 100 atrocities committed by American forces resulted in military trials. One of the more publicized instances stemmed from the reprisals ordered after Filipino insurgents ambushed American troops in late September 1901, in the town of Balangiga on the southern coast of Samar Island, killing over half of the 74-man company in hand-to-hand combat. The Filipino attack, known as the Balangiga Massacre, was considered the U.S. military's worst defeat since the Battle of Little Big Horn. Brigadier General Jacob Hell Roaring Jack Smith ordered one of his majors to make the island a howling wilderness, stating that "I want no prisoners, I wish you to burn and kill, the more you kill and burn, the better it will please me. American soldiers conducted yet another scorched earth campaign, but this one was on an entirely different order. Under Smith's directive, the Americans targeted Filipinos over the age of 10, including women and children. One major reported destroying more than 250 dwellings over an 11-day period. Within 6 months, Samar was quiet as a cemetery. Asterisk, scholarly estimates on the number of civilians killed during the reprisal period was between 2,500 and 50,000. Smith faced court-martial in 1902, he was found guilty but only forced to retire. While the Roosevelt administration did deplore some of the American atrocities, it also went to great lengths to put such behavior in context. In 1902, Secretary of War Elihu Root responded to accusations of American excess by pointing out that the Filipino insurgency had been conducted with the barbarous cruelty common among uncivilized races. He continued that U.S. operations had been enacted with scrupulous regard for the rules of civilized warfare, with careful and genuine consideration for the prisoner and the non-combatant, with self-restraint and with humanity never surpassed, if ever equaled, in any conflict, worth only of praise, and reflecting credit on the American people. Asterisk. Root's vigorous defense of American actions highlights a key element of any dirty war. Some will see the counterinsurgency actions as just and appropriate while others will view the same actions much more critically. Aguinaldo captured. In late March Ridger, the U.S. counterinsurgency effort scored a victory that dealt a lethal blow to the Filipino insurgency. Employing Macabebe scouts who pretended to be their captors, the disguised prisoners marched over 100 miles, deep into Aguinaldo's hidden lair at Palanan. Once close enough, they surprised the Filipinos and took Aguinaldo prisoner, killing several guards in the process. U.S. commanders did not want to make a martyr of the Filipino nationalist, so they treated him well. Fortunately for the Americans, within a few weeks Aguinaldo swore allegiance to the United States and urged his erstwhile guerrilla comrades to lay down their arms. 5 degree Aguinaldo later ran for president of the Philippine Commonwealth in 1935, when he was badly defeated. In the weeks and months following Aguinaldo's declaration, 13,000 Filipino guerrillas surrendered. 87. For Wojaburu Uski Plogi. H.C. Whiteco, Publishers. SS3. Figure 6.2. Stereopticon card showing part of the destroyed Spanish fleet following the Battle of Manila. The American war against Spain in the Philippines quickly turned to AU's counterinsurgent campaign against Filipino nationalists led by Emilio Aguinaldo. This bloody conflict polarized public opinion back home in the United States. Aguinaldo was eventually captured, which helped seal the American victory. Courtesy of the Library of Congress, Prints and Photographs Division, LCUSC 62-19 547. A successful conclusion. By July 1902, the Filipino insurrection was effectively over. During this month, President Roosevelt congratulated his armed forces on the successful conclusion of the military operations in the Philippines. The war claimed over 4,000 U.S. soldiers' lives in combat, an equal number fell from disease. Over 125,000 American troops served in the conflict. Some estimates place the number of Filipinos killed at 16,000, with another 200,000 civilians dying from disease, famine, and American-led massacres. The war lasted roughly as long as the Civil War. Almost all of the U.S. generals who held commands in the Philippines had also fought in the Indian Wars. Like most failed insurrections, the Filipino insurrection did not die all at once. Rather, it petered out over several years, long after it represented any serious challenge to the standing government. There are several reasons for the American success. For one, the insurrectos' brutal policies antagonized many Filipinos. Thus, when they compared the insurgents' heavy-handedness with American attraction policies, they considered the American strategy to be more benign and preferable. Moreover, lacking 88. a global or neighboring power to supply it with materiel and funding, Aguinaldo's force also suffered from a complete dearth of the external assistance that can often be the make or break factor in determining an insurgency's success. Aguinaldo did have his advantages. For one, he had the benefit of fighting on home soil. The American force was far from its shores and, at least initially, was unprepared to fight in the unfamiliar and hostile jungle terrain. Aguinaldo also had the nationalist cause on his side. Despite the collapse of the Filipino insurrection, one should hesitate to conclude as writer Max Boot does that the American campaign was one of the most successful counterinsurgencies by a Western army in modern times. Since this point obviously depends on who defines success, perhaps a more fitting conclusion is that the United States eventually achieved its political goals despite many fits and starts in what was a searing dirty war campaign followed by a relatively benevolent colonial administration. After realizing how difficult quelling the nationalist insurgency would be, pacification, not conquest, became the goal, and in this regard the United States was successful. By the war's end, the United States eventually got the nation building right through a patient and comprehensive set of policies that included building roads, railways, ports, dams, and irrigation plants. Expenditures on health and education led to a doubling of the Filipino population between 1900 and 1920, and literacy rose from 20 to 50% within roughly the same time, yet the ultimately successful pacification was still a dirty business in the Philippines. Not surprisingly, given the historical evidence of excessive force, to some contemporary observers the United States owes the Philippines a belated apology for the atrocities and outrages committed during the war. A century ago, Teddy Roosevelt certainly believed that America's aims and efforts in the Philippines were noble. By dissolving cruelty, he once said, "Our armies do more than bring peace, do more than bring order, they bring freedom." The warfare that has extended the boundaries of civilization at the expense of barbarism and savagery has been for centuries one of the most potent factors in the progress of humanity. Yet, from its very nature it has always and everywhere been liable to dark abuses. 3. 7. Chasing Villa, 1916. This book is dedicated to the officers and men of the old army whose gallant services, whether in the deserts of Arizona, the snows of the far north, the jungles of Cuba, the rice swamps of the Philippines, or the plateaus of Mexico, have added many a brilliant page to our national identity. Major Frank Tompkins, author of Chasing Villa. Intervention must be avoided until a time comes when it is inevitable, which God forbid. President Woodrow Wilson to his wife. In the morning darkness of March 9, 1916, a band of 400 to 500 troops under the command of the legendary Revolutionary General, Francisco Pancho Villa, raided the small American cavalry outpost of Camp Furlong, near Columbus, New Mexico, 3 miles north of the Mexican border. While Villa had become well known for heading bold charges throughout the Mexican Revolution, still raging in 1916, this time he led from the rear, dividing his forces and sending an advance guard of 80 men ahead into the town. Although the raid was not a total surprise, Villa had not been sighted for a month and there had been reports that he was planning a raid on a border town. The cavalry at Camp Furlong were caught unprepared. Many of the troops had been up reveling late into the night, and most of their rifles and ammunition were under lock. 4 The cavalry finally mobilized and set up 2 machine guns on opposite sides of the town, trapping the Villistas in the crossfire. Interestingly, the army camp did not receive the brunt of Villa's attack. It was instead a classic plundering and pillaging venture, as Villa's men went house to house searching for precious stores of weapons, horses, and money that they could shunt back across the border. Yet, with a population of roughly 350 men, women, and children, Columbus had little to offer in terms of treasure for these desperate Mexican revolutionaries. Instead, the settlement was a cluster of adobe houses, a hotel, a few stores and streets knee-deep in sand, combined with the cactus, mesquite, and rattlesnakes. Historians still debate whether Villa's main rationale for the daring raid was indeed to capture booty or rather retaliate against the gringo government that had stopped supporting him in favor of his arch-rival and president of the pre-constitutional Mexican Republic, Venustiano Carranza. In fact, following a recent failed battle against Carranza's U.S. supplied forces the previous October, a vengeful Villa threatened, "From this moment on, I will devote my life to the killing of every gringo I can get my hands on and the destruction of all gringo property." In the ensuing months, Villa targeted vulnerable U.S. citizens in both Mexico and across the border registered in strictly military terms. The raid was a disaster for Villa. A brilliant but congenitally compulsive military strategist, Villa lost men to bullets, 30 more were captured, and he failed to seize any weapons, money, or supplies. It was a devastating turn of fate for the vaunted revolutionary general. Back in February 1914, an ambivalent American President Woodrow Wilson had openly opposed the government of Victoriano Huerta despite that fact that the U.S. ambassador in Mexico, Henry Lane Wilson, had conspired with Huerta to overthrow the civilian President Francisco Madero the previous year. Wilson now decided to lift the arms embargo that had cut off arms to the constitutionalist forces opposing Huerta. 2 months later, Wilson went a step further when he instructed the U.S. Navy to occupy the port of Veracruz to prevent the Huerta regime from receiving a shipment of German arms. U.S. forces were able to gain control of the city but only after they inflicted hundreds of casualties on Huerta's troops as well as civilians. Both Huertistas and constitutionalists reacted angrily to the American military intervention. Based in the northern region of Chihuahua and commander of the feared Division del Norte, Villa helped the constitutionalists battle the Huerta forces, which helped lead to the dictator's ouster in August 1914 and Carranza's ascension to power. To make matters even more confusing, Carranza was subsequently forced from Mexico City by Villa's forces, who then occupied the capital. However, constitutionalists returned Carranza to power in August 1915, forcing Villa on the defensive. Needless to say, the erstwhile allies were now bitter enemies. Initially, the Wilson administration favored Villa over Carranza as the future post-Huerta president. Yet, by late R915, Villa had suffered several battle defeats including the decisive Battle of Celaya, in which 4,000 of his soldiers were killed and another 6,000 were captured. Carranza also promised to protect U.S. property, which further prompted Woodrow Wilson to recognize his government. Villa's once formidable army, which had entered triumphantly into Mexico City only months earlier, was now a shadow of its former self. As both a bandit and a revolutionary, Villa seemed to be on his last legs. And, like so many other Mexican revolutionaries who succumbed to acts of political betrayal, Villa would ultimately meet his fate in battle. Yet the Columbus raid was at least one indication that the seasoned rebel had some fight left in him. America retaliates. In addition to the destruction and plunder, Villa's men killed 17 Americans in the raid on Columbus. Most of the American defenders came from the U.S. Army contingent stationed at Camp Furlong on the outskirts of Columbus. The 13th U.S. Cavalry was led by Colonel Herbert J. Slocum. After Villa's troops had fled, Major Frank Tompkins reported to Slocum, requesting permission to pursue the Villista raiders. Permission was granted and Tompkins and 32 men rode off in hot pursuit. Within hours, Tompkins's men had violated the War Department's restrictions on crossing the Mexican border. Yet, following the Columbus raid, few Americans would be upset to hear that vengeful Americans had crossed into Mexican territory to apprehend and even to kill the cold-blooded Villa. This was especially the case since the images of horror along the border were published on the front pages of newspapers across the United States. William F. Buffalo Bill Cody quickly integrated Villa's raid into his Wild West show. Men from all parts of the country volunteered to head south to protect American soil and dignity. Tompkins's pursuit failed to locate the wily and elusive Villista forces. Meanwhile, back in Columbus, the American cavalry treated the surviving Mexican prisoners harshly. Colonel Slocum offered these unflinching words to a dying prisoner: "Let him bake in the sun." registered the burial party that encountered this doomed Vilista prisoner immediately beat him, threw him into the wagon, and continued to the cremation site. Several Mexican residents of Columbus were tried and hanged as Chasing Villa, 1916-93. Conspirators. While they certainly did not start this particular fight, the civilian and military residents of Columbus were eager to play dirty in their response to Villa's provocation. As the dust settled in Columbus, American President Woodrow Wilson made a fateful decision. After meeting with his cabinet to discuss the thorny issue of how to respond without provoking a reaction from the Mexican government, then led by Venustiano Carranza, he instructed the army to pursue Villa inside Mexican territory. The War Department sent an unequivocal order to General Funston, Major General in the southern United States: "You will promptly organize an adequate military force of troops from your department under the command of General John J. Pershing, and will direct him to proceed promptly across the border in pursuit of the Mexican band which attacked the town of Columbus, New Mexico, and the troops there on the morning of the 9th. Given that he had fought in the Indian Wars for 5 years and against insurgents in the Philippines, the battle-seasoned Black Jack was a reasonable pick for command of this hot little campaign. Yet, unlike the conflict waged by the British in the Boer War or the Spanish in Cuba, this was not to be an especially nasty dirty war. American objectives were not about occupation of foreign lands or pacification of a hostile population, but rather capture of a bandit. Not that any plans were on file for this sort of counter-bandit operation. However, Wilson's decision to launch Pershing's punitive expedition was driven by an American public clamoring for revenge. One contemporary, Mary Means Scott, recalled the patriotic fervor she felt when witnessing the punitive expedition's incursion into Mexico near Columbus. And then the day arrived when General Pershing planned to enter Mexico. Men, horses, field artillery, trucks, supplies, repair units, all poised for the start. As usual, the townspeople were caught up in the great moment. Retribution was at hand. It would be the culminating show. Early, at the border, marked by a barbed wire fence, families began to gather. We watched for hours. It seemed as the horses and riders passed in a giant parade, flags and guidons flying, pistols at the waist, sabers at the saddle, all enveloped in a canopy of dust. There was applause, whistles, waves, and shouts of goodbye as friends came into view. Then men and boys volunteered much advice on what to do with Pancho Villa when caught. It was a great exodus and historic hour. The might of the United States Army departing on a punitive expedition to right a wrong visited upon an unsuspecting border town, the cavalry to the rescue. It was a thrilling sight to us. Yet despite the emotion and expectations of a speedy triumph that accompanied the invading troops, the expedition almost immediately became a 94. Much maligned effort by a sizable American military force to apprehend one man and his small cotter of followers. While quite wary of the prospect of a general war with Mexico, the War Department did not set limits on the depth of Pershing's penetration. And as historian Rachel St. John has written, while there was no declaration of war, the United States seemed to be going to war. The Wilson administration's decision to act unilaterally against Villa inside Mexico turned into an effective assault on Mexican sovereignty, something that infuriated Carranza. Wilson's Secretary of State Robert Lansing informed the Carranza government that if it was unwilling or unable to give this protection by preventing its territory from being the rendezvous and refuge of murderers and plunderers, that does not relieve this government from its duty to take all steps necessary to safeguard American citizens on American soil. *3 That is, if Mexico City would not act, Washington would. And a century later, American President George W. Bush articulated a rationale similar to Lansing's. But instead of the Carranza government's provision of sanctuary for Villa's band, for Bush it was the Taliban regime in Kabul providing a safe haven for the perpetrators of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, and they needed to be called to task. Bandit chasing. While the Americans learned many lessons about new modes of war, fighting in its extended pursuit of a mobile foe with intimate knowledge of the local terrain, the expedition nonetheless ended in humiliation for the United States. What is more, Washington's initially limited operation to punish a bandito nearly spiraled into a full-scale war with its southern neighbor. From the outset, numerous obstacles beset the operation. Not least among these was Villa's strategic advantage in having spent the last several years fighting federal troops across the rough terrain of the Sierra Madre region, plus, he had a 9-day head start on the American forces. For another thing, the U.S. planners had no strategic plans at the top level for a counter-bandit operation. Instead, the War Department had only full-scale invasion plans that included seaborne operations at the port cities of Guaymas and Veracruz. Plus, with communications with Washington slowed by technological deficiencies, the expedition had little campaign-level oversight. Although horribly frustrated by these factors and by Villa's elusiveness, the punitive Chasing Villa, 1916-95 expedition was nonetheless noteworthy for the U.S. Army's unexpected yet remarkable innovations on the battlefield, many of which soon acquired dramatic and more organized relevance in the muddy trenches of France. Pershing's force consisted of 3 brigades, 2 of cavalry and 1 of infantry. In the first serious U.S. Army action since the Philippine insurrection 15 years earlier, the American force of approximately 10,000 troops established its main camp in the Mexican town of Casas Grandes, 120 miles south of Columbus. From the very beginning, the punitive expedition faced formidable logistical obstacles. Medical equipment and medicine, for starters, were constantly in short supply. Communication across the border was sporadic as there was no functioning telegraph line. Supplies such as food, water, and ammunition were readily available in the United States and easily transported to Columbus and El Paso, but problems arose as the Americans attempted to bring these materials over the border to a force that was continuously pushing deeper into Mexican territory in search of Villa. Matters were not made any easier by Mexico's railway network being off-limits to the Americans. Carranza was worried that allowing the foreign troops to use the railways would incite a backlash against his government for not standing up to the gringos. Left without access to the trains, the Americans turned to a novel form of transportation, the automobile. In fact, the use of motorized transport had not yet been formalized in U.S. military doctrine, but by the end of the campaign the innovation was marked as a breakthrough in waging war. At times, truck parts arrived disassembled without directions, tools, or anyone who knew how to fit them together. Registered hence, using automobiles forced the Army to employ civilian mechanics in its ranks, since they were the only ones who knew how to repair the machines. Eventually, the U.S. Army used trucks to carry 10,000 tons of supplies into Mexico, much of it fodder for the animals that carried the equipment southward from Casa Grandes. The punitive expedition's other historic innovation was the deployment of air power. Led by Captain Benjamin D. Foulois, the 1st Aero Squadron consisted of 8 Curtiss JN-3 biplanes known as Jennies. Interestingly, although the pilots were more than up to the task, the planes themselves could fly only in calm weather and suffered innumerable breakdowns. Also, the expedition's area of operations was primarily over the jagged Sierra Madre Mountains, which made the airplanes almost worthless. Within a month, all of the Jennies had crashed. 96. Despite the logistical obstacles, Pershing maintained a strategy of using cavalry to strike deep into Villa's ever-shifting mountain hideouts. The contingent never captured Villa, although it came close on a few occasions. The American troops did, however, break records for the fastest and longest marches in U.S. cavalry history. One key element was the use of flying columns, wherein troops carried only the supplies they could hold on their backs. In some instances, and echoing the British tactics in the Boer War, the pursuing Americans lived off the land in order to prolong the duration of their missions. The idea was to get American troops to be as mobile and dispersed as possible in pursuing the evading Villistas. In this sense, the punitive expedition was mirroring the strategy and tactics of General Crooks's innovative counterinsurgency force against the Apaches. Major Frank Tompkins described the conditions during a prolonged operation. We were rapidly losing all outward resemblance to regular troops. We were ragged, shoes almost gone, and nearly everyone had a beard. We certainly presented a hard-boiled, savage appearance. In what is often a necessary counterinsurgency tactic, the Americans had adapted to their enemies' disciplines in their tireless pursuit of the villistas. Yet no level of gumption or acclimatization could fundamentally change the reality that the U.S. troops were searching for Villa on his home territory, an arid, rocky region the size of Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina combined that was horribly inhospitable to foreigners lacking good maps and surveillance. It is worth noting that these three factors, a discrepancy between the two forces in familiarity with the theater of operations, a large geographical space, and terrain that is difficult to traverse, are often decisive for the success of insurgent and counterinsurgent activities. In modern history, counterinsurgency forces have tended to have the disadvantage in each of these factors. Pershing's expedition was no exception. It was perhaps inevitable that once Pershing failed to quickly catch Villa, his invasion would cause a political row between Washington and Mexico City. This was largely because Mexican public sentiment was overwhelmingly opposed to the presence of American troops on their soil. As one analyst put it, they were about as eager to help the Americans in capturing their hero as were the people of Sherwood Forest to help the Sheriff of Nottingham capture Robin Hood. Registered as the campaign wore on, tensions rose between the U.S. troops and the Carrancista, or federal government troops, who had initially been at least a tense ally with the Americans given their mutual enemy. A series of skirmishes and battles between the two forces ensued. The most salient of Pink M. Chesnay Meet S. Figure 7.2. American flyers Edgar Staley Gorell and Herbert Arthur Dargue at the Mexican front during the punitive expedition into Mexico, 1916. During this campaign in 1916, American forces pursued elusive revolutionary bandit Francisco Pancho Villa deep into Mexican territory. Washington's expedited limited intervention almost led to a broader war between the two countries. Led by General John Blackjack Pershing, the campaign failed to capture Villa, but the irregular war tactics learned helped prepare American forces for their involvement in World War I a few years later. 98. These took place in Carrizal, Chihuahua, on June 21, 1916, about 3 months after the punitive expedition first entered Mexico. Captain Charles T. Boyd ordered an aggressive march through Carrizal. The Carrancista commander of the town refused entry, knowing he had hundreds of men in well-defended positions to back up his intransigence, not including the numerous armed civilians who were also willing to take on the gringo invaders. Boyd ordered the inferior American forces, about 100 men, to attack in two groups over open ground. In the ensuing fight, which lasted 2 hours, 10 Americans were killed, and 23 were taken prisoner. The Battle of Carrizal was a disaster for both the U.S. Army and the Wilson administration. Instead of fighting villistas, now it seemed that the Americans were fighting against their erstwhile Carrancista allies and spiteful villagers. This was not the easy and dramatic success for which the Wilson administration and military planners in Washington had hoped. Carrizal also helped increase the likelihood of a full-scale war between Mexico and the United States. Public sentiment back in the United States only served to heighten the war fever. Americans wanted to see Villa face justice, but they were also frustrated that Carranza had not done more to accommodate the invading troops. Editorials published at the time in William Randolph Hearst's New York Journal were indicative of the American fervor. Is it not the time for soldiers of the U.S. to do something permanent? Nothing worthwhile will be accomplished by occasional punitive expeditions. The way to impress the Mexicans is to repress the Mexicans. The way to begin is to say to them, we are no longer planning to catch this bandit or that. We are going into Mexico. And as far as we go, we'll stay *degree. In response to the demand to avenge the episode at Carrizal, as well as other humiliations, the War Department ordered General Funston to seize all international bridges across the Rio Grande in order to prepare for a full-scale American invasion into Mexico. While he too was frustrated with Carranza, President Wilson knew that an all-out war with Mexico was the last thing the United States needed at the time. Germany, not Mexico, was the real threat, and America's military force needed to be ready to battle the European power. Thus, Wilson ordered his men to effectively lie low to lessen the chance that the American troops would engage Carrancistas without appearing to have retreated in defeat. Thus, while Pershing's force would remain in Mexico for another 7 months, the hunt for Pancho Villa had all but ended. Chasing Villa, 1916–99. The punitive expedition lasted less than a year, from March 1916 to January 1917. Like the case of the Americans against the Viet Cong in Vietnam, Pershing's troops defeated the Villistas in the major encounters. Yet despite these tactical victories, the campaign was a miserable failure. Instead of capturing or killing Villa, the Americans enhanced his strength and aura. His depleted band of 400 men had now risen to perhaps 5,000 fighters during the same short period. Soon after crossing back onto U.S. soil, a despondent General Pershing wrote privately, having dashed into Mexico with the intention of eating the Mexicans raw, "We turned back at the very first repulse and are now sneaking home under cover like a whipped cur with his tail between his legs." Yet, more than this, the punitive expedition was the end of one era and the beginning of another for the U.S. Army. The campaign was the last U.S. military operation whose critical element was the mounted cavalryman. Another unanticipated benefit of this frustrating mission was that it gave Pershing and his men ample time to train and practice. This experience and learning came in handy in Europe soon after the punitive expedition had ceased its mission. More central for our purposes in this book, the punitive expedition foreshadowed the sorts of dirty wars that would occupy and often stymie American forces as well as political leaders in Central America and the Caribbean for the next 2 decades. A cold winter in Siberia. We have no heart for the fight. Message written anonymously and shared among American troops awaiting their withdrawal, Siberia, 1920 degrees. If nothing else, the Russian intervention is one of the classic examples of where war starts, in war rooms all over the world, warm, well-appointed rooms where men can play politics and dwell on the certainty of results rather than the magnitude of catastrophe. Richard Goldhurst *. After a bittersweet experience in the Imperial Pacification Campaign in the Philippines after 1898, as well as the more recent mission to apprehend Pancho Villa in 1916, American troops found themselves involved in the epic conflagration of World War I. The United States' belated military entrance into this war, in April 1917 with the declaration of war on Germany, proved decisive in the outcome of the conflict, helping to ensure the victory of America's key allies, Britain and France. While the collective memory of participation in this great conflict has naturally declined over time, Americans continue to evoke what they perceive as a generally noble involvement and a war fought largely in muddy trenches in France. Yet, as World War I began its denouement, American soldiers deployed in Russia were only just embarking on a remarkable but forgotten dirty war that received scant attention compared to the American campaign in France. Begun in 1918, the American intervention in Russia was part of a broad Allied campaign aimed at maintaining Russian military forces in combat against the Central Forces. While Russia faced internal turmoil. Starting in 1918, nearly 13,000 American soldiers were sent to the tumultuous country as part of this multinational campaign. American forces would remain in Russia, awaiting a withdrawal forestalled by a severe winter, until 1920. While the impetus behind the Allied intervention grew from the Greater World War, the campaign evolved into a more irregular form of conflict against Bolshevik forces. The subsequent clashes of the American troops with the ruling Bolshevik forces who, led by Vladimir Lenin, had seized power after overthrowing the provisional government in October 1917 exposed them to age-old guerrilla tactics as they fought an irregular war rooted in communist ideology. It was a war the Americans and the Allies would not win. Origins of the Allied intervention. The beginnings of the 2-year American intervention occurred 4 years previously, in 1914, when the Allies began shipping supplies to Tsarist Russia through key ports in Arkhangelsk, Murmansk, and the remote Pacific city of Vladivostok in an effort to bolster the Russian military campaign against Germany along the Eastern Front. After the initial revolution in February 1917, these shipments continued, now given to the Russian Provisional Government, to ensure that Russia remained an ally for the Triple Entente. Pursuant to the socio-political upheaval of 1917, the European allies and some in the Wilson administration began to worry about the millions of dollars of economic and military aid and materiel falling into Bolshevik hands. Upon assuming power in late 1917, the new Soviet government signed an initial armistice with Germany, followed by 1918 Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with the Central Powers, which allowed Russia to fully resign from the war. This decision appalled the governments in London and Paris, for whom the disintegration of the Eastern Front meant that Germany could refocus its efforts on the already battered Western Front. Additionally, fear increased among the Allies that if the Bolsheviks obtained the war materiel their governments had supplied, the Red Army might then use it to support the Germans. By 1918, Britain and France felt they had no choice but to intervene militarily. However, already spread too thin in the European theater, the French and British militaries requested reinforcements from the United States and other allies. In general, the initial Allied intervention was conceived to achieve three critical objectives: first, to ensure that Allied materiel did not end up with Bolshevik or German forces; second, to assist the Czech allies stranded along the Trans-Siberian Railroad; and third, to revive the Eastern Front and defeat Bolshevism in cooperation with the White Forces, a combination of anti-Bolshevik and pro-Tsar groups that banded themselves together secretly and sent repeated calls to the Allies for help in ridding their territory of Bolshevik control. The first two goals of the intervention spoke clearly to the Allies' drive to win World War I, yet the final objective diverged slightly toward an ideological conflict with the Bolsheviks and opened the door to irregular warfare with their Red forces. Given that the newly ascendant Bolsheviks enjoyed political control of the government, relative popular support, and well-organized forces, it may appear odd that they used guerrilla tactics at all. Notwithstanding these advantages, the Bolsheviks fought to unseat lingering pockets of White Russians who opposed them throughout the vast country. Both the Red and White armies bolstered their ranks through peasant volunteers and were relatively evenly matched until the Whites began receiving Allied munitions and supplies. While their clashes focused in western Russia, chiefly in the North Caucasus region, pockets of fighting also occurred in 104. Siberia and North Russia, where the American campaigns would be sent and ultimately drawn into the war. The deep ideological divisions between the Red and White factions, and the battle for Russian hearts and minds, inevitably contributed to the irregularity of the Allied intervention and participation in the Russian Civil War. Wilson's fateful decision. In large part, it was this ideological conflict that made President Wilson wary of the Allies' proposed intervention, and so his decision to commit troops presumed American neutrality, at least at the outset. While both American campaigns, the North Russia and Siberia expeditions, as they were called, began as missions to safeguard those weapons and supplies from the Bolsheviks, they both, to varying extents, evolved into irregular warfare against Red forces employing guerrilla tactics. The veil of neutrality the two expeditions assumed would dissipate under pressure from the other Allied forces and their commanders, as well as the increasing participation in direct combat with Bolshevik forces. Before this descent into irregular warfare, President Wilson first had to sanction the use of American military personnel in the Allied intervention. Weighing his decision, Wilson struggled with a dilemma: as a rhetorical champion of self-determination, and having already pursued recent problematic interventions in Mexico and the Caribbean, he was wary of intervening in Russia given the uncertainty of the outcome and general war weariness felt by his people. Ultimately, British and French leaders, as well as domestic advisers, successfully coaxed the reluctant president into joining the intervention. However, Wilson's reservations manifested themselves in the campaign's vague and confusing policies. For example, the conflict between the neutrality promised by Washington and the other Allies' intention to confront Bolshevik forces directly. The American approach failed to address the realities on the ground, such as the inevitable conflict between the Bolshevik and Allied forces that ensued over the railways, which played an integral role in shipping war materiel. At the urging of French and British allies, who could not field a full intervention with their depleted troops and who still bore substantial responsibilities on the Western Front, Wilson agreed to contribute American forces to a joint intervention. In July of 1918, Wilson authored his famous aid memoir, a document that was both a directive to American troops and their leaders and also a promise of American support. A Cold Winter in Siberia 105. To the Allied officials. The edict approved the United States' involvement in the intervention but gave only vague direction to the mission. Military action is admissible in Russia, to steady any efforts of self-government or self-defense in which the Russians themselves may be willing to accept assistance. Whether from Vladivostok or from Murmansk and Archangel, the only legitimate object for which American or Allied troops can be employed, is to guard military stores. Asterisk. Despite its vague language, the aid memoir clearly made no direct challenge to Bolshevism as a political party. It did not explicitly reject the anti-Bolshevik sentiment that drove the French and British policies for the intervention. While Wilson intended the United States' involvement to remain neutral and limited to the protection of war materiel supplied by the Allies, the scope of the French and British objectives for the intervention extended into a direct challenge to Bolshevism, in the hope that it might be defeated, and with it, communism. Asterisk. With these stark differences in purposes, the U.S. forces entered Russia as part of a mission that soon shifted from materiel safeguarding to an irregular war as external parties became entrenched in the Russian Civil War. Blood on the ice. From Washington's policy making, two separate, though similar, campaigns emerged that embodied the American role in the Russian intervention, one that would focus on protecting the Trans-Siberian Railway in Siberia from Red control as well as guarding Allied materiel stockpiles, the other that would guard similar equipment and munitions at the ports of North Russia. Neither campaign was intended to engage in direct combat with Red forces, but both campaigns faced a reality entirely different from the one described in Wilson's missive once they landed in Russia. For instance, the Trans-Siberian Railroad served as a key site for transforming the intervention from weapons guarding to defense against and combat with the Bolshevik forces. Initially, the American Expeditionary Force Siberia had been charged with guarding the railway to assist with the evacuation of stranded Czech legionnaires, who had already faced the Red guerrilla forces on the railways. Further into the intervention, the Inter-Allied Railway Agreement, signed between the United States, Great Britain, France, Russia, Japan, Italy, and China on January 9, 1919, gave the Allies critical control of the railroads via a commission to which each signing nation sent a representative. Degree. The effect on the Siberian campaign was drastic. Suddenly the primary concern of American forces became the restoration and protection of the railways. Served to aid the anti-Bolshevik cause and transformed the American presence in Russia into a partisan faction that summoned, in conjunction with the other Allies' anti-Bolshevik operations and propaganda, the Red insurgency from the Civil War. Registered notably, Red forces saw these railways as crucial targets upon which to focus their guerrilla tactics. Under these conditions, U.S. Army Commander General William S. Graves and his 8,000 troops in Siberia ended their neutrality, transforming their roles into those of counterinsurgents, a role familiar to those who had used similar tactics when they fought in the Philippines. For instance, General Graves and his soldiers focused on expanding their stronghold over villages in the Sechan Valley as resistance to Bolshevik encroachment and in an effort to combat Bolshevism by winning the Russian people's allegiance. Although it was shorter than the Siberian campaign, which lasted nearly 2 years from the late summer of 1918 to the late spring of 1920, the North Russia campaign, whose troops were deployed from September 1918 to July 1919, also initially set out to protect weapons stockpiles. Registered likewise, the American North Russian Expeditionary Force was inescapably pulled into guerrilla warfare with Red forces. These 5,000 American soldiers, who nicknamed themselves the Polar Bears, faced the same unknown tenaciousness, the relentless attacks and constantly evolving tactics of the Bolshevik fighters as did their Siberian-bound brothers in arms. Registered ironically, the deadliest battle for the American campaigns, occurring at Tarl Gas, southeast of Arkhangelsk, fell on Armistice Day, November 11, 1918. The Bolshevik guerrillas launched a surprise offensive against the Allied forces that turned into a days-long battle between insurgent Reds and counterinsurgent Allied and American forces. The Bolsheviks used a plethora of guerrilla tactics that included attacking the Allied hospital in order to push the troops away from their own artillery guns and into the line of Bolshevik fire. As American troops throughout Europe celebrated the end of the Great War, their fellow soldiers in North Russia fought against a brutal Bolshevik insurgent attack, incurring significant casualties on both sides. With the Allies ultimately emerging victorious as they pushed the Bolsheviks back from their position, American troops in both North Russia and Siberia had fought a grim fight against terrible odds. They had been spread far too thin across the vast territories of Russia and were unprepared for the guerrilla tactics used by Bolshevik forces. In large part, the American campaign rhetorically rested on the concept of neutrality and appealing to the hearts and minds of the Russians, which stood in opposition to the other Allies' overt attempts at fighting Bolshevism by supporting the White forces, instead of focusing their efforts on anti-Bolshevik operations or propaganda. Like the other Allied forces, the American troops initially directed their efforts toward helping Russian citizens and maintaining space between the Red and White forces. Nevertheless, the Americans were inexorably drawn into the factionalism of the intervention and ended up clashing repeatedly with Bolshevik forces. So often in dirty wars, counterinsurgents try to be the arbiter among different factions but end up becoming a faction themselves. Even though many of these American soldiers, especially those stationed in North Russia, had previously experienced guerrilla warfare elsewhere, the Bolsheviks fought with new strategies and tactics that the American forces were unprepared to combat, often targeting economic aspects of the country that were less easily repaired and replaced than soldiers. In fact, these revolutionary techniques appeared in Mao Zedong's definition of guerrilla warfare in later years. Additionally, the Red Army held the critical advantages typical of guerrilla forces: knowledge of the geography and terrain, intelligence on their enemies, confusion of the guerrillas with the general populace, and the ability to move swiftly through the country. Registered as the Allied troops faced increasing hardships, the Red insurgents grew more adept. They began to take more desperate and damaging measures that ultimately drove the US and Allied forces to defeat. From its inception, the American intervention faced insurmountable challenges ranging from inconsistent policies to harsh climates to logistical obstacles. Indeed, President Wilson's initial decision to restrict American involvement had stemmed from concerns in the administration that overt military action would backfire by casting anti-Bolshevism as a Western capitalist-supported endeavor, and would concomitantly grant the Bolsheviks more extensive popular support throughout Russia, increase their already great power, and push them toward an alliance with Germany in the Great War. 7 However, upon American withdrawal from Russia in 1920, this decision to limit American involvement emerged as most ironic, for the Bolshevik victory over the Allied forces' intervention had indeed bolstered their power. Ultimately, the American and Allied intervention failed completely and ignobly, and the experiences of the two American expeditionary forces in North Russia and Siberia became one of America's forgotten dirty wars. Degree 108. At the close of World War I, the various reasons used to justify the intervention became moot, resulting in a full withdrawal of all Allied forces, weary and defeated, by 1920. Scholars continue to debate the lasting effects of the failed intervention. Some argue that the Allies' campaign catalyzed negative relations between Russia and the West that would characterize U.S. Soviet relations for decades, while others contend that the Cold War inevitably resulted from political and economic tensions between the two superpowers. Ultimately, the military failure has faded into history, the campaigns in Siberia and North Russia often forgotten as experiences in American counterinsurgency. 9. The Banana Wars, 1898 to 1930s. I fervently hope that we will have no more elections in Latin America to supervise. American Diplomat, 1928 *. History tends to remember well the punitive expedition because of the inimitable character of Pancho Villa and his revolutionary bandits. Yet, as we have seen, The expedition was an atypical dirty war in that it was a limited expedition rather than a broader pacification or counterinsurgency operation. This is not to say, though, that the United States did not deal with more orthodox dirty wars during this era. In fact, the so-called banana wars of the 1910s and 1920s in nations such as Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua were quintessential dirty wars of the American imperial variety. Here were all the trappings of America's involvement in irregular conflict throughout its history: occupation and nation building, jungles and mountains, elusive and sometimes charismatic rebels, atrocities, and bitter controversy back in the United States. The imperial banana wars of the early 20th century were also some of America's first experiences with nation building, defined as establishing government ministries and holding elections, however imperfect or ephemeral these indigenous institutions often proved. In later decades, Vietnam and El Salvador and, subsequently, Iraq and Afghanistan would become the germane examples, but before these more recent efforts, the massive undertakings in the United States' own hemisphere involved many of the same strategies and obstacles of guerrilla and counterinsurgency warfare that the U.S. military is still learning to deal with today. Americans' deep faith in the inevitability and righteousness of manifest destiny, which helped them settle the American West rapidly and enduringly, did not end after continental expansion was exhausted in the latter part of the 19th century. Instead, driven by a quickly growing industrial base in the 1890s, the United States began to flex its military and diplomatic muscles abroad, especially in the Caribbean and Central America. Interestingly, as U.S. policy in the region became increasingly militarized, successive administrations in Washington from 1898 to the early 1930s adopted rhetoric that strove to elevate the moral component of U.S. involvement in the region. Yes, they would admit, there was a strategic element that motivated American action, but there was also the moral imperative of promoting democracy. Washington struck a fine balance between its realist desire to keep its neighbors from becoming threats and its quasi-ethical imperative not to colonize or otherwise control these same countries. Recognizing these seemingly conflicting objectives, intervening to promote pro-US outcomes but also letting the countries govern their own affairs, helps explain the highly ambivalent attitude that Americans, including Presidents Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, the U.S. Congress, and the general public, held about America's flirtation with imperialism in the early decades of the 20th century. It should come as little surprise that maintaining American hegemony in its backyard required the use of military force. With the exception of the much larger war in the Philippines and the 1916 intervention to apprehend Mexican bandit Pancho Villa, both cases in which the U.S. Army did the fighting, America's imperial shock troops in the early 20th century were the U.S. Marines. The Marines applied the guerrilla warfare and counterinsurgency lessons they learned in the jungles and mountains of Nicaragua and Hispaniola to future battles in the South Pacific during World War II and, to a lesser extent, in Vietnam. In fact, some observers of the U.S. military's experience in Vietnam believe that the war's outcome might have been far more positive had the U.S. Army done a more thorough job of emulating the style of combat that the Marines had used from 1898 to the early 19,303. While the Marines were the boots on the ground for the Banana Wars, it was the emergence of the U.S. Navy as a global force that also allowed the United States both to project and deploy what we now call hard power. Alfred T. Mahan's oft-cited 1890 publication The Influence of Sea Power Upon History helped to change the way that states around the world viewed their navies. The most dramatic breakthroughs in ideas often appear simple. 112. And self-evident in hindsight, no less for Mahan, whose innovative observation was that global powers needed global navies. As a faculty member at the Naval War College, where he formulated the series of lectures that were the book's basis, Mahan befriended a young visiting lecturer named Theodore Roosevelt in 1897. Needless to say, Roosevelt became an ardent proponent of Mahan's doctrine, best demonstrated in December 1907, when, as president, Roosevelt sent off the 16 battleships of the Great White Fleet from Hampton Roads, Virginia, for a tour around the world. Roosevelt correctly believed that the fleet's tour would send a strong message that the U.S. Navy was a force to be reckoned with. The early Banana Wars did not require massive numbers of U.S. troops on the ground. Instead, deployments usually comprised fewer than 1,000 Marines. From 1898 to 1933, the U.S. military was involved in over 30 operations in the Caribbean and Central America. Sometimes, the Marine interventions would last only a few months before the situation was stabilized, often when debtor states made their payments to American creditors, or when the Marines had defeated a certain faction. At the other end of the spectrum, the United States kept a military presence in Haiti for 19 years. While these actions were not conventional imperialism, we should not underestimate Washington's depth of involvement during many of these interventions. Washington trained police forces, supervised elections, and restructured customs houses. When needed, the U.S. military fought dirty wars against nationalist and anti-American guerrilla forces. The country's imperial nation-building project was conducted in an atmosphere of deep paternalism and racism. Few American policymakers questioned the premise that one major reason for the interventions was that the Latin Americans were incapable of governing themselves. And while not everyone stated this publicly, most U.S. officials also believed that the Latin race was not an inconsequential factor in explaining their chronic instability. As in the Indian Wars, contemporary standards would hold the Banana Wars to be wholly politically incorrect, if not outright immoral. And like the punitive expedition, the Banana Wars took place amid fierce public debate at home. Interestingly, domestic opinion helped precipitate the war with Spain in 1898 as well as the effort to annex the Philippines shortly thereafter. But by the same right, American public opinion, in particular the belief that American troops were committing atrocities abroad, was also largely responsible for the increasing pressure to bring the troops home from Central America and the Caribbean in the 1920s. The Banana Wars, 1898 to 19,305 TIG. Ironically, the Banana Wars reached their height during the administration of Woodrow Wilson, a president who based his 1916 re-election campaign on keeping America out of a war with Germany. Yet Wilson's messianic paternalism and desire to stamp out instability south of the border outweighed any of his pacifist instincts. Wilson twice ordered the U.S. forces into Mexico during its tumultuous revolution. He also ordered Marine occupations in Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba. Viva Cuba Libre! Vivan los Americanos! American high school students are taught that the sinking of the USS Maine in Havana Harbor February 15, 1898, helped precipitate America's war with Spain in Cuba and the Philippines. What they are less aware of, however, is that Cuban insurgents, or insurrectos, had been fighting for independence since 1895 against more than 200,000 Spanish colonial troops. Realizing that they could never defeat the superior Spanish forces in conventional combat, the insurrectos adopted a guerrilla strategy that involved what we now call scorched earth tactics, forced displacement of civilians and brutal treatment of Spanish troops. According to one diplomatic historian, the insurrectos took such an approach because they were determined to unfurl triumphantly, even over ruin and ashes, the flag of the Republic of Cuba. The insurrectos also believed that they merely needed to hold against the Spanish, as it would be only a matter of time before the Americans would intervene and effectively guarantee Cuban independence. In 1896, Madrid sent General Valeriano Weyler to Havana to serve as governor and commander-in-chief, and more to the point, to seize control of the insurgency. On October 21, 1896, Weyler issued an infamous order that established reconcentrados in Spanish-controlled towns across the island. Cuban civilians were forced into the towns where, to an even greater degree than the British during the Boer War or the United States in the Philippines, the Spanish were unable to provide basic sustenance and sanitation for the civilians held there. Thousands of Cubans died of disease and starvation. It merits mentioning that the Spanish army itself lost an estimated 44,000 men between 1895 and 1898, almost all to disease. Weyler also revived a system from the 1870s that employed a series of fortified lines across the islands from west to east, not unlike the British blockhouse system in southern Africa. 2-4. All told, despite these measures, the Spanish used poor tactics against their Cuban adversaries. Most notable was the army's propensity to remain entrenched in provincial towns instead of promoting mobile detachments of cavalry and mounted infantry that could have struck at the insurrectos' rural strongholds. This is a remarkable case for our purposes because the Spanish excesses against Cuban insurgents infuriated Americans to the point that public opinion helped to instigate war against Spain. Thus, while these iron-fisted counterinsurgency tactics might have made some advances against the rebels, the strategy failed in that it greatly hastened an intervention that resulted in a swift and humiliating defeat for Spain. What is also remarkable is that, only a few years later, the U.S. Army implemented counterinsurgency tactics in the Philippines that were strikingly similar to what the Spanish had attempted in Cuba. The insurrectos' cause was warmly received in the United States. Once again, the American public saw this as a classic small powers struggle for liberty against a colonial foe. The insurrectos received most of their funding from U.S. sources. In 1897, 48 resolutions passed the House and Senate, either in favor of recognizing Cuba's independence or making a show of force or otherwise intervening in that island nation. Registered this eagerness for a confrontation was fueled in part by the yellow journalism of publishers such as William Randolph Hearst, who sent reporters to Cuba to chronicle Spanish abuses. There was also a more strategic interest at play, the prospect of acquisition. Since the early 19th century, Cuba had been the low-hanging fruit for the United States, and now the time seemed right to snatch the golden apple from the hands of the decrepit Spanish Empire. Though the U.S. public and congressional opinion demanded action, Republican President William McKinley was still reluctant to go to war with Spain. The shocking news about the USS Maine ultimately persuaded him otherwise. On April 11, 1898, McKinley sent his war message to Congress. I ask the Congress to authorize and empower the President to take measures to secure a full and final termination of hostilities between the government of Spain and the people of Cuba, and to secure in the island the establishment of a stable government, capable of maintaining order and observing its international obligations, ensuring peace and tranquility and the security of its citizens as well as our own, and to use the military and naval forces of the United States as may be necessary for these purposes. The war with Spain in Cuba lasted 113 days. Overall, it was an easy victory for the rising American power against a declining European. The Banana Wars, 1898 to 1930s. 115. Empire. After a decade of naval expansion, the United States had a larger navy than did Spain, allowing it to dominate the seas around Cuba. On the ground, though, it was a rather different situation. American troops arrived on the island outfitted in blue, winter service dress. With only 28,000 officers and troops at the beginning of 1898, moreover, the American force was woefully unprepared to face 150,000 Spanish regulars and 40,000 irregulars. Confirming the initial assumption that the U.S. forces and Cuban rebels were united against the Spanish, when U.S. troops first met up with Cuban insurgent forces, they shouted "Viva Cuba Libre," and were met by Cuban cries of "Vivan los Americanos." Within months of McKinley's war message and despite their glaring shortcomings in training and size, the Americans decisively defeated the Spanish forces. Major General John R. Brooke told a Cuban audience when the last Spanish were departing the island that the United States had intervened to give protection to the people, security to person and property, to restore confidence, to resume the pursuits of peace, and to afford full protections in the exercise of all civil and religious rights. Brooks' words touting Washington's ostensibly noble and altruistic objectives in Cuba were reflective of an emerging American self-identity as a different sort of imperial power. Indeed, Brooks' text could have been pasted into any number of other official American pronouncements justifying interventions in foreign countries over the next several decades. The moral component has persisted, at least in American political rhetoric, through more recent interventions such as Vietnam, El Salvador, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Soon, though, it became increasingly clear that the triumphant Americans were not going to hand over power to the insurrectos readily. In April of 1898, the U.S. Congress enacted the Teller Amendment, which stipulated that the U.S. could not annex Cuba but instead could only pacify Cuba to leave control of the island to its people. Quickly, though, the euphoria surrounding America's dramatic victory led Washington to believe that it should play a substantial role in now independent Cuba. After the heady victory against the Spanish, the United States now wondered whether empire was such a bad thing after all. With Cuba now firmly under its military control, Washington needed to figure out how it would balance its stated desire not to act as a conventional European-style colonial master with its equally strong desire to control events in a manner favorable to U.S. interests. The Platt Amendment, passed by Congress in 1901, authorized the U.S. President to grant sovereignty to Cuba only if several provisions were adopted. 116. Not surprisingly, these conditions included, among others, the lease and sale of naval stations and an American right to intervene to restore order. U.S. officials had told the Cuban nationalists that the American military occupation would not end until these provisions granting the United States exceptional powers were included in Cuba's new constitution. This unyielding demand led the Cubans to incorporate the Platt Amendment almost verbatim into the new constitution. Thus, an extremely qualified Cuban independence was born. The constitution that encoded this new independence also formalized America's entry into the imperial game. Historians have labeled this era one of protective imperialism or benevolent imperialism to distinguish it from the simultaneous European variants on empire. Yet, while successive administrations were hoping that the United States could determine favorable outcomes in its sphere of influence in the Caribbean and Central America without having its military directly involved, events would prove otherwise. Indeed, putting boots on the ground in various quantities and durations became a somewhat counterintuitive hallmark of benevolent imperialism through the early 1930s. Before 1898, Washington had largely been interested in keeping European powers out of the hemisphere, Central America, and the Caribbean in particular. But after Theodore Roosevelt entered the White House in 1901 following McKinley's assassination, the United States would actively work to address the chronic wrongdoing that plagued its neighbors' internal political systems and threatened U.S. security and economic interests in the region. In Roosevelt's message to Congress of December 6, 1904, the American president declared, "All that this country desires is to see the neighboring countries stable, orderly, and prosperous. Any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendship. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States." 3. In September 1906, Roosevelt wrote to the Cuban ambassador in Washington expressing his reluctance to send in troops to quell an uprising in Cuba. "Our intervention in Cuban affairs will only come if Cuba shows that she has fallen into the insurrectionary habit, that she lacks the self-restraint necessary to secure peaceful self-government, and that her contending factions have plunged the country into anarchy, for in reality, Roosevelt and his presidential successors appeared more than willing to." The Banana Wars, 1898 to 1930s. Lee 7. Send troops into Cuba and elsewhere. One cause of this enthusiasm was the enormous power imbalances between the continuously industrializing United States and its Latin neighbors. Using military force to determine favorable outcomes was all the more appealing when the prospects of success were so great. Nation building in Haiti. Just over a century after its earth-shattering, slave-led revolution and independence from France in 1804, Haiti was a veritable economic and political basket case. During this time, the country experienced over 100 civil wars and revolutions, which were devastating for the country's development. What made Haiti particularly unstable at the turn of the 20th century was the ongoing activity of rural mercenary bands known as cacos. Descended from runaway slaves, their name derived from the cacao, a local bird of prey. During peacetime these men lived as bandits, extorting money and goods from landowners or just about anyone else who came their way. Yet they were also willing to accept money from a political faction in return for their ruthless support against any of the faction's enemies. In this sense, they habitually acted as a sort of a rente-revolution band in Haiti's tortured history as an independent nation. And, as one might suspect, CACO leaders were more than willing to change their allegiances at the drop of a hat if the price was right. Degree in early 1915, the pro-U.S. Jean Wilbraham Guillaume Sam assumed the presidency. One of the few black Haitians ever to hold the position at that time, Sam was no stranger to revolts, as he had participated in several successful presidential ousters. This time, the CACOs were working on behalf of mulattoes eager to restore their rule. In office, Sam moved quickly to dampen dissent, suppressing political opposition and ordering the executions of almost 200 political prisoners. The next day, after hearing of the mass executions, mulatto rebels infiltrated the French legation where Sam had sought refuge. They apparently found the Haitian leader hiding in a bathroom, where they executed him and then dragged his body out into the street, where it was ripped to shreds by a furious mob. The crowd then paraded pieces of Sam's body through neighborhoods in the Haitian capital. Once again, Haiti was engulfed in violence and chaos. The difference in 1915, though, was that now the United States had become a formidable 118. Part 1. The American Revolution to Chasing Sandino. Economic and military power, and it was concerned about the political and economic chaos erupting so close to its shore. The somewhat overestimated belief that Germany might exploit Haiti's misfortunes only heightened the Wilson administration's resolve to take action. When Wilson gave the order to intervene in Haiti for the first time, his fateful decision to go after Pancho Villa was still 9 months away. Thus, Haiti was one of Wilson's first and most challenging opportunities to reconcile his opposing desires to uphold the principle of self-determination and American humility in foreign affairs and to address chronic instability in the backyard. In this instance, Wilson opted for security. In a memo to Secretary of State Robert Lansing, Wilson wrote, "The more I think about the situation, the more I am convinced that it is our duty to take immediate action. I mean to send a commissioner there, and to say to them as firmly and definitely as is consistent with courtesy and kindness that the United States cannot consent to stand by and permit revolutionary conditions to constantly exist." Registered Wilson was deeply concerned that not intervening would lead to chaos in Haiti. Only days after Sam's execution, Rear Admiral William B. Caperton deployed 340 sailors and Marines from the USS Washington into Port-au-Prince. Other troops from the USS Nashville and USS Eagle landed at Cap Haitien. The American troops rapidly occupied Port-au-Prince and other small towns. The force quickly grew to around 2,000. From the initial battlefield reports, this appeared to be a relatively easy operation. Within a few months, the Americans had taken control over the customs houses and worked to establish democratic elections. In a typically paternalistic tone, Secretary Lansing commented on the situation, "The intelligent Haitians should feel gratified that it was the United States rather than some other power whose motives might not be as unselfish as ours." 7. The U.S. government negotiated the U.S. Haiti Treaty of 1915, which gave Washington the right to supervise government finances, control customs houses, and create a U.S. officered constabulary. The problem, however, was that the CACOs were not eager to go along with this U.S. mandated plan. In very short order they were executing yet another revolt, although this time it was against the American occupiers instead of the Haitian elites. Caperton's forces easily removed the CACOs from the area surrounding Port-au-Prince. But when the RST Marine Brigade attempted to pursue the mercenaries into their hideouts in the northern and central mountains, they were stymied. Led by such legendary Marines as Major Smedley Butler, who had come to fame doing similar imperial housekeeping in Nicaragua a few years earlier, the Americans hoped to settle the CACO. The Banana Wars, 1898 to 1930s 119. issue once and for all. What distinguished the Americans fighting against their Haitian foes was their initial willingness to go on the offensive through highly mobile operations. Like their Caco adversaries, the Marines were ruthless, hunting the bandits like animals. In one battle in the northern mountains, only a few dozen Marines killed 50 Cacos without taking a single prisoner. The Caco threat effectively ended after the Butler-led Marines captured the Caco stronghold at Fort Riviere, an unusually conventional battle in a very unconventional conflict that earned Butler and 2 other Marines the Medal of Honor. Thus, within just a few months, the 2,000 or so Marines had effectively ended the Caco threat to the U.S. custodial government in Haiti. Unlike in most dirty wars, the casualty rate for the United States was minuscule. The first Caco revolt left 3 Marines dead and 18 wounded. An estimated 200 Cacos were killed. The Americans proceeded to focus on the nation-building side of the occupation. One of the first priorities was to establish a native constabulary force that would, it was hoped, maintain order long after the American forces had returned home. The Gendarmerie de Haiti was outfitted with uniforms and weapons supplied by the Marines. What became effectively a facsimile of the U.S. Marine Corps was initially commanded by Americans such as Lieutenant Colonel Butler. By February 1916 the Gendarmerie consisted of 1,500 enlisted men. 6 months later that number rose to 2,500. The idea was to deploy U.S. and Haitian units as complementary forces. The Marines would continue to secure main towns while the Gendarmerie would carry out rural patrols. The U.S. Department of State authorized the Gendarmerie to build roads and schools and to act as de facto regional civil servants, judges, school superintendents, tax collectors, and police chiefs. Yet the gendarmeries were never the fully apolitical force that the Americans had hoped for. In fact, American training and equipment had effectively created an army, as opposed to the expected constabulary, and the incipient force was often more powerful than the weak national governments in Port-au-Prince, placing even greater stress on an already highly precarious situation. Smedley Butler, for one, was proud of this U.S.-led force, or what he called the Little Chocolate Soldiers. The American added that he wanted to do his level best to make a real and happy nation out of this bloody crazed Garden of Eden. Degree it was only in the early 19,308, on the eve of the American military's departure from Haiti, that the Gendarmerie transitioned to full Haitian command. Another element of American nation-building in Haiti was the attempt to construct a constitutional democracy. President Wilson's assistant. 120. Secretary of the Navy, none other than Franklin Delano Roosevelt, acknowledged that he had written the Constitution imposed on Haiti during the American occupation. Roosevelt later said of the experience, "You know, I have had something to do with the running of a couple of little republics. The facts are that I wrote Haiti's constitution myself, and if I so say it, I think it is a very good constitution." The new constitution was approved overwhelmingly in a 1919 plebiscite, although only 5% of the Haitian population voted. The U.S. government also pushed aggressively to improve the country's physical infrastructure, especially roads. In 1915, there were only 2 paved roads in the entire country. 3 years later, U.S. supported programs had built 470 miles of road, including the first highway linking Port-au-Prince with Cap Haiti, and yet these dramatic road-building gains had a sordid flip side. They were predicated on a hated forced labor system. Eager to see quick results, U.S. officials reinstated the corvée, a 19th-century law that required rural farmers to perform labor on roads instead of paying a tax. The U.S. imposed corvée was ended in 1918, but only after thousands of farmers had been forced from their villages to work in distant parts of the country. Predictably, before it ended, the corvée provoked widespread resentment among Haiti's rural population, the very citizens who were most likely to support and join the Cacos. One mulatto and Haitian nationalist, Charlemagne Messina Perrault, was arrested in 1917 for assaulting the home of a U.S. officer and sentenced to 5 years at hard labor. Ever resentful of the American domination of his country, the charismatic Perrault escaped to the northern hills and established an insurgent force in the style of the traditional Cacos. The Haitian fighter led a force of over 3,000 men that fought a bloody series of battles with U.S. Marines between April and October of 1919. He also commanded the support of an estimated 20% of Haiti's population, so that at one point there were more than 40,000 fighting, to some degree, under his banner. With his legendary cry, "Drive the invaders into the sea and free Haiti," Perrault executed a revolt that was much bloodier than the first Caco insurgency in 1915. The gendarmerie was unable to contain the Cacos, forcing the American forces to confront them directly. This time, instead of sending a light, mobile force after the rebels, the American Marines responded with considerably more firepower. During 1919, the Marines and gendarmerie launched almost 200 engagements against Perrault. One key innovation in the offensive was the use of coordinated air-ground attacks through LR. The use of 6 Curtiss Jennies, the very make of planes that had proved so ineffective and frustrating during the punitive expedition in Mexico in 1916. In the first 6 months of 1919, the Marines and gendarmerie defeated numerous Caco bands. But this alone was not enough to eliminate the insurgency. In early October, Perrault launched a daring raid on Port-au-Prince, assisted by clandestine rebels hidden inside the capital. Perrault's operation was a military failure, but it reinforced the impression that Haiti was a complete mess. Perrault's days as an insurgent leader were numbered. However, that same October one of his commanders, Jean-Baptiste Cans, betrayed him by leading a Marine officer disguised as a prisoner to his lair. A firefight flared and Perrault was killed. The Americans snapped a photograph of the deceased Perrault and distributed it on a flyer throughout the country to dampen support for the fallen Haitian. The scheme had precisely the opposite effect. However, it helped establish Perrault as a martyr killed at the hands of the American invaders. Even today, Perrault remains a beloved symbol of Haitian nationalism. By 1920, the Second Caco Revolt was over. The fighting yielded over 2,500 Cacos dead, another 12,000 or so surrendered to American and gendarmerie forces as part of an amnesty program. The Americans had won a decisive victory in the early Banana Wars, or so it seemed. Back at home, the American public began to question what increasingly appeared to be sordid American involvement in Haiti. Reports of atrocities committed by the Marines reached U.S. shores as the military campaign intensified. But it was not only the Marines who were playing dirty. A chilling instance of Caco excess occurred in 1920 when a patrol of 4 Marines was ambushed by a Caco band near the town of Las Cajobas. A Marine sergeant, Lawrence Muth, was wounded and left for dead as the other Marines withdrew. Later, the Marines returned to look for him. They found his body naked and according to one account, the head and heart had been taken away and the latter probably eaten. In 1920, Republican presidential candidate Warren G. Harding stated that he would not empower an assistant secretary of the Navy to draft a constitution for helpless neighbors in the West Indies and jam it down their throats at the point of a bayonet. In 1922, a special Senate committee headed by Republican Senator Medill McCormick of Illinois spent almost a year working on a report on the occupation. While it did not find widespread atrocities, the report criticized blunders made by the Wilson administration and abuses committed by the Marines. 122. Taken at one level, the 19-year occupation of Haiti from 1915 to 1934 was a remarkable victory for the Americans. A few thousand Marines pacified a tumultuous island of 3 million people. For 5 of these years, U.S. Marines were fighting aggressively and successfully against Caco bands. Hundreds of miles of roads were built, 1,250 miles of telephone lines were installed, 82 miles of irrigation dug, and 11 hospitals and 147 rural clinics were built. 2 Registered U.S. engineers built a national college and provided clean water to 10 cities and 64 villages. After the Second Caco Revolt ended in 1919, the American military force was reduced to the point that only 800 Marines were patrolling the country. Yet, despite these successes in counterinsurgency and nation-building, this was not a glorious dirty war asterisk. As was also the case in Nicaragua and the Dominican Republic at roughly the same time, the infrastructure and democratic institutions disintegrated soon after the Americans departed. Moreover, both the U.S. government and public were weary of these sorts of endless occupations, even if by the final years they involved only a fraction of the original force. And after the carnage of World War I, the United States did not have much stomach for splendid little wars. When the Marines finally left Haiti in 1934, the Denver News commented, "Neither the Haitians, the American public, nor the Marines themselves will feel very badly about it if they never go back." Disorder in the Dominican Republic. We went into San Domingo, into that distracted country, whose finances were utterly disordered, and with what result, pray? For the first time San Domingo soon found herself endowed with something that might be called a real civilization. Sen. William Bruce, Degree. If the U.S. military did not already have its hands full with the Haitian occupation, it certainly did when, in 1916, Haiti's neighbor on the island of Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic, descended into terrible disorder. With striking parallels to the Haitian intervention, the Americans soon found themselves attempting to create decidedly pro-US political and economic stability while fighting rebels who detested the American occupation of their country. And like Haiti, the Dominican Republic was more than once on the receiving end of American imperial might. What usually sparked a U.S. intervention was the failure of the Dominicans to pay their debt to American interests. Washington would dispatch gunboats to Dominican shores, and the situation was usually resolved to the Americans' satisfaction. Yet, at the same time, American 123 presidents such as Theodore Roosevelt had a certain reluctance to intervene, as they knew that getting out of such a political and economic quagmire could prove much harder than getting in. During a dispute in 1903 that led to the promulgation of Roosevelt's famous corollary justifying intervention to stamp out chronic wrongdoing, the president revealed that he had about the same desire to annex it as a gorged boa constrictor might have to swallow a porcupine. Wrong end to 3 asterisk. After a decade of assassinations, coups, and negotiated power transitions, Secretary of War General Desiderio Arias took control of the military and Congress, ousting the relatively pro-American President, Juan Isidro Jimenez. U.S. officials distrusted Arias, as they suspected him of being a German sympathizer as well as running arms across the border to Cacos fighting the American occupation in Haiti. As he had done in Haiti, Rear Admiral William Caperton, the commander of the Navy's Special Services Squadron, sent 150 Marines into the capital, Santo Domingo. They were immediately able to secure the city. Arias fled to the nation's second-largest city, Santiago de los Caballeros, under threat of an American naval bombardment. Within months a contingent of over 1,300 Marines had seized Santiago as well. U.S. military officials soon opted for complete military control of the country. However, by 1917, the American involvement in World War I increased pressure to withdraw troops from the Dominican Republic and send them to fight in Europe. In fact, Marine levels fell below 2,000 men for the duration of the European War. And like Haiti, a big part of keeping opponents of the U.S. intervention in check was to create a domestic constabulary, the Guardia Nacional Dominicana. The establishment of the Guardia was hindered by the Dominican rebels' major 1917 offensives. While it was still insufficiently trained and suffering from low morale, the Guardia was forced to rush into service against resilient insurgents, who kept the American troops and their Guardia counterparts occupied for a stunning 6 years. By 1919, the Americans and Guardia had made little progress against the rebels who continued to control parts of the countryside, especially the eastern provinces of El Ceibo and San Pedro de Macorís. There were likely only about 600 rebels active full-time, but irregular militias often provided additional men under arms. In time though, the Americans and their counterparts in the Guardia employed more severe, and more effective, tactics. For one, U.S. forces used a cordon system, whereby troops would block off an area, round up the males, and line them up so that concealed. 124. Informants could identify insurgents. The cordon approach caught hundreds of rebels in its net. Yet, not surprisingly, innocent civilians who were also apprehended became bitter and resentful toward the Americans and their Dominican colleagues. The Americans faced a dilemma: the same tactics that were proving effective in defeating insurgents were also extremely ineffective in winning Dominican hearts and minds. Writing after the fact, the prominent American diplomat, Sumner Welles, described an outcome that today we call blowback. It is a fact that a policy of repression was carried out by the forces of occupation over a protracted period in the eastern provinces of the Dominican Republic, which was inherently unwise, which reacted primarily upon peaceful civilians, and as the result of which many atrocities were undoubtedly committed. 7. As Wells indicates, the American counterinsurgency effort, while ultimately effective, was hindered by instances of atrocities and abuses. Marine Captain Charles F. Merkel became known as the Tiger of Cebo for his ruthless tactics. In one instance, the American officer reportedly tortured a prisoner by cutting him with a knife, pouring salt and orange juice on the wounds, and cutting off his ears. Plus, interestingly, though, American troop excesses in the Dominican Republic never provoked the level of domestic controversy and revulsion that those in Haiti did. Aided by an amnesty program that served as a carrot to get rebels to lay down their arms, the Dominican insurgency had ebbed considerably, although it did not disappear altogether. U.S. Marines and Guardia troops killed over 1,000 rebels, while the Marines suffered only 20 killed and 67 wounded. As in Haiti, American officials wanted to leave behind a professional constabulary and democracy to ensure that Washington would not have to send more imperial boots into the country. In 1924, Horacio Vasquez won the national election, after which the Marines departed for home. Renamed the Policia Nacional Dominicana and later the Fuerzas Armadas de la República Dominicana, the National Police Force assumed the Marines' duties as enforcers of peace and security. Yet Vasquez was unable to keep them under his control. He had named Rafael Leonidas Trujillo y Molina as Chief of Staff of the force. Trujillo was a member of the first class of officers who had graduated from the country's Haina Military Academy, which had been founded by the Marines 3 years earlier. In 1930, Trujillo used his control of the national police to slingshot himself into the presidency, where he ruled with an iron fist for 3 decades. The Banana Wars, 1898 to 1930s 125. The U.S. military left the Dominican Republic with a relatively stable political and economic structure. 5. Yet slightly beneath the veneer of this Caribbean democracy lay all of the seeds for continued violence and tyranny. The Dominican intervention was certainly not a glamorous war. In contrast to the much romanticized fighting of the Rough Riders at San Juan Hill in Cuba almost 2 decades earlier, the Marines' anti-rebel campaigns in the Dominican Republic were hot, often godlessly uncomfortable, and largely devoid of heroism and glory. Soon after the American departure, one observer astutely observed the dilemma of so many dirty wars: the Marine Corps is intended to be a fighting body, and we should not ask it to assume all sorts of civil and political responsibilities unless we develop it within a group of specially trained men. 3°. One of the most difficult operations in the world. Even if in some cases it took almost 2 decades, U.S. forces in the Banana Wars were eventually able to quell insurgent forces, hold elections, and train national constabularies. The real problems came after the U.S. troops returned home. Instead of the shining examples of democracy and stability that some American leaders expected or hoped for, strongmen over time seized national power and ruled as dictators. While the United States may not have been directly responsible for creating these Frankenstein monsters in every case, Washington subsequently came to rely upon them as predictably reliable and docile allies in the struggle against fascism in the 1930s and 1940s, and subsequently communism during the Cold War. Central America and the Caribbean around the turn of the 20th century proved an important testing ground for the U.S. military. For the rest of the century, the United States engaged in a series of what came to be known by the U.S. military as small wars, both in its traditional imperial lake in Central America and the Caribbean, and also in faraway theaters such as Southeast Asia in the 1960s and early 1970s. By way of conclusion, it is worth reflecting on one American commander's view of small wars, penned in 1906, just before the second intervention into Cuba. Using the racist language of the times, Army Chief of Staff General J. Franklin Bell wrote to Roosevelt warning him that 126. It is one of the most difficult operations in the world, to completely disarm a hostile population as skillful in the arts of concealment and deception as is the Latin race. The heartbreaking feature of it all is that you organize an army and it goes forth with military ardor, with all the pomp and panoply of war, enthusiastically to meet and conquer the enemy, only to discover it can find nothing to fight. Bell had fought in the Indians' Wars and was promoted to general during the Philippine Campaign, so he was under no illusions about dirty wars in Cuba or anywhere else in the world. The bigotry of his language aside, there was some truth in his observation about the difficulty of fighting a small counterinsurgency, a fact with which the United States is still coming to terms. Intermezzo. T. E. Lawrence and the Arab Revolt, 1916–1918. It does not pretend to be impartial. I was fighting for my hand, upon my own midden. T. E. Lawrence, Preface to 7 Pillars of Wisdom. British officer Thomas Edward Lawrence, known professionally as T. E. Lawrence, forever joined the pantheon of insurgency and counterinsurgency thinkers with his efforts as a military liaison during the Arab Revolt against the dominion of the Ottoman Empire. Lawrence published his account as 7 Pillars of Wisdom, a triumph, part travelogue and part insurgency how-to manual. An Arabic speaker, Lawrence actually had limited formal officer training, but he was an avid reader of military theory. The man was certainly a larger-than-life character whose successes had an outsized impact on the history of World War I and the Middle East. Part of what makes Lawrence's experiences so influential is the extent to which this Western officer adopted the culture, habit, and even dress of his Arab counterparts. Lawrence was long accustomed to focusing on the counterinsurgency side of irregular warfare, and through his eyes Western military thinkers could glimpse the life of an insurgent. One contemporary who encountered Lawrence described his unique qualities. This man is different from the rest of the Englishmen whom we have seen so far, that he listens attentively to the political organization of the Arabs, and his questions show a depth in the subject, which is not present except with one who has in it a pleasure and a passion. Not content. 27. 128 Part 1. The American Revolution to Chasing Sandino. Baghdad. Copyright, Ottoman Empire 1914 / Endian willingly or by force. Registered. Stimson's mission appeared to have averted further disaster and the deeper U.S. military involvement that such fighting would have inevitably invited. Indeed, 11 of Moncada's military lieutenants agreed to lay down their arms and abide by the terms of Stimson's plan. Yet one rebel commander, Augusto Sandino, refused to go along with the U.S. negotiated solution. Sandino rebels. Sandino was born in 1893 in the village of Niconohomo located between Managua and the provincial city of Granada. His father owned a coffee finca and was a politically moderate liberal. In his youth, the son worked on a banana plantation in Honduras and then made his way to Mexico, where he was a supervisor of gasoline sales at Huasteca Petroleum Company in the coastal port city of Veracruz. Sandino's travels and employment during this time exposed him to the burning issues of labor. 141. Organization, militancy, and nationalism that defined his rebellion back in Nicaragua. He was apparently also deeply influenced by the writings of the Seventh-day Adventists. In 1926, urged by his father, Sandino returned to Niconohoma. At his core, Sandino was virulently anti-capitalist and anti-government. Disgusted with the political class in general, Sandino found both liberal and conservative leaders to be a bunch of scoundrels, cowards, and traitors, incapable of leading a valiant and patriotic people. Upon his return to Nicaragua, Sandino first displayed his newfound radicalism at the U.S. owned San Albino mine in northern Nueva Segovia, a rugged mountain department along the border with Honduras. Sandino attempted to organize the mine workers, urging them to rebel against an unjust government. Sandino then used some of his own money to arm the laborers with weapons purchased from gun runners along the Honduran border. He and a few dozen miners attacked a conservative garrison at the town of El Jaquero located in the same area. The raid failed. This setback prompted Sandino to travel to Puerto Cabezas to meet up with Moncada, who was leading another, much larger band of liberal rebels. Moncada treated the upstart revolutionary with little respect. He told Sandino to join an existing rebel unit. Put off, Sandino forged on by himself. Within months, Sandino had established a surprisingly well-armed force of 800 fighters, and his military prowess won him the grudging respect of liberal guerrilla commanders. History often overlooks the fact that at the onset, Sandino's rebellion was against the conservative Nicaraguan government, not the United States. In fact, Sandino initially hoped that American involvement might help the liberal rebels' cause. The Nicaraguan commander did aim some barbed words at President Coolidge, whom he accused of persisting in maintaining in power his lackey Adolfo Diaz, a person who enjoys the contempt of every good Nicaraguan. Indeed, at his core, Sandino remained a liberal first and an anti-imperialist second. With the signing of the Espino Negro Accords, Sandino and his rebel band appeared to be destined for a footnote in Nicaragua's tortured history. Though he first expressed support for the pact, Sandino soon moved to outright opposition and pushed deeper into the mountains to prepare his forces for handsome tomb with soldiers. The Guardia force that U.S. Marines had trained in the previous decade ultimately succumbed to manipulation by Nicaraguan politicians. By 1927, 142 Marine officers were back on the ground, working aggressively to raise a new force that they hoped would maintain order after the American troops left. At this time, there were about 2,000 Marines in the country. In fact, as was the case in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the Marines initially commanded the Guardia. President Diaz also requested that the Americans help defend Managua and spread out to other cities to keep an eye on the rebel forces. The U.S. military detachment deployed in Nicaragua in 1927 also manned rural garrisons, including one in the town of Ocotal in Sandino's stronghold of Nueva Segovia. At first, although he had seized the U.S. owned San Albino mine, Sandino generally respected American property and citizens, not wanting to provoke the imperial giant. His stance changed, however, as he came to see the American occupiers as the real enemies to Nicaragua's sovereignty. From the Ocotal garrison, Marine Captain G.D. Hatfield sent a note to Sandino indicating that he was an individual outside the law and that Nicaragua has had its last revolution. Hatfield told him to follow the example of Aguinaldo in the Philippines, who had renounced his rebellion and had become a splendid friend of the United States. He added that Sandino had 2 days to give up or the Marines would finish with you and your forces once and for all. Sandino sent a note to Hatfield declining the offer, signing it your obedient servant, who wishes to put you in a handsome tomb with soldiers. Hatfield responded, "Bravo, General. If words were bullets and phrases were soldiers, you would be a field marshal instead of a mule thief." On the morning of July 15, having plundered the San Albino mine for dynamite, the aptly named Sandinista sneaked into the town where the force of 48 Marines and a slightly smaller number of Guardia were posted. After a day of fighting, a guerrilla carried a flag of truce and approached the Marines with a message from Sandino. In the note, Sandino complimented Hatfield on his brave fight, but stated that the Marines and Guardia needed to surrender within an hour or they would be destroyed. Hatfield responded that go to hell Marines did not know how to surrender and that water or no water we would stick it out until killed or captured, and that firing would be resumed as soon as the flag bearer had turned the nearest corner. 3 The fighting lasted 16 hours and resulted in the death of an estimated 50 Sandinistas, although the Americans claimed they had killed 300. Marine and Guardia losses together were 1 dead and 5 wounded. The Marines used 5 DH-4 biplanes, each one outfitted with 2 machine 143. Figure 11.2. U.S. Marines display a captured flag from Sandino's forces. The unsuccessful American military campaign in Nicaragua to defeat Sandino's guerrilla forces sparked bitter debates back in the United States. Source: Time and Life Collection, reproduced with permission from Getty Images, 505966664. Guns and 4 25-pound bombs. The planes strafed and dive-bombed Sandinista troops, sending them scattering in terror. Of particular note, German war planners studied the Marine action at Oketel carefully. The German Luftwaffe subsequently used the dive-bombing tactics to devastating success during World War II. In the end, Sandino unquestionably demonstrated that he could hold his own against Marine and Guardia forces, but the Battle of Oketel was a stern setback for the insurgency. 9 days later, the Marines routed the Sandinistas again. Realizing that he could not continue to confront the Marines in conventional head-to-head combat, Sandino adopted the age-old guerrilla strategy of hit and run, minimizing his direct exposure to the superior opposing force. The Marines believed Sandino was operating out of a clandestine base known as El Chipote. To find the site, American commanders dispatched hundreds of Marines and Guardias to the formidable Nueva Segovia region along the Honduran border. Operating in small patrols that routinely tracked bandit movements, the counterinsurgent forces were 144. Nonetheless dogged for months by insurgent ambushes and raids. In a dramatic development, the Sandinistas shot down an American surveillance plane that was part of the effort to locate the elusive rebel forces. The Marines sent out a search party to locate the downed flyers, but they were stopped short by an insurgent ambush. The captured pilots were placed on trial and executed by Sandino's men. By November, Marine pilots had located El Chipote, east of the San Albino mine, and had started bombing it daily. Apparently, though, at times they were bombing what turned out to be straw-stuffed dummies of Sandinistas. When a Marine-led ground force descended upon El Chipote, the slippery Sandino had already fled. All told, Sandino proved to be an elusive and exasperating foe for the next 5 years, something that deeply frustrated the American troops. According to one U.S. reporter following the story, the wily Sandino is a maddening problem for the Marines because of his swift shifting, and many officers declare earnestly they would give a year's pay only once to come to grips with him. Registered unable to capture Sandino, the American officials in Managua launched a public relations campaign that attempted to minimize Sandino's significance. Marine General Logan Phelan, the commanding officer in Nicaragua, discredited Sandino as nothing more than an ordinary bandit and declared the rebellion over. To a contemporary eye, the assessments seem premature. Alternatively, they were intentional distortions aimed at downplaying Sandino's significance and cutting away at his civilian support base. In either case, Sandino was proving to be a resilient guerrilla fighter and not just a simple cattle thief. And this is exactly what President Calvin Coolidge did not want, an ill-defined, unpopular, costly, and protracted dirty war in Central America. By 1928, with the Sandinistas gaining strength, the Marine contingent in Nicaragua had grown to 6,000 men. While Sandino quickly adapted to a military strategy well suited to his rural insurgent position, the Marines and Guardia also began to adapt to their frustrating adversary. Most important, they began using more mobile and coordinated patrols to minimize their vulnerability against Sandinista ambushes. The Marines also took advantage of the critical intelligence provided by Sandinista defectors. They often performed best when they went on the offensive, striking the Sandinistas directly. The infamous Company N, commanded by Luis Puller, acted as a strike unit in the mountain region of Jinotega. The company averaged 2 Marine officers and 30 Guardia enlisted men. Armed with automatic weapons and grenade launchers, the troops were confident and aggressive. 145. Puller's men defeated the rebels in over 20 engagements, prompting the Sandinistas to start calling Puller the Tiger of the Mountains. In an example of counterinsurgency learning, after bandit chasing in Nicaragua, Puller became the chief instructor at Marine Basic School, where one of his first pupils was a young second lieutenant, Louis Wald, who later became the commander of 3 Marine Amphibious Force and the first commander of I Corps in South Vietnam. Registered. What the hell are we doing there? As the hunt for Sandino dragged on year after year, voices back in the States began to question the American occupation and military campaign in Nicaragua. Senator Burton K. Wheeler of Montana accused the Coolidge administration of being guilty of a dishonorable program of brutal bluff and bully. What right have we to send our boys into a foreign country to stamp out banditry? If we are to ask them to stamp out banditry, let's send them to Chicago to stamp it out there. As far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't sacrifice the lifeblood of one American boy for all the damn Nicaraguans. Asterisk. Celebrated American satirist Will Rogers reflected the dubious mood of many American observers when he quipped, "Why are we in Nicaragua and what the hell are we doing there?" Asterisk degree Sandino's cause in the United States was aided by glowing depictions of the Nicaraguan rebel in American publications. Like American reporter Herbert Matthews, who interviewed the young and charismatic Cuban revolutionary Fidel Castro in the Sierra Maestra 3 decades later, the itinerant journalist Carlton Beals was the first American reporter to meet with Sandino in the remote Nicaraguan mountains. Writing for The Nation, Beals attempted to let Sandino speak in his own words. "Let me repeat," declared the general. "We are no more bandits than was Washington." If the American public had not become callous to justice and to the elemental rights of mankind, it would not so easily forget its own past when a handful of ragged soldiers marched through the snow leaving blood tracks behind them to win liberty and independence. If their consciences had not become dulled by their scramble for wealth, Americans would not so easily forget the lesson that, sooner or later, every nation, however weak, achieves freedom, and that every abuse of power hastens the destruction of the one who wields it. Romantic and positive depictions of Sandino helped many Americans conclude that it was the United States, not the Sandinistas, who were the real bandits in Nicaragua. In 1928, more than 100 protesters, 146, marched in front of the White House carrying signs that read, "Wall Street and not Sandino is the real bandit." Letters to Marines departing for Nicaragua pleaded with them not to fight for American interests but to join Sandino in his war for freedom. Sandino's half-brother, Socrates, made a speaking tour in the United States to drum up support for the rebel cause. The editors of the Daily Worker and Nation raised funds for medical supplies and distributed pamphlets calling on supporters to enlist with Sandino and defeat the war against Nicaragua. Senator J. Thomas Heflin of Alabama compared the Nicaraguan nationalists to the Founding Fathers. Sandino crying for liberty, begging for the deliverance of his country from the invader, sounds like the cries of our fathers made in the days of the Revolution, he argued. We are seeking this man out to kill him for fighting for principles that we fought for in 1776. Asterisk. All of this and more ensured that Sandino would become a hero for the anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist left in the United States and internationally. An important part of the public outcry stemmed not just from glowing depictions of Sandino but also from the impression that the Marines were fighting dirty. Senator George Norris responded to the Secretary of Navy's acknowledgement that the Coolidge administration had used the armed forces of the United States to destroy human life, to burn villages, to bomb innocent women and children from the air. Asterisk plus as in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the grim reality for the U.S. Marines and their Guardia counterparts was that civilian deaths and atrocities were part and parcel of these dirty wars. And the longer the conflict dragged on, the more opportunity there was for these violations to occur. To be sure, the excesses ran both ways. Sandino himself was a bloodthirsty fighter. To provide one example, the rebel commander ordered a variety of punishments for Nicaraguans suspected of sympathizing with Marines or Guardia. One was the corte de chaleco, wherein victims were decapitated, their arms cut off, and a design etched on their chest. Sandino betrayed. As Espino Negro stipulated, the United States would supervise presidential elections in 1928. President Coolidge dispatched Brigadier General Frank McCoy to oversee the vote. McCoy had been described as one of these iron-willed, super-logical, single-track types whose stern jaw carried not an ounce of compromise. A detachment of 900 Marines and sailors acted as poll watchers in an effort to hold what they hoped to promote as a free, 147, and fair election that would allow the Americans finally to withdraw from Nicaragua. Nicaraguan voters had their fingers dipped in colored ink after voting to identify them as having cast a ballot. No one with an ink-tipped finger was allowed to vote a second time. Sandino denounced the elections, but he was unable to stop them, although at one point his forces spread the rumor that the colored ink was poisoned. Amazingly, the liberal commander and former rebel José María Moncada won the presidency. American President-elect Herbert Hoover happened to be in the Pacific port city of Corinto at the time of the election and told a Marine officer who devised the ink plan, "I lived once in New York and proposed it as a cure for one of Tammany's bad habits, but everybody said it would be insulting." Degree The relatively free and fair presidential elections provided the stability that U.S. diplomats and officers in Nicaragua believed were necessary for their desired exit. In Washington, Hoover made prompt withdrawal from Nicaragua a priority, especially now that the election had occurred. Back in Managua, though, Marine officers were worried that a pullout that was too abrupt would create more chaos in a country that could not suffer any more instability. To make matters more bizarre, in May 1929, Sandino took a year's leave, a sort of guerrilla sabbatical in Mexico where the leftist government provided him with political asylum. Upon returning to Nicaragua, Sandino appeared to begin where he had left off, driving the Marines crazy with his tenacity and elusiveness. On December 31, 1930, Sandinista guerrillas ambushed a heavily armored Marine patrol near Ocotal, killing 8 soldiers. Soon after the fateful ambush, President Hoover's senior officials met to discuss ways to get the Marines out and home. In this instance, at least, Sandino's fortitude appeared to be weakening Washington's resolve in Nicaragua. As in Iraq 80 years later, Washington eventually decided on a phased withdrawal, that is, get out but not so quickly that you would be forced to return. Remarkably, the phased withdrawal was still in progress in 1932 when another presidential election cycle came about. The Hoover administration was under tremendous pressure to hold the elections given that congressional opponents were able to cut off funding for the vote in Nicaragua. Despite this setback, the Marines and Navy were still able to proceed with the election. U.S. officials hoped that this election would be like the one 4 years earlier, that the vote would further legitimize the Nicaraguan government, isolate Sandino, and allow the Americans to finally leave. In yet another indication of how small and exclusive the 148th Nicaraguan political class was at the time, the eternal enemies liberal Juan Sacasa and conservative Adolfo Diaz ran against each other. And once again Sandino refused to go along with the process, contending that all the Marines must leave the country before the vote could be held. In November 6, the Nicaraguan people elected Sacasa as president. As promised, the U.S. Marines finally left Nicaragua in early 1933. As far as many American officials were concerned, not a moment too soon. Registered, but it certainly was not mission accomplished in Nicaragua. In fact, Sandino was still active, as shown by his daring attack on the Corinto-Granada Railroad in 1932. During that same year leading up to the Marine withdrawal, there were more than 150 skirmishes between Sandinistas and Marine/Guardia forces. In a fateful decision, Sacasa announced that the first Nicaraguan commander of the Guardia Nacional would be Anastasio Taco Somoza de Bale. It seemed at this point that in Somoza, the Guardia had a strong, efficient leader who would be able to command the nascent force successfully after the U.S. pullout. Marine officer Matthew Hanna commented, "I know of no one who will labor as intelligently or conscientiously to maintain the nonpartisan character of the Guardia, or will be as efficient in all manners connected with the administration and command of the force." Following the American departure, Somoza opened up negotiations with Sandino. Sandino despised Somoza, calling him the penguin for his rotund figure. In February 1934, Sandino met his despised counterpart in Managua. After a farewell dinner at the presidential palace, Sandino was apprehended by a Guardia patrol. Under Tacho's orders, the troops took Sandino and two of his generals to a military airfield and executed them. With the death of their irreplaceable leader, the Sandinistas soon vanished as a guerrilla insurgency. In 1936 Somoza seized power, initiating a nearly four-decade period of iron-fisted rule. Far from being a pillar of the rule of law in Nicaragua, as U.S. officials had hoped, the Guardia soon became the Somoza family's personal shock troops. Despite the requests of three former Nicaraguan presidents, the United States now refused to intervene in Nicaraguan politics to remove the new dictator. Concluding that these unpopular and long interventions in the first 3 decades of the 20th century were more trouble than they were worth, in the 1930s President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's good neighbor policy mandated that Washington remain clear from involvement in the banana republics. 149. The Small Wars Manual. During the Sandino phase of the United States' protracted involvement in Nicaragua, 136 American troops died. Compared to the roughly 50,000 killed in Vietnam and the nearly 5,000 killed in Iraq, the casualties were relatively light. Nonetheless, this was a profoundly important dirty war for the U.S. military. The failed hunt for Sandino provided the Marines with invaluable experience in jungle warfare. The intervention combined operations with local troops, close air support, and all the trappings of what we now call nation building, civil projects and elections. The protracted and deeply frustrating experience in Nicaragua figured heavily in the conception of a seminal document, the Marine Corps' Small Wars Manual. Published in 1940, the manual was notable in two respects. It was the first official, strategic-level document in American history to acknowledge that small wars, such as the one in Nicaragua and those elsewhere in Central America and the Philippines, have a central role in the American warfare experience. It also was the first attempt to codify the lessons gained from these conflicts for future application. The manual attempted to turn the key elements of dirty warfighting into military doctrine. To this end, while it did not explicitly use the term hearts and minds, it told Marines that they should show as little military display as possible with a view to gaining the lasting friendship of the inhabitants. Degree, however, when it came to future applications, as in the war in Vietnam, much of the U.S. military's learning from the Banana Wars was lost on strategists trying to develop an overarching template for how to fight these sorts of irregular wars. Amazingly, the author of a 1960 Marine Corps training manual was not even aware that the 1940 version existed. Where there is a visible enemy to fight in open combat, the answer is not so difficult. Many serve, all applaud, and the tide of patriotism runs high. But when there is a long, slow struggle, with no immediately visible foe, your choice will seem hard indeed. President John F. Kennedy to West Point Class of 1961 *. While the United States had ample experience in the first half of the 20th century, chasing Augusto Sandino up and down the mountains of Nicaragua or battling Aguinaldo's forces in the Philippines, it was the Cold War that gave the United States its deepest experience directly and indirectly in dirty wars. As early as 1951, Washington was beginning to conclude that communist-led guerrilla insurgencies threatened American interests. According to a draft of a high-level classified government report, communist-controlled guerrilla warfare represents one of the most potent instrumentalities in the arsenal of communist aggression on a worldwide basis. According to this emerging estimation, the United States needed to take practicable steps to counter such guerrilla warfare. This growing recognition of the need to counter guerrilla subversion contrasted significantly with the preponderant doctrine at the time, which preached massive retaliation as the most effective deterrent against what was assumed to be an unyielding Soviet empire. Yet, while nuclear deterrence remained a pillar of American strategy, Episodes such as the Suez Crisis in Egypt in 1956 led American policymakers to conclude that the Soviets were not just building long-range ballistic weapons but also were clandestinely arming and allying with anti-Western forces across the globe. Over the next several decades, the American public would become familiar with a number of places and events such as the Bay of Pigs and Vietnam. 153. 154. That reinforced the idea that U.S. efforts to check Soviet-backed subversion now meant getting down in the weeds of counterinsurgency operations in faraway and previously unimportant locales. On his first day in office, John F. Kennedy is reported to have said, "What are we going to do about guerrilla warfare?" Like so many at the time, Kennedy had a romantic fascination with guerrilla warfare. He was especially struck by Mao Zedong's chilling aphorism, "Guerrillas are like fish, and the people are the water they swim in. If the temperature of the water is right, the fish will thrive and multiply." Kennedy's response was not surprising given the spate of guerrilla victories ranging from China to Cuba since the end of World War II. Kennedy worried that the U.S. diplomatic corps was too slow to understand the looming guerrilla threat in what was then called the Third World. The new president had read Mao and had even written the introduction to a text on counterinsurgency. The president believed that irregular warfare was never simply a military problem but always a combination of political and military factors. When Kennedy took office in 1961, all eyes were on Vietnam, where the Viet Cong appeared ready to be the next guerrilla band to achieve a remarkable communist success by defeating the anti-communist South Vietnamese government. Interestingly, U.S.-supported irregular warfare operations had already been unleashed before the Kennedy administration took such an avid interest in the topic. Most critically, the redoubtable U.S. Colonel, and later Brigadier General, Edward G. Lansdale, had been promoting South Vietnam's counterinsurgency. Efforts against communist guerrillas ever since the Geneva Accords divided the country in 1954.5 for Kennedy. Defeating communist guerrillas required a whole new kind of strategy, a wholly different kind of force, and therefore a new and wholly different kind of military training. Kennedy particularly believed in the ability of the U.S. Army Special Forces, otherwise known as the Green Berets, to serve as the primary response to this new challenge. Against the Pentagon's reluctance due to its overall dislike of elite, unconventionally focused forces at the time, he increased the SF budget fivefold and personally selected their equipment, which included shoes with steel soles to protect against jungle booby traps. In October 1961, Kennedy took White House reporters on a trip to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where SF soldiers performed ambushes and ate snake meat. One soldier even used a hydrogen peroxide-fueled jetpack, the Bell rocket belt, to fly over a lake before landing next to a smiling president. In principle, the core of the U.S. response to guerrilla insurgencies during the Cold War involved three wide-ranging objectives for client. 155 countries, democratization, economic development, and security. This three-pronged approach began during Kennedy's administration and endured as the primary model in U.S. policy, military doctrine, and practice, although U.S. responses at different times often emphasized one objective over the others. Most of the time security was the priority, but this is not to say that the pro-democracy and economic modernization goals were cut out of the picture. The Kennedy administration was not simply concerned about the insurgent threats. Rather, they firmly believed that America's mission must also include robust support for democracy across the globe. For Kennedy, democracy was the destiny of humanity. Americans must oppose the powerful destructive forces, challenging the universal values that for centuries have inspired men of goodwill in all parts of the world. Registered Washington's anti-communist strategy became one of not only counterinsurgency but also support for democracy. A deeply influential trend in social science at the time, modernization theory involved the notion that economic dynamism would help usher in stable democracies. Kennedy and his advisors believed that this process of democratization with economic modernization thus needed to form the core of American engagement in regions where these institutions and processes were absent. Kennedy made this point eloquently when he stated, The fundamental task of our foreign aid program is not negatively to fight communism. Its fundamental task is to help make a historical demonstration that economic growth and political democracy can develop hand in hand. White House advisor Walt Rostow made a similar point when he addressed members of the first class of Green Berets to graduate with specific instruction in counterinsurgency from the U.S. Army Center for Special Warfare. You are not merely soldiers in the old sense. Your job is to work with your fellow citizens in the whole creative process of modernization. Degree At the same time, American policymakers concluded that the economic growth that would usher in democracy could be obtained only if internal order was first established. Thus, in their view, security was indispensable to modernization. To ensure protection from both internal and external subversion, states needed capable militaries and police forces, and the United States could and should assist anti-communist governments to arm and train their security forces. In practice, this thinking led to new assistance programs such as the International Military Education and Training Program that provided training for local officers and soldiers. The Kennedy administration also supported the expansion of military assistance advisory groups that helped consolidate 156 both conventional and unconventional military forces in Greece and the Philippines. The region where Kennedy's modernization through military's approach was most aggressively put into practice was Latin America. Indeed, Kennedy was terrified that another Cuba along the lines of Fidel Castro's victorious Marxist revolution could emerge in America's backyard. And, before long, communist revolution indeed came to the region. Bolivia, Venezuela, Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Peru comprise only a partial list of countries where Cuba-inspired guerrilla insurgencies took root. And, true to form, beginning with Kennedy, American administrations responded to this threat by arming and training militaries to check this subversion. These sections tell the story of how the democracy modernization security approach played out through the Cold War, emphasizing the key similarities and modulations in each case. They include a thorough treatment of the U.S. Cold War counterinsurgency experience in Greece and the Philippines. A long chapter on Indochina and Vietnam analyzes what might be considered the seminal example of the U.S. Cold War approach and its painful conclusion. Vietnam represents the point from which American counterinsurgency doctrine would have to make a large evolutionary step into the post-Cold War era. After the loss in Vietnam, it was decided, there could be no more Vietnams. In guerrilla warfare there is no such thing as a decisive battle. Mao Zedong. The Chinese Revolution in the late 1940s resonated deeply across the capitals of Western Europe and the United States. Somehow, what at first appeared to be a ragtag force of communist guerrillas had defeated a U.S.-backed ally in the Chinese nationalists. After the onset of growing tensions with Moscow following World War II, American policymakers provided limited, largely ineffective aid to the nationalists as the world's fourth-largest country in terms of land mass and largest country by population, with about 20% of the global total, went red. Mao Zedong's stunning communist revolution sent an urgent telegram to revolutionary movements around the globe, especially in what was then usually called the Third World. In short, Mao showed that dogged perseverance and political acumen could overcome enormous military disadvantages. Over the next several decades, numerous Maoist insurgencies in Asia, Africa, and Latin America broke out in attempts to replicate the spectacular success of Mao's Chinese forces. Mao co-founded the Chinese Communist Party in 1921, at which point it advocated a largely urban-based approach to revolution modeled on the Bolshevik takeover of Petrograd in 1917. In fact, Soviet advisors counseled their Chinese counterparts on this very strategy. Having spent most of his life in the countryside, though, Mao came to believe that China's overwhelmingly rural population necessitated a revolution that emanated from outside the major urban centers. Mao also presciently recognized that any rural insurrection would take time to build and that patience would be paramount. In Mao's estimation, the communist forces would need to spend years organizing and fighting in the rural areas before moving to the cities for the final victory. Once again we see the longevity advantage and long-term outlook of insurgent leaders manifested in irregular warfare. These guerrilla leaders grasp these essential elements that escape the counter-insurgents who think the war can be won quickly and easily. This said, Mao did not come up with his approach on his own. Instead, he avidly read Clausewitz and T.E. Lawrence. Most important, however, was the influence of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Mao used the early years of his insurgency to carry out drastic land reform in the areas under communist control, often confiscating land and giving it directly to the peasants. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek assumed the head of the Nationalist Party following the death of its leader Sun Yat-sen in 1925. Initially at least tenuously allied with the Communists, the idealistic Chiang of socialist leanings and Methodist faith subsequently turned on them when he thought they were strong enough to threaten his control of the KMT.3 from 1927 to 1933. Chiang tried to destroy Mao's rural forces and targeted leftists in Chinese cities. In Shanghai alone, Jiang's forces killed an estimated 12,000 people suspected of communist sympathies, plus the nationalists also built railroads throughout the Chinese countryside, in part to increase their mobility and to keep the pressure on the communists. In a strategy reminiscent of the British efforts against the Boers, they also constructed blockhouses that reduced the communists' ability to move from one region to another. By late 1934, Mao's forces were unable to withstand the nationalist onslaught. They fled in a series of retreats to the west and north of China, collectively known as the Long March. It was an appropriate name. In little over a year, starting in October 1934, the Communists' First Front Army led by Mao and Zhou Enlai walked over 8,000 miles from Jiangxi in the far southeast to the northern province of Shaanxi, fighting more than 200 battles along the way. The forces walked roughly 15 miles a day and suffered enormous deprivation due to disease and constant harassment by Jiang's forces. Of the 120,000 communists who started the journey, roughly 20,000 made it to Shaanxi. Remarkably, though, the marchers acquired upward of 40,000 recruits during the arduous march. Upon arriving in Shaanxi, Mao's forces established their bases in caves as protection against their enemies. While the Long March allowed Mao's forces to escape destruction at the hands of the nationalists, their predicament quickly became complicated by the Japanese occupation of China. Japan had seized Manchuria in September 1931. By the middle of July 1937, Japanese forces had moved deeper into Chinese territory and occupied most of the major cities. The Communists and Nationalists suspended their hostilities against each other to focus on expelling the Japanese invaders. The Japanese invasion came to be a gift from heaven for Mao, since it greatly improved his battered army's advantage over the nationalists. The Japanese did not consider the Communists a serious threat to their occupation and so focused most of their attention on decimating the nationalists. Nonetheless, Mao realized the Communists' precarious situation required a full-scale guerrilla warfare strategy. It was during these years fighting the Japanese that Mao published several of his classic theoretical works, including Guerrilla Warfare and Basic Tactics. These treatises were among the first how-to manuals for guerrilla warfare. Basic Tactics began by asking, how is it that the bare-handed masses, banded together in ill-armed military units without guns or bullets, are able to charge the enemy, kill the enemy, and resolutely carry out effective action in the war? Mao's answer was both simple and highly effective, even if some of his writings come almost verbatim from Sun Tzu. Most critically, Mao insisted that the struggle was inherently political, not military. Thus, all organization, training, and fighting should be conducted with their political ramifications in mind. Thus, for Mao, when the Red Army fights, it fights not merely for the sake of fighting, but to agitate the masses, to organize them, to arm them, and to help them establish revolutionary political power. Apart from such objectives, fighting loses its meaning and the Red Army the reason for its existence. 7. Mao believed that propaganda was a critical tool in winning over the allegiance of the rural masses, and these masses were key to the revolution's success. His vast propaganda campaign was partly intended to show that, in the most basic terms, the communists were good while the Japanese and nationalists were bad. Mao therefore insisted that his troops treat the rural population with respect, do not steal from people, he wrote. Be neither selfish or unjust. Registered on the military front, Mao believed that guerrilla warfare was essential but that it was only one part of a total war of the oppressed against the oppressor. He also held that there are no decisive battles in guerrilla warfare. Instead, guerrilla forces must maximize their strengths while masking their many weaknesses, attack dispersed and isolated enemy first. Concentrate forces later, win control of rural areas first, wipe out the enemy's effective strength, use local superiority, do not fight unless you are sure to win, fear no sacrifice, seize weak areas first, use captured men and weapons, rest, regroup and train between battles. *Degree Mao identified three critical phases that the revolutionary forces must pass through: the strategic defensive, when the force is most vulnerable and political organization is key; the stalemate, when the force is strong enough to battle the enemy; and the strategic offensive, when the guerrilla army joins with other conventional forces to finish the job. Sensing the inevitable renewal of hostilities once the Japanese had been defeated, the communists and nationalists began to jostle for position even before the end of World War II. The Japanese intervention had given Mao vital breathing room to conduct his political organization in the countryside. At the time of Japan's defeat, Mao controlled an area of China with a population of 100 million people. By 1945, his communist forces were much stronger than Jiang's nationalists. In 1946, the People's Liberation 162 Army was established. 3 years later the Communists occupied Beijing, and soon after Mao announced the creation of the People's Republic of China. The Communist Revolution in China was a cataclysmic event that profoundly influenced the course of the Cold War. For many Marxists across the globe it appeared to validate the notion that a committed but small band of insurgents could overthrow stronger Western forces and their local clients. Mao's success also prompted American and European military planners to consider more aggressively how they would counter what appeared to be a terrifyingly effective guerrilla strategy. Project Circus and Kamba guerrillas. After consolidating its victory over the nationalist forces, in 1950 Communist China took over Tibet. Chastened about losing China to communism, Washington's nascent intelligence service, the Central Intelligence Agency, created a clandestine operation intended to train anti-China Tibetan insurgents and gather intelligence about the Chinese. In 1955, a group of local Tibetan leaders secretly plotted an armed insurrection, and a revolt broke out a year later, with the rebels attacking local government offices, slaughtering hundreds of Chinese. The rebel organization also targeted communist officials for assassination, disrupted communication lines, and attacked Chinese army troops stationed in Tibet. Within this unfolding context of guerrilla warfare directed against a communist foe, Washington began supporting the insurgents through what was called Project Circus. Tibetan guerrillas were whisked abroad for training, and weapons and ammunition were dropped inside Tibet. In 1959, the agency opened a secret facility to train Tibetan recruits at Camp Hale near Leadville, Colorado, in part because the high-altitude location approximated the Himalayas. Roughly 200 Kamba guerrillas passed through the Colorado program. While the CIA program never sparked mass uprising against the Chinese occupiers as was hoped for, the effort did produce an intelligence coup, in the form of a vast trove of Chinese army documents captured by Tibetan fighters and turned over to the CIA in 1961. These papers described the low morale among Chinese soldiers, who had learned of the vast famine that was racking China during the Great Leap Forward. As Jonathan Mirsky wrote, over the next several years, however, there was growing disagreement in Washington over the CIA's activities in Tibet. And in 1971, as National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger prepared for Nixon's meeting with Mao, the program was wound down. Korea, guerrilla war amid irregular war. Tibet was not the only area in Asia where the U.S. government was involved in training indigenous guerrilla fighters against Mao's communist forces. The Korean War began in June 1950 with the Moscow and Beijing-backed North Korean invasion of U.S.-supported South Korea. Within days of the communist invasion, Washington was shipping troops to the battle. Initial setbacks drove the U.S. commanded forces to the very south of the peninsula, but within months General Douglas MacArthur's forces had pushed the invaders back over 38th parallel. In early October, MacArthur's soldiers were nearing the Yalu River, which forms the border between North Korea and China. In a fateful decision, Mao decided to secretly send hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers across the Yalu, at times carrying pre-cooked meals so they would not be forced to set fires visible to American pilots. Yet, on October 26, American forces took their first Chinese prisoner. Still unaware of the extent of Mao's invasion, General MacArthur was confident that his boys would be home by Christmas. In late November, however, the Chinese launched a full-scale attack, which sent the American forces reeling back toward Seoul. After months of bitter fighting, the conflict stabilized roughly along the 38th parallel, the point that had separated the two Koreas before the war began. For almost the next 2 years, the Korean War often resembled World War I-style trench warfare with endless artillery barrages, impenetrable defensive lines, ghoulish conditions, dead boys piling up in the snow. By the fall of 1952, a plurality of Americans considered the war a mistake. The Korean War is considered to be a conventional war with irregular elements that were not well understood. Most critically, the United States secretly supported an anti-communist guerrilla campaign against the China-backed North Korean forces. Some of these anti-communist Korean forces acted in coordination with American military planners while an untold number acted independently too, in the word of an American general, harass the Reds, motivated solely by hatred of the forces that had despoiled their native land. 164. In one key operation focused on intelligence gathering and rescue operations, American warships plied North Korean waters all the way up to the Yalu River. From these island and ship bases, U.S. forces made clandestine contact with the Korean guerrillas. Low-flying American bomber and transport planes dropped communications equipment to the underground units. Grumman UR-6 Albatross flying boats repeatedly landed in open sea and taxied up to the North Korean beaches for a rendezvous with guerrilla forces. For the U.S. military, one of the guerrillas' most useful functions was to rescue American pilots shot down over North Korea. Amazingly, the system was so well organized that every American fighter and bomber pilot operating over North Korea was briefed on the safe areas into which he could parachute if the plane was hit. Once the flyers contacted the guerrillas, an underground network went into operation to move the Americans to the coast and to safety. One observer noted, the system worked because it combined our American technical equipment, such as the helicopter, with the determination and daring of both the American airmen and the North Korean guerrillas. Not surprisingly, the North Korean and Chinese forces were quite aware of these guerrilla bands, and in the winter of 1951-2 began a counterinsurgent campaign to eliminate the threat. Communist cadres announced an amnesty for guerrillas on wall posters and newspapers, yet, as is so often the case in anti-guerrilla campaigns, these offers were accompanied with the threats of execution for those who held out. Fearing reprisals for those trapped behind enemy lines, soon after the formal war had ended, the American military conducted a full-blown amphibious evacuation of tens of thousands of partisan fighters. 14. Fighting communism in Greece. Washington's effort to bolster the fledgling Greek government was its first experience with counterinsurgency after World War II. An American decision to back Athens came in 1947 at a time when the overarching strategic framework for countering communism, containment, was still in its embryonic stage. Greece was one of the first pawns in the expanding Cold War chessboard. The country had suffered horribly during the Nazi occupation, with roughly 8% of its population killed, 6% made homeless, and much of the rest of the nation devastated by catastrophic crop and infrastructure losses. During the war, the anti-Nazi Greek communists represented some of the most dogged and successful partisans, rejecting cooperation with the Axis occupation and resorting to guerrilla warfare in Greece's formidable mountain ranges. The National Liberation Front was one of the largest anti-Nazi groups, even if it was not entirely communist. Backed by the British, by late 1944 around 1.5 million of Greece's 7.5 million inhabitants were somehow affiliated with the EAM. Following Greece's liberation in October 1944, the EAM found itself controlling most of the country. However, it soon began to clash with the British as well as the British-sponsored, royalist former Greek government, which had been exiled to Cairo. Almost overnight, these elements decimated the EAM. Even so, the group remained a viable political entity, one that was eager to assume power in post-occupation Greece*, but given the fissures among the various Greek groups during the Nazi years, it was almost a foregone conclusion that the ensuing political activity would be far from harmonious. As is so often the case with right-wing paramilitaries in dirty wars, these forces, whether correctly or incorrectly, identified left-leaning civilians as apologists or clandestine communist revolutionaries. In the paramilitaries' uncompromising logic, the next step was to threaten and kill these civilians. In Greece, members of the political left, even though many had fought against the Germans, began to be the targets of right-wing paramilitary attacks. From 1945 to 1946, paramilitary groups killed more than 1,000 Greek communists and leftists in what became known as the White Terror. In rural areas, right-wing mobs lynched suspected guerrillas. Others were arrested and tortured by the Greek government. Fleeing likely death or imprisonment, thousands of leftists fled to neighboring countries, 25,000 to Yugoslavia, 5,000 to Bulgaria, and 23,000 to Albania. Following the paramilitary terrorism, many Greek communists concluded that political change could come through armed struggle alone. In 1946, the EAM's repeated setbacks prompted the Greek Communist Party, the KKE, to organize a rural guerrilla insurgency against the newly elected Greek government in Athens. The Greek Civil War, as it is known, between the communist guerrillas and the Greek government, backed at first by the British, then by the United States, lasted from 1946 to 1949. One might have concluded that the communist guerrillas were in an extremely favorable position vis-a-vis the fledgling Greek government. For the seasoned communist fighters, Greece's rugged mountains provided the perfect terrain for irregular warfare, with countless hideaways where the revolutionaries could find refuge and plot to ambush government forces. The communists were also a sizable guerrilla force of 46,000 fighters at the onset. Moreover, the very fact of having resisted the Nazi occupation gave the guerrillas a ready-made level of legitimacy among the Greek population, and with hearts and minds so often key to winning these sorts of wars, this appeared to be a tremendous asset. The guerrillas had another key element of most successful insurgencies: strong leadership in the astute military strategist Markos Vafiadis. Last, the communists enjoyed crucial external support in the form of open borders with adjoining communist countries such as Yugoslavia, Albania, and Bulgaria. By 1946, Vafiadis's guerrillas were known as the Greek Democratic Army. Over the next year, the communist fighters operated against the poorly equipped and demoralized Greek army just as they had against the Germans, staging hit-and-run attacks on poorly defended rural villages and police stations. For the Greek government, the situation was dire. It was ultimately moved to request aid from Great Britain and the United 168 States. With the exhausted British Empire unable to carry the burden, the question came down to whether Washington would come to the rescue. The Truman Doctrine. The Truman administration's decision to aid Greece was not an easy one. In fact, Secretary of State George Marshall, for one, worried that the aid would go to an unpopular government. U.S. policymakers were also wary of picking up the slack for what had been Great Britain's responsibility in Greece. Yet the evolving strategic logic of containment began to weigh on Truman's advisor. For Marshall, the threat was not so much that the Greek communists would take power but that their success would set an alarming precedent for others who were vying for communist expansion at the expense of U.S.-backed regimes. The newly formed CIA was of a similar mind. One CIA communiqué read, "Far more disastrous than the loss of Greece itself would be the psychological and political repercussions could result in international panic." Under Secretary of State Dean Acheson worried that Greece's fall could take with it the whole Near and Middle East and North Africa. Registered thus, with Greece occupying a prominent position among American strategic concerns, the Cold War domino theory was born. Truman explained the main reasons for aiding the Greek government in his famous Truman Doctrine speech to Congress in March 1947. The United States has received from the Greek government an urgent appeal for financial and economic assistance. Preliminary reports from the American Economic Mission now in Greece and reports from the American ambassador in Greece corroborate the statement of the Greek government that assistance is imperative if Greece is to survive as a free nation. I do not believe that the American people and the Congress wish to turn a deaf ear to the appeal of the Greek government. Militant minority, exploiting human want and misery, was able to create political chaos which, until now, has made economic recovery impossible. The very existence of the Greek state is today threatened by the terrorist activities of several thousand armed men, led by communists, who defy the government's authority at a number of points, particularly along the northern boundaries. Meanwhile, the Greek government is unable to cope with the situation. The Greek army is small and poorly equipped. It needs supplies and equipment if it is to restore the authority of the government throughout Greek territory. Greece must have assistance if it is to become a self-supporting and self-respecting democracy. The United States must supply that assistance. There is no fighting communism in Greece. 169. Other country to which democratic Greece can turn. No other nation is willing and able to provide the necessary support for a democratic Greek government. In May 1947 the Republican-controlled Congress approved a $400 million assistance package for Greece and Turkey, a country also considered susceptible to Stalin's machinations. When it was enacted, the Truman administration's Greece policy was largely about what is known in foreign policy circles as engagement. The situation in Greece was grim, but Washington would now attempt to make a bad situation better by becoming more involved, not less. The costs of this sort of engagement strategy were high, given that the United States now quite visibly had its credibility on the line in Greece. At the same time, the Truman administration had no desire to have American GLS actually doing the fighting. As Truman also suggested in his congressional address, the U.S. strategy was to bolster the Greek government by more than simple military means. According to a National Security Council memorandum, the United States should make full use of its political, economic and, if necessary, military power in such manner as may be found most effective to prevent Greece from falling under the domination of the USSR through either external attack or Soviet-dominated communist movements within Greece, so long as the legally elected government of Greece evidences a determination to oppose such communist aggression registered. It quickly became apparent to American policymakers that the Greek government they were now committed to bolstering was in pathetic shape. The Greek army was particularly corrupt and ineffective, an alarming prospect given the guerrilla war that had erupted. One of the United States' most important counterinsurgency policies was the establishment of a military office that would coordinate the military assistance and training. The Joint U.S. Military Advisory and Planning Group was established in December 1947, and General James Van Fleet arrived soon after to command it. Degree. With the JUSMAP age in place, the U.S. military was active in a country threatened by formidable communist guerrillas. While still not directly involved, American forces were now much closer to the fight. In future years, Washington would establish JUSMAPGs in other countries under siege from communist guerrillas such as the Philippines, Vietnam, and El Salvador. As part of the Truman Doctrine, Washington spent roughly $200 million on the Greek military, supplying it with critical materiel. 170. including dive bombers and napalm bombs. American assistance and training helped the Greek army to swell from 90,000 in 1946 to 260,000 in 1948. By 1947, U.S. aid supported the Greek army's entire budget. U.S. officers also organized and trained crack commando units that began taking the fight directly to the guerrillas. Americans also worked to bolster Greece's still decimated infrastructure. They helped build roads, communication systems, railways, and airstrips in remote garrison towns. U.S. officials also promoted aggressive counterinsurgency actions, including population resettlement, the common tactic of anti-guerrilla operations. Resettlement efforts proved to be devastating for the guerrillas by depriving them of critical support from the affected civilians, especially in the southern and central parts of the country. Yet, not surprisingly, the program also antagonized rural Greeks who blamed the government for their new hardships. Given the Greek government's spotty political and economic record, the Truman administration maintained that the aid was conditional on substantive reform. In reality, though, this was often not the case. The Greek government at times used American aid to fuel its dirty war against leftists and communists, an embarrassing revelation for Washington. Quick to dampen these allegations, one American ambassador told Congress that reports of summary arrests and murder were half-truths, distortions of the truth, and downright lies originating in the propaganda mill of the Kremlin. At the same time, U.S. officials also pressured the Greek government to crack down on leftist political activity. In late 1947, the government shut down the communist newspaper, Rizaspastis. It also abolished the right to strike and purged government ranks of suspected communists. The rebels splinter. In addition to now confronting a more robust Greek army, the guerrillas' cause was complicated by Stalin's lukewarm support. Ever the player of diplomatic realpolitik, Stalin worried that continued strife in Greece could needlessly complicate his dealings with the West. This was a move later echoed in Moscow's disagreement with Cuban initiatives to launch guerrilla insurgencies elsewhere in Latin America during the 1960s. At a meeting in 1948 with Eastern Bloc leaders, the Soviet premier revealed his doubts about the Greek insurgency. Fighting communism in Greece I-7I. The Americans and the British have a very strong interest in the Mediterranean. They would like to have their bases in Greece. They would use all possible means to support a government that would be obedient. This is an international issue of great importance. If the particular movement is halted, they would have no excuse to attack you. If you are confident that the partisans have good chances of winning, that is a different matter. But I have some doubts about this. 3. While Stalin never warmed to the Greek insurgents, Tito's Yugoslavia maintained an open border, which provided critical refuge and supplies for the guerrillas. In the summer of 1949, however, Tito closed the border after a number of disputes with the Greek communists. The insurgents had already suffered another fateful blow in 1948 when Nikolaos Zachariadis, General Secretary of Greece's Communist Party, had Vafiads purged out of fear of his rising status. Zachariadis then became the self-proclaimed general and commander of the guerrilla force. Ever restless, Zachariadis jettisoned Vafiads' patient hit-and-run strategy for a conventional approach that he hoped would deal Athens a decisive setback. This new strategy led the guerrilla fighters into towns and grouped them into concentrated field formations, which made them cannon fodder for the more powerful Greek army. In a post-war interview, King Paul, who assumed the throne in 1947, recounted, "The bandits made a mistake. They went in for the regular military form of warfare in large units. That's when they got it in the neck. Before that, we would give them a punch and they would disappear into thin air, then reappear and attack a village to get food." For the Greek military's air and artillery support proved particularly devastating to the reorganized insurgents. By late summer 1949 and after a series of conventional battles, the guerrillas began to flee into Albania. Soon thereafter, the Greek Democratic Army ceased to function as a guerrilla force. On October 16, the Greek Communist Radio announced a cessation to hostilities. Athens had won. Lessons learned. Greece's civil war resulted in perhaps 50,000 combatants killed and another 500,000 civilians displaced. And this was all immediately after the terrible devastation wrought during the Nazi occupation of World War II. The war's widespread destruction was, in this case, a major factor in the guerrillas' defeat. The Communists were never able to garner the crucial support of R72. Greece's rural farmers and laborers, who considered the guerrillas nothing more than bandits operating largely in parts of the country that had for decades been the site of lawless activity. Moreover, the guerrillas often treated civilians harshly. In one crude episode, they kidnapped thousands of children and sent them to Eastern Bloc countries to ostensibly rescue them from the war's harms. Registered, but beyond this historical contingency and others like it, such as the closing of the Yugoslav border, it was at least as much the guerrillas' ineptitude as the government's counterinsurgency capacity that decided the war. Registered. American policymakers and military strategists came away from the Greek Civil War with a renewed belief that a light counterinsurgency footprint was all that was needed to bolster weak national governments and keep communist guerrillas at bay. There are several reasons this might have been an easy and potentially accurate conclusion to draw. For one, the guerrillas lacked a strong foothold among Greece's rural population. In most cases of successful communist insurgency, support of the people was a crucial element. Second, the guerrillas did not receive substantial support in the form of funding or materiel from the USSR or another regional power. In Vietnam, a steady flow of arms, ammunition, and money in addition to training and overt ideological support from abroad made small, fleet-footed guerrilla armies much more difficult forces for America's light footprint counterinsurgency support operations to contend with, even if those guerrilla armies were badly organized. In Greece, Stalin did not flinch. He told the Greek communists to abandon the struggle because, he believed, the United States and United Kingdom would not allow a communist stronghold in area so strategically important to Mediterranean communications and transport. Third, while there were all sorts of setbacks and failures in Greece, U.S. support had a critical impact. Scholars continue to debate whether Athens would have emerged victorious had the Americans withheld aid, but had the outcome gone in the guerrillas' favor, the United States might have reconsidered its light footprint approach, opting for deeper involvement. As it stood, though, the light footprint became a critical strategy for containing the comparatively small and tangential guerrilla insurgencies that subsequently erupted as the conflict in Southeast Asia escalated. On the other hand, the American experience fighting the Greek counterinsurgency demonstrated to American military planners that while a low-impact strategy in terms of U.S. combatants in the field could bring positive fighting communism in Greece are inseparable. To destroy without building up would mean useless labor, to build without first destroying would be a delusion. Registered by destruction, the French meant that all means should be implemented, including the very tactics of the guerrillas such as terror and resettlement. In other words, dirty insurgencies could only be defeated with dirty counterinsurgencies. A large part of the appeal of Guerre Révolutionnaire was that its all-encompassing thesis helped the French military explain its humiliation at the hands of inferior adversaries. It was in Algeria that the French applied Guerre Révolutionnaire in its fullest and most furious form. Revolt and reprisal. The full story of the Algerian revolt against French rule begins with France's colonial conquest of Algiers in 1830. In the 100 years of French colonial rule, thousands of settlers from France, Italy, and Spain had migrated to Algeria. Known as Pieds Noirs, the immigrants largely lived in the cities in the north of the country, near the coast. Over time, the indigenous, predominantly Muslim Algerian population grew disproportionately, so that by the 1940s, the Pieds Noirs comprised only about 13% of the population. Despite their shrinking proportion in the population, the relative privilege of this group in matters of politics and society fueled resentment at a time when the idea of national liberation was gaining currency throughout colonized regions of the world. While Allied forces were celebrating France's liberation from Nazi occupation, in May 8, 1945, native Algerians protesting French rule clashed with police in the market town of Sétif. A parade by Algerian Muslims, ostensibly organized to celebrate the Nazi surrender but also fueled by intense nationalist sentiments, turned ugly. Marchers clashed with the French gendarmerie, the colonial police force. The same night, armed Muslims roamed neighborhoods, killing Pieds Noirs when they located them. The rioters killed more than 100 Europeans, scores of women were raped, including an 84-year-old woman. The corpses were often mutilated, with men's genitals stuffed into their mouths. In a brutal harbinger of the impending war's mutual brutality, after the Algerian riots had embroiled the streets for several days, the French colonial forces responded ruthlessly. Estimates place the number of Algerians killed between 1,000 and 45,000 * during the days of reprisals. French troops raped Algerian women at will. While the savage French response succeeded in suppressing the localized rebellion, the Sétif massacre served to galvanize Algerians against both Pieds Noirs' prerogatives and continued French rule. In terms of counterinsurgency, France's experience in Algeria resulted in a paradoxical outcome. France overwhelmingly won the counterinsurgency war, often using dirty tactics such as torture and forced resettlement. At the same time, though, the French also overwhelmingly lost the political battle that determined Algeria's fate. The war in Algeria lasted 8 years, involved 6 French prime ministers, and even led to Sherman tanks being deployed in Paris to prevent a rebellion by disgruntled military officers. By the end, Algeria was an independent state and the war had ruptured French society far more than any of its other 20th-century colonial wars had done. At the same time, it became an important example for the U.S. government in the beginning years of a Cold War doctrine that would involve many small and dirty counterinsurgency wars. Guerre révolutionnaire. Well-organized Algerian nationalist movements, which included several nascent communist groups, began to mobilize in Algeria after World War 178. Then, on the night of October 31, 1954, Algerian nationalists unleashed scores of attacks throughout Algeria, in many instances setting off bombs and assaulting gendarmerie posts. Executed by small groups using crude rifles and homemade ballistics, the attacks startled French authorities, who did not think the Muslim Algerians capable of orchestrating operations of such breadth and impact. The French would soon learn that these operations were the beginning of an anti-French, pro-independence insurgency known as the Front de Libération Nationale. The FLN and its supporting military force, the Armée de Libération Nationale, attempted to establish rural bases where they could prolong the conflict and perfect their politics in preparation for a decisive encounter with the French. Ideologically, the FLN was aggressively socialist and anti-imperialist but contrary to the French tendency to consider them thus not communist. At the very onset, the FLN hoped to draw the French into a quick, lethal battle so that it could humiliate the colonial forces into an immediate withdrawal, but this hope was quickly dashed by French fortitude. The FLN's efforts were further stymied by the lack of any sizable external sponsor who could provide much-needed support and arms shipments. During these early years, the FLN had only a few hundred to a few thousand fighters under arms. Most of the clandestine organization's operations were of the small-scale, hit-and-run variety *degree by 1957, though, the FLN had between 15,000 and 20,000 members, even though many of these served only as part-time combatants. Despite the swelling numbers, the FLN never had sufficient weapons to arm all of its members, a lethal disadvantage vis-à-vis the French. Yet, from the onset, the French found the FLN a formidable foe. The group benefited from a novel intelligence network that, at least initially, allowed it to keep its secrets secure. The trick was to distribute information through cells, in which just a few men knew each other. If an FLN member was captured, he would have very little intelligence to reveal to his French interrogators. In turn, the French military's counterinsurgency strategy was quite simple. It adopted a guerre révolutionnaire approach to waging war without restraint. By the end of 1956, France had committed 400,000 troops to Algeria. The French also relied on around 200,000 Harkis, who were often very lethal fighters. The FLN, in turn, targeted the Harkis for particular savagery given their presumed betrayal of the Algerian independence movement. Intermezzo, France in Algeria 179. In late 1957, under the command of General Raoul Salin, the French military adopted a quadrillage system as a way of establishing a military presence in as many areas as possible of the country's often remote and inhospitable terrain. The quadrillage divided the country into sectors. In each sector a permanent garrison was stationed. While the approach certainly succeeded in getting French troops out into the hinterlands and thereby cutting down on FLN raids, it committed the French to a defensive posture at the expense of more mobile operations that could take the fight directly to the enemy. On the other hand, quadrillage was much safer for the participating French troops, something not lost on French commanders concerned about the potential domestic reaction back home. While the French strategy attempted to annihilate the insurgency militarily, there was also an integral component that aimed to win over popular support. Knowing full well the psychological value of this ostensible humanitarianism, the French deployed the section's administrative specialises, a unit of trained junior officers who went out to rural areas to live with Muslims and build schools, medical clinics, and whatever else the local community might need. The French also attempted more direct forms of psychological warfare by distributing leaflets or using blaring loudspeakers to bombard local residents with pro-French slogans. French troops often rewarded Algerians for correct behavior. Breaking some eggs. Beginning in late 1956, the FLN embarked on a new strategy that proved to be one of the most fateful developments of this long and brutal war. The group decided to take the war downtown by targeting the country's key city, Algiers. More specifically, the FLN leadership selected the infamous Casbah neighborhood, home to around 80,000 Algerians and one of the world's most densely populated slums. In addition to the resident population's strong pro-FLN sentiment, the Casbah's narrow and twisting streets made it an ideal site for urban insurgent attacks. The FLN's strategy was to use terror against Pieds Noirs and French military targets to provoke a French overreaction that would push the Algerian population toward favoring the insurgents. The FLN's terror weapon of choice was the homemade bomb. FLN commander Yassef Saadi, a loafer, soccer fanatic, and womanizer, was the head of the group's secret bombing campaign. French authorities were aware of Saadi as a political agitator, but initially did not suspect him as a terrorist. Quickly, Algiers 180 rumbled with the sound of bomb explosions in cafes, streetcars, shops, soccer stadiums, and dance halls. Within months, the FLN's urban bomb cells had succeeded in terrifying the Pied Noir population of Algiers that up to this point had felt largely immune from the war. In early 1957, the French responded to the highly worrisome developments in Algiers by sending in General Jacques, a soldier of dash and vigor, and his 8000 Strong Toe Division parachutist with full powers and orders to restore power in the capital. Massou and his beret and leopard camouflage-wearing paras embodied the guerre revolutionnaire approach to counterinsurgency. One of Massou's first key actions was to ruthlessly break the general 8-day strike called by the FLN for the Casbah. Paras went from shop to shop with stark orders from the owners, open up for business or we'll destroy your store. Massou's gambit succeeded as shop owners quickly obeyed the French threats. Another critical French effort was the nettoyage, or cleansing operation. The idea was to have paras on constant patrol, setting up checkpoints and conducting house-to-house searches. The bomb makers would be given no refuge. Given the FLN's intentionally clandestine strategy in the Casbah, Massou's chances of success depended heavily on high-quality intelligence. Muslim Casbah residents who served as informers were known as blues and often provided the French with indispensable information. Another critical element of Massou's strategy was the use of massive arrests of suspected FLN members. Many of these Algerians were never seen again. In fact, a startling 30% of the male population of the Casbah was arrested during the siege, Shockingly, 3,000 of the 24,000 total Muslims arrested during the Battle of Algiers disappeared while in detention. Massu and the Paras justified torture as a necessity and as a matter of efficiency. Only by breaking some eggs, the French believed, could the counter-terror effort succeed in infiltrating the highly secret bombing network. It is noteworthy that Massu's strategy proved lethal against the FLN in the Kasbah. Within 9 months the FLN had been destroyed as a terror network in Algiers. In September 1957, Yassef Saadi was arrested while his fellow guerrilla leader, Ali Lapointe, was killed. While the French success using torture in the Battle of Algiers might serve as a counter-example to the popular view that torture tends not to yield good intelligence since the victims invent information to avoid suffering, it nonetheless had catastrophic consequences for France's political ambitions in Algeria. The irony of this victory was that the French military deployed means of repression almost identical to those that they had endured during the Nazi Intermezzo, France in Algeria 181. Occupation. The decade before, some of the French torturers reportedly recognized techniques that had been used on them by the Gestapo when they were resistance fighters. And once the torture began in Algiers, it left behind a poison that would linger in the French system long after the war itself had ended. Degree. Whatever the short-term counterinsurgency gains, the French win in Algiers came at the expense of its own moral standing. What is more, Algiers focused international attention on the Algeria question, leaving France exposed in the forum of world opinion at a time when national liberation movements were gaining broad sympathy. In this sense, like the American experience following the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, the Battle of Algiers wound up being a severe political setback for France. Hunting commandos and the Maurice Line. After the Battle of Algiers, French commanders made a renewed effort to go after the Algerian insurgents in the hinterlands. One of the first efforts occurred in late 1957 when General Salin constructed a series of border protections called the Maurice Line. Consisting of 2 rows of electric fences, barbed wire, and land mines stretching for more than 320 kilometers along the Tunisian frontier, the Maurice Line aimed to cut off the Algerian source of smuggled arms. The line was guarded by 40,000 French troops and reinforced by radar and blockhouses in an approach not unlike the British strategy against the Boers half a century earlier. Mobile units were held in reserve to pursue any insurgent penetrations. A similar line guarded the Moroccan border as well. The French also mandated that the areas around the lines were free fire zones where civilians could be shot on sight. At the same time, the French relocated a startling 300,000 Muslims living along the Tunisian border to 250 inland settlements. Conditions inside the camps were appalling. Called regroupments, the villages aimed to keep the villagers separate from FLN violence or influence and deny the insurgents supplies or refuge. All told, 1 million rural peasants were resettled into these barbed wire camps across the country. The cleared zones then gave the French military the green light to hunt insurgents crossing into Algeria. Amazingly, the border interdiction efforts reduced arms and fighter trafficking by up to 90%. Thus, France managed to achieve in Algeria what the Americans could not do in Vietnam: secure borders. Registered. Moreover, echoing a key strategic move from the Boer War, the closing of the borders also created a sort of hunting. 182. Preserve, where French mobile forces could track down trapped FLN and ALN fighters. In 1958, General Maurice Chala, the new commander of the French army in Algeria after Salin, stepped up pressure considerably to break the back of the FLN's rural operations. Moving away from the static quadrillage, Plan Chala deployed highly trained mobile units equipped with French and American-made helicopters to pursue the enemy. Interestingly, Chala was not a fanatical proponent of guerre révolutionnaire, yet his new strategy of using commandos de chasse and political campaigns certainly shared much with this widely held philosophy. The new French strategy worked remarkably well. Despite the ire provoked by the forced resettlements, rural Algerian communities increasingly rejected the FLN. In fact, Far more Algerians worked on the French side than with the FLN, even though the number of FLN fighters had grown to about 200,000 by 1960. The French believed that they had effectively defeated the FLN. According to one French officer, "We have pacified the country so well, nowadays, no one joins the guerrillas." Asterisk. Yet while French counterinsurgency strategy proved lethally effective on the ground, like the American experience in Vietnam, the longer the war lasted, the greater the perception grew at home that the French had committed egregious crimes in their efforts. Allegations of torture and atrocities rocked French society. In one instance, in early 1959, 35 priests who had served as reserve officers in Algeria issued a report stating, among other things, "It emerges broadly that methods are used in the conduct of war that our consciences condemn. Interrogations are conducted only too generally by methods we must call torture." Degree. As the years dragged on, it became increasingly clear that France was strong, militarily, in Algeria, but weak, politically, at home. The FLN was weak, militarily, at home, but strong politically, abroad. In other words, what was good for France militarily was bad politically, and vice versa. France on the brink. The situation in Algeria would get far worse before it began to improve. In the late R950s, Pieds Noirs were becoming increasingly frustrated with what they believed were French concessions to the Algerians. In May 1958, disgruntled French officers revolted against the government of the Fourth Republic, which they considered paralyzed on Algeria policy. None other than Jacques Massou of Battle of Algiers fame formed a committee. Intermezzo, France in Algeria 183. Of Civil and Army Public Security, General Salin, commander in Algeria, announced that he was assuming provisional powers. Meanwhile, French paratroopers from Algeria seized Corsica and set their sights on Paris. The Fourth Republic was finished. It was only through astute statesmanship that Charles de Gaulle, the French hero of World War II, managed to avert a crisis. On June 1, he became premier of the country and won a landslide victory in the December presidential election. Charles de Gaulle presciently understood that France would have to forfeit Algeria sooner rather than later. There was simply no way, he believed, that France could withstand the demographic trends and nationalist sentiment evolving in Algeria. It is important to keep in mind, though, that de Gaulle came to this view only after he had exhausted all hope that France could hold on in Algeria. Correctly sensing that de Gaulle's pronouncements about Algerian self-determination indicated that the insurgents were winning the political war, the FLN began to cease its attacks on French troops. But the impending demise of French rule in Algeria infuriated the Pieds Noirs. Over the next 2 years, militant Pied Noir factions as well as French military contingents launched their own campaign against the Gaullist government in a series of uprisings and revolts. This was coupled, in 1961, with the merciless targeting of indigenous Algerian civilians by a violent faction known as the Organisation de l'Armée Secrète. As the OAS killing spree increased, French units began to fight these Pied Noir radicals. De Gaulle had ordered the military to break the OAS by all means, even if that meant killing Frenchmen. As thousands of Pieds Noirs fled to France near the war's end in 1962, the OAS attempted to prevent the exodus through a campaign of violence that included an attempt to assassinate de Gaulle. In fact, before it was over, the OAS had spread its terrorism to mainland France. Yet, despite the desperate acts of the OAS, both France and the FLN had moved toward an agreement, which spelled the end for the paramilitary group's ability to influence events in Algeria. A ceasefire at last. The ceasefire that was signed at Evian on March 18, 1962, was the culmination of secret negotiations that began almost a year earlier. During this time there was open fighting between OAS and French troops in Algeria. Yet, amazingly, during the negotiations France capitulated on almost every major issue that it had considered critical to its national 184 interests. *3 By this point, de Gaulle deeply feared that Algeria could push France into civil war. He wanted out. Algerian independence was declared on July 3, 1962. On the counterinsurgency side, at the time of Evian, the FLN's insurgent force was reduced to fewer than 10,000 full-time fighters, down from a peak of 60,000 in 1959. The war had been a decisive counterinsurgency victory for France. But this victory came at the expense of both losing the political war and almost losing France itself. The French suffered 17,500 killed, while another 3,500 Europeans died, mostly at the hands of the FLN. The FLN also killed 30,000 Algerians during the war. Afterward, an estimated 30,000 to 150,000 Harkis were targeted for death for their alleged treason. The Algerian insurgents lost around 150,000 members during this colonial war. The FLN's protracted but ultimately stunning victory over the French galvanized other nationalist and communist movements across the world. The FLN had no interest in compromising its political objectives and ended up getting everything it had demanded from day one in 1954. The FLN's victory was not lost on the Kennedy administration in Washington. While still a senator, John Kennedy had made waves with a speech that appealed to the legitimacy of Algerian self-determination. Yet, no matter what sympathies Kennedy might have had for the Algerian nationalists, the deep fear of more Algerias weighed heavily on an American president deeply concerned with stopping violent revolutions around the globe. 16. Intermezzo. David Galula. Is everywhere and nowhere. David Galula *. We have seen how the French experience in Indochina directly led to the application of guerre révolutionnaire in Algeria. While crude, in hindsight these counterinsurgency principles proved ruthlessly effective against the Algerian insurgents. In fact, contrary to what is often posited today, the French counterinsurgency methods in Algeria suggest that, at least at the time, torture could pay intelligence dividends. There was one military thinker in particular, David Galula, who emerged from this conflict to have a tremendous influence on how Western government and militaries would approach counterinsurgencies. Having served in the French army in North Africa, Italy, and then Indochina and Algeria, Galula was certainly a seasoned practitioner of counterinsurgency warfare. He even spent 18 months in Greece just as that civil war was winding down. In 1962, Galula resigned his French commission and moved to the United States to study warfare at Harvard University. Over the next few years, he wrote books on both the French experience in Algeria and counterinsurgency warfare more broadly. His work Counterinsurgency Warfare, Theory and Practice subsequently became a sort of counterinsurgency Bible for budding military strategists eager to unlock the way to defeat Marxist insurgencies across the globe. Galula's insights into the nature of insurgencies were not entirely novel, rather, they reflected the lessons gleaned from his intellectual 185. 186. Predecessors such as Sir Charles Gwynne, a British officer who wrote a seminal 1939 text titled Imperial Policing, which laid out key principles for how colonial powers could quell native uprisings. If Mao and other classical insurgency leaders had perfected the scientific approach to successful guerrilla warfare in the years following World War II, Galula contended that counterinsurgent forces could be equally systematic. In other words, if there could be a theory of insurgency, there could be one for counterinsurgency as well. Galula contended that insurgencies arise often because one group in a particular country wants to seize power. That is, the insurgent challenges the status quo. This can happen through a full-scale revolution, as was the case in France in 1789 and Russia 1917. Yet more common during the Cold War was the type of protracted, politically deft struggle conducted over years to achieve the same revolutionary effect. Galula warned his readers that insurgencies are often well advanced before they appear to be active. Yet even the most embryonic insurgencies hold the strategic initiative since they are largely able to decide when and where to fight. He also believed that a burden of the guerrillas was that they had to continue growing stronger and larger. The insurgent thus has to grow in the course of the war from small to large, from weakness to strength, or else he fails. Part of Galula's genius was his insight into the fundamental realities and dilemmas facing counterinsurgent forces. For example, he made the keen observation that in a conventional war it is a dereliction of duty for a soldier not to fire back at someone who fires at him. Yet, in counterinsurgency, this is not necessarily the case, as such an action can often be counterproductive. Another insight was that counterinsurgencies should not attempt to mimic the ways of their insurgent adversaries. That would be the same as a giant to try to fit into a dwarf's clothing. Instead, the counterinsurgency needed to utilize its tangible assets such as air mobility or the ability to control the economy. Galula also realized that counterinsurgent forces were inherently conservative as they were attempting to preserve the status quo. In this sense, insurgents were about disorder, while counterinsurgents cherished order. Galula argued that counterinsurgent operations could not be strictly military or political, and that these tasks and responsibilities cannot be neatly divided between the civilian and the soldier, for their operations overlap too much with each other. The soldier does not stay in his garrison with nothing to do, once the early large-scale operations have been concluded. Registered at the same time, Galula readily admitted that. Intermezzo, David Galula 187. Soldiers, not judges or development experts, would do most of the counterinsurgency work. Thus, the soldier must then be prepared to become a propagandist, a social worker, a civil engineer, a schoolteacher, a nurse, a Boy Scout. Ultimately, though, Galula believed that the critically important civil population would respect actions, not words. Thus, more than simply talking about progress and security, counterinsurgents had to actually provide it if they expected to win over and maintain public sentiment. Once all of the various counterinsurgent mechanisms were in place, the government needed to act quickly to seize the initiative from the insurgent. This would take the form of traditional military efforts to expel the insurgents and defend the local population. This is because, as so many counterinsurgent campaigns have bitterly learned, securing the population must come first. If that cannot be achieved, then there is no reason to waste time with other efforts to win hearts and minds. Galula's solution also involved empowering local residents by organizing self-defense units and ensuring that the locals were given positions of authority in the existing government. The approach also included elections that would bolster the legitimacy of the national government. In addition, Galula believed that counterinsurgents should not use terror against their foes, no matter how frustrating the conflict had become. This was because terror was a source of disorder, which is precisely what the counterinsurgency aims to stop. Registered one of Galula's greatest warnings is that overreacting by resorting to terror would simply generate more anti-government animosity, replenishing the ranks of insurgent forces. While Galula was concerned about excess, he also recognized that the counterinsurgency cannot conduct its operations blindly when faced with a violent insurgency. Rather, the counterinsurgents would necessarily have to crack down on civil liberties and suspend the regular rule of law if doing so was advantageous, especially since insurgents so often refuse to play by the established rules of the game. Once these sorts of activities were fulfilled in one area, counterinsurgent forces could start all over again elsewhere, and so on. Galula's counterinsurgency recipe was not glamorous, but it has proven remarkably influential since it was written. When coupled with the observations of other practitioners such as Great Britain's Robert Thompson, Galula's work is fundamental to what is known by scholars and military practitioners as classical counterinsurgency, the mostly informal Cold War-era philosophy on how to defeat Marxist guerrilla insurgencies. *degree 188. Galula's classical maxims, such as prioritizing the safety of the local population over killing the enemy, deeply influenced American policymakers who, through the 1960s, confronted guerrilla movements across the globe. Almost 50 years after Galula's writing, American strategists like General David Petraeus, faced with seemingly unstoppable insurgencies in Iraq and Afghanistan, turned to Galula's work for lessons on what needed to be done. Indeed, a lot of what can be considered postmodern counterinsurgency in Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere has its roots squarely in the Cold War-era classical approach. The legacy of classical counterinsurgency. Seen through contemporary eyes, classical counterinsurgency, prevalent during the Cold War and made popular by theorists such as Galula, might appear politically incorrect. With its emphasis on population resettlement, curfews, food control, and other stringent methods, the strategy could seem overly harsh or even criminal. We should not forget that the mostly Marxist revolutionary theorists of classical insurgency and the classical counterinsurgency responders who thrived in the second half of the 20th century built their understanding of irregular warfare on the works of earlier thinkers such as Sun Tzu, Clausewitz, T. E. Lawrence, and C. E. Caldwell. Yet the influence of classical counterinsurgency nonetheless endures largely because it proved itself to be a relatively successful response to communist movements. However, there is debate as to whether the classical strategy is still relevant now that, with the end of the Cold War, we have entered a postmodern phase of insurgencies and counterinsurgencies. One reason the classical approach still matters is that even if some of its harsher edges are removed, its unyielding emphasis on securing the population over destroying the enemy remains an appealing approach to dealing with insurgencies. At the same time, more contemporary insurgencies look nothing like their Cold War predecessors in many fundamental ways. For example, Al-Qaeda's emphasis on religious fanaticism and leaderless resistance. For some counterinsurgency scholars have written that classical insurgencies were set apart by their reason for taking up arms, to seize power. Thus, classical insurgents normally needed a physical refuge from which to launch their operations. Too often, though, adherents of the classical approach assumed that the conflicts in question involved a direct struggle between insurgent and counterinsurgent, when the reality in cases like Algeria and Indochina revealed much more nuanced insurgent movements and motivations. Classical counterinsurgency developed as a response to almost exclusively Marxist guerrilla revolutions across the globe during the Cold War. If almost all of those revolutions were either defeated or fizzled out with the end of the Cold War, we have to ask whether the classical approach still applied when addressing postmodern insurgencies like Al-Qaeda or the Taliban in Afghanistan. 17. Intermezzo. Malaya Emergency, 1948–1960. On Saturday, October 6, 1951, the British High Commissioner in Malaya Sir Henry Gurney and his wife left the steamy administrative capital of Kuala Lumpur for the relative cool of Fraser's Hill, a mountain retreat about 40 miles away. While they were passing through a narrow stretch of road on the way to the hill station, a platoon of 38 communist guerrillas ambushed the car. Gurney fled the vehicle, but was mowed down by bullets as he attempted to seek cover on the side of the road. Gurney's wife and secretary remained inside the car and miraculously escaped the ambush unharmed. 3 weeks after the Gurney assassination, a convoy in the same area was also hit, this time with 16 killed and scores injured. With the escalated raids, the guerrillas appeared formidable and terrifying. After 3 years of counterinsurgency warfare, the British effort to defeat the communist insurgents in its Asian colony was at its most despondent moment. As in many of the cases we have already seen, observers began to question controversial policies, such as forced resettlement, that formed part of the British counterinsurgency repertoire. Yet over the course of the next several years the British were able to handily defeat the insurgents. The story of the British counterinsurgency success stands as a firm reminder that dirty war victories are usually not very clean. And as the British learned so well, setbacks tend to be dramatic while progress is usually invisible. This would become an important insight for the United States as it began to navigate its own dirty wars, especially in Vietnam. The emergency. During the Japanese occupation of Malaya, the British Army trained an indigenous guerrilla force which they called the Malayan People's 190 Anti-Japanese Army. While ultimately unable to defeat the Japanese on their own, the force gained legitimacy in the eyes of the Malayan people by putting up a dogged fight. They also received critical experience in guerrilla warfare, as well as arms, from their British allies. After the occupation, the Mpja came into contact with the Malay Communist Party, which had been organized in the 1920s and soon transformed into the armed wing of Malay communism. Ironically, this British-trained cadre would become the very insurgent faction the British would fight in the coming decade. Perhaps around 500,000 of the more than 3 million ethnic Chinese in Malaya supported the MCP. The Communists were especially effective at riling up Chinese resentment regarding British promises to ensure their full citizenship in the newly created but still not fully independent Federation of Malaya. When Malaya was liberated from Japanese occupation in August 1945, the British were eager to reclaim the colonial possession they had held since 1874. The Alabama-sized territory supplied one-third of the world's rubber and tin, both in drastically short supply in the aftermath of the war. Yet Malayan communists, almost all of whom were ethnic Chinese, were not eager to see the British resume their colonial rule. This opposition came even though the communists had generally supported the British against the Japanese. Now the aim of the Malayan communists switched from how to defeat Japan to how to expel any foreign force aiming to control the island. The MCP believed that the moment was ripe to repeat the revolution in Malaya. In fact, the MCP's General Secretary, Chen Peng, called for an expedited insurrection to take advantage of British weakness right after World War II. The plan was to use terror and intimidation against the Malayan population, especially targeting laborers in tin mines and rubber plantations. Soon enough, the communist commanders expected, the British would simply abandon their colonial possession. By 1946, rebellion was brewing as communist-hatched strikes broke out across the country. The MCP had penetrated deep into labor unions in order to sow the seeds of revolution. They were also now patrolling in detachments of to 200 men, hitting isolated police outposts, conducting sabotage and targeting civilians. On June 16, 1948, MCP guerrillas murdered 3 British rubber plantation workers. 2 days later, British authorities responded to the unfolding unrest by declaring the start of an anti-bandit campaign later to be known, simply and infamously, as the Emergency. 193. At this early stage, there were perhaps 4,000 communist guerrillas roaming the dense jungles that covered 80% of the colony's territory. The Malayan security forces then had 9,000 police officers and RO infantry battalions. The British Army garrison in 1948 consisted of a Gurkha brigade, for a total of 6 battalions. For the first 2 years of the emergency, the British attempted to use brute force to check the guerrillas' growing activity and influence, pursuing them using large sweeps and search and destroy missions. The approach was simple: find the enemy and kill him. The strategy encountered obstacles from the start. One major problem was that the counterinsurgents had to find a way to manage an estimated 400,000 largely self-sufficient peasants dubbed squatters by the British who lived on the fringes of the jungle, in the heart of communist territory. The number of squatters had risen exponentially during World War II as the rural Chinese community fled to the fringes of the jungle to elude the Japanese. Many of the squatters shared ethnic and cultural ties with the largely Chinese communists. They were easily influenced by the guerrillas' message of economic and social equality and were quickly converted into sympathetic civilians or armed fighters. Focusing on their attempts to eliminate the guerrilla bands in the jungles and the countryside, the British failed to take this growing relationship into account, as well as the Communists' more sinister campaign of intimidation and terror. Lieutenant General Sir Harold Briggs. In 1950, Lieutenant General Sir Harold Briggs was appointed Director of Operations in Malaya. A veteran of the British campaign in Burma, Briggs developed a key innovation that turned the British operation into a successful counterinsurgency. In his view, killing guerrillas could not be the only goal. Rather, the British must instead focus on protecting vulnerable rural populations and thereby isolate the guerrillas. By April 1950, the Briggs Plan was underway, the hallmark being a massive effort to resettle squatters to protected villages far away from communist influence. Within a year, over 100,000 squatters had been resettled into what eventually became more than 500 new villages. At first, most of them were protected with rudimentary barbed wire barriers and guarded by a detachment of special constables. Until the villages were able to mount their own guard units, there were problems with the villages as well. For one, the village sites were usually chosen for their defensive location, not for their arability. A. 194 Part 2. The Cold War, 1940s to 1989. Figure 17.2. Men with rifles in Malayan new village of Pokakasam. Central Office of Information, 1953. Courtesy of the Library of Congress, Prints and Photographs Division, LC, Lot 7671. Major setback for the largely agrarian population. Another problem was that villagers often needed to venture out to work on crops or on plantations, making them more vulnerable to guerrilla targeting. As time went on, though, many of the villages received electricity, schools, and water supplies. The villages were controversial from the very beginning, and the living conditions within them varied tremendously. But the British might have dodged a bullet in that the villages could have easily turned into breeding grounds for guerrilla recruits but didn't. Instead, by the 1960s, many of the new villages had become sustainable, normal villages, despite their dubious origins. In the middle of 1951, a new component of the Briggs Plan, Operation Starvation, was unveiled. The frankly titled program used restrictions on food and medicine to achieve its objective of denying the guerrilla sustenance. Shopkeepers were made to keep all records of food sales, and workers were not allowed to take food out to work with them. Rice rations were delivered cooked so that they remained edible for only a few days. Colonial police and other troops guarded rice convoys. 195. By the end of 1951, the British still faced a determined insurgency. The Malay population was believed to be more or less equally split in its support for the communists and the colonial government. The British counterinsurgency yielded few obvious successes, and critics claimed that the new villages were replete with communist spies. With Gurney's assassination a month earlier, the guerrillas still seemed to operate with impunity. Victory was elusive for the British. With his efforts to quell the insurrection having yielded so little, an exhausted and disillusioned Briggs left Malaya for a retirement in Cyprus registered. Winning the hearts and minds. PLL shoot the first bastard who says this emergency is over. There are probably as many communist terrorists in the jungle as there were 2 years ago. Sir Gerald Templar. Gurney's death during the ambush was a sobering blow to the British effort in Malaya. Yet, while tragic, it also gave London a chance to renew its efforts to bring order to the country. The British took a gamble by appointing Sir Gerald Templar as both High Commissioner of Malaya and Director of Operations, giving him authoritarian control over the civilian and military efforts. Templar remained in office for 28 months. Wiry and neat, he was initially criticized for having no previous experience in Malaya. Others questioned the suitability of combining the civil and military posts, and doubted whether a military man could handle the intricate politics of civilian government. Degree to his credit, though, Templar did possess an acute sense of how to run a military government as a result of his tenure as commander of the British zone in occupied Germany after World War II. Templar's approach did not diverge too much from the Briggs Plan but rather attempted to improve it. The British had to win the hearts and minds of the rural population. The phrase is Templar's, it would become inseparable from the concept of modern counterinsurgency. Templar estimated that he needed to win over 2/3 of the population to win the war. For Templar, the path to winning these hearts and minds lay in large part in giving the Malay population a stake in the British effort. And this meant a British pledge that it would allow Malayan independence once the communist threat had been eliminated. Of course, pacification would need to come before independence. For Templar, the carrot of independence would only complement, not replace, the stick of continued harsh counterinsurgency policies. 196. One key innovation Templar introduced was a collection of lessons learned from the British Jungle Training School that he compiled into a small book known as The Conduct of Anti-Terrorist Operations in Malaya. Twice a year, both British and Malayan soldiers received a portable, updated edition that provided refreshers on the best tactics to counter the guerrillas. Templar often traveled across the territory with a large show of force to remind friend and foe alike that the colonial effort was formidable. On the railways, for example, he moved about in an armored train followed by 2 armored vehicles on rails. Templar was a can-do commander, often visiting new villages where he would inspect the local police, school, and home guard. He would give pep talks to the villagers through his interpreter. Only a few months after his arrival in February 1952, Templar began to put his bare-knuckled imprimatur on the British campaign. In one instance, a guerrilla ambush killed 12 British officers inspecting a sabotaged water line about 50 miles north of Kuala Lumpur. 3 days later, Templar arrived in the area and summoned scores of community leaders to meet with him. The British commander called them cowards, berating them for not fighting guerrillas themselves. In Templar's words, "It does not amuse me to punish innocent people, but many of you are not innocent. You have information which you are too cowardly to give." Templar then used his emergency powers to impose a collective punishment on the communities through a 22-hour-per-day curfew and reduction in the rice ration by almost half. Villagers violating the new rules were subjected to heavy fines and jail terms. But Templar also gave the villagers a way to make amends. Households were given a sheet with instructions from the High Commissioner on which they could list information about communists in the area. A day later, the papers were collected and dropped unopened into sealed boxes. Templar then opened them himself at the government house in Kuala Lumpur in the presence of village representatives. The intelligence provided quickly led to the arrest of 40 suspects. A few weeks later, the curfew was lifted. Soon after this, Long Pin, a famous guerrilla, was killed in the same vicinity. Templar visited the village again, but this time to congratulate them on a job well done. *5 While his strategy was controversial and unquestionably painful to the rural population, Templar succeeded in forcing the guerrillas deeper and deeper into the jungle, often starved and desperate for food. Some captured guerrillas admitted that their rations had been cut to a cigarette tin of rice a day. Registered. When British authorities learned about an area where guerrillas 197 were on the verge of starvation, they would tighten the rice rationing. British authorities even issued a tin puncturing order whereby tins distributed to villagers had to be punctured to ensure that the contents were consumed immediately and not hoarded to feed insurgent fighters. Templar's food policies were not without their problems. In fact, the very essence of the program to provide barely enough food to keep a person in good health was morally questionable. Critics claimed that the approach was intentionally creating millions of half-starved rural residents. If food control was the counterinsurgency's fundamental stick, the signature carrot was what came to be called white areas. The British declared a 220-square-mile area in the central district of Malacca communist-free. They lifted emergency restrictions and dismantled police roadblocks for the population of 160,000. Over time, the white area increased in size until, in 1957, it covered 30,000 of Malaya's 51,000 square miles and included around half of Malaya's population. *7 At the same time, in a flash of unyielding counterinsurgency doctrine, Templar beefed up the security forces so that they could more aggressively pursue their adversaries. When combined with the resettlement and food denial policies, this new approach proved brutally effective. Desperate guerrillas were relentlessly harassed by hunter-killer platoons that forced scores of surrenders and defections. Air mobility in the form of helicopters was also crucial. So was stronger fortification of the new villages and the more aggressive protection afforded to truck convoys on remote roads. At its maximum height, Britain had 40,000 troops in the Malayan theatre, 25,000 British, 10,000 Gurkhas, and 5,000 from other Commonwealth countries. Registered under Templar's watch, the British also attempted to break the guerrillas' will through psychological warfare. They dropped almost 1 million leaflets in areas infested by the Malayan Races Liberation Army. Sometimes the leaflets showed pictures of captured emaciated guerrillas in captivity with their well-fed grins a few weeks later after they had agreed to cooperate. The Commonwealth authorities also offered rewards for capturing guerrillas, $250,000 for the MCP Secretary General, down to $2,500 for a rank-and-file fighter. At times the British even used former guerrillas to man small platoons that hunted their former comrades in arms. After 18 months of service, the former combatants were released unconditionally. Back in the New Villages, films and dramas performed by ex-guerrillas aimed to demonstrate how much better life was away from communist control. Degree 198. Even with this new successful strategy, it still took an estimated 1,800 man-hours of jungle bashing for every encounter with communist insurgents. And, lest we forget that this was in fact a war, it merits mentioning that the British also dropped 3,500 tons of bombs along with their leaflets. All told, since the Briggs days, the British showed a remarkable capacity to adopt a new military approach after realizing that their initial large sweeps had failed to dent the insurgency. That effort was now bearing fruit. On August 31, 1957, the British granted independence to Malaya. By this time, 3,500 civilians had died in the conflict, alongside around 2,000 security forces and 10,000 guerrillas. The MCP/MRLA had proven formidable adversaries, and the British had made countless mistakes while they prosecuted a war that did not officially end until 1960. However, the British were able to learn from their mistakes. They were patient and painstaking in how they adapted their counterinsurgency efforts, but they were also merciless in the implementation. Robert Thompson and the Lessons of Malaya. One of Templar's closest counterinsurgency advisors was a British lieutenant colonel named Robert Thompson. Thompson came away from Malaya with sharply defined beliefs about what was necessary to defeat communist guerrilla insurgencies. Unlike the iron-fisted French theory of guerre révolutionnaire that followed the humiliation in Indochina, Thompson's theory contended that the key to successful counterinsurgency was to defeat political subversion, not the guerrillas themselves. He made several corollary points. First, he asserted, a government must show that it has the confidence and know-how to win the war. Second, Thompson believed that the force of arms alone was insufficient to win. The government must use strong judicial systems and police forces to win the allegiance of the population. Third, the government must be as patient as its adversaries. In his view, the very nature of a communist-inspired insurgency, where force of arms alone will not prevail, dictates that a long-term view must be taken of all the problems which arise. Thompson's missives were read widely in the early 1960s and deeply influenced American officials in Vietnam, who were trying to figure out how to approach the Viet Cong. In fact, in the early 1960s Thompson went to Saigon to advise the fledgling regime of Ngo Dinh Diem. One of the first things that he realized was that challenges in Malaya paled in comparison to the tempest brewing in Vietnam, something his American colleagues would tragically learn in the years to come. 18. Ramon Magsaysay and the Hukbalahap Rebellion in the Philippines, 1946 to 1956. Can only hold out as long as it is supported by the masses. No more, no less. Luis Taruc, leader of the communist insurgency in the Philippines, 1948. After the victory over Aguinaldo's guerrillas in the Philippines in 1902, the United States governed the archipelago for the next half-century. Japan's occupation of the Philippines during World War II led to the ignominious surrender of 15,000 American troops at Bataan and forced American General Douglas MacArthur to evacuate his forces to Australia. While the United States regrouped and prepared to win back the Pacific, over 250,000 Filipinos participated in some form of guerrilla activity against the Japanese occupiers during the course of the war as part of the People's Anti-Japanese Army, the Hukbalahap. While their name suggests that they were singularly focused on fighting the Japanese, the Hooks did not lay down their arms following independence. Rechristening themselves the People's Liberation Army, they returned to guerrilla warfare, this time to overthrow what they considered a corrupt and illegitimate government in Manila. While much of the Huk leadership came from the educated urban class, the Huk cause was bolstered by the miserable labor and land conditions in much of rural Luzon. Malnourishment was rife and few campesinos owned their own land. After fighting the Japanese, many in the Philippines felt that they deserved a greater voice in political affairs as well as control of their land. Even General MacArthur admitted the Huk's appeal in the countryside. If I worked in those sugar fields, I'd probably be a Huk myself. Insurgency was not without its weaknesses. Like so many guerrilla groups throughout history, the Huk ranks were riddled with internal dissension, jealousies, and poor military coordination. Another debilitating problem was that while they had more than enough men under arms, the Huks lacked a potent external sponsor who would provide scarce weapons and ammunition. For the most part, they could rely on weaponry left over from World War II, but as the duration of the conflict lengthened, it became harder and harder for the insurgents to acquire the munitions they needed to effectively combat government forces. Despite these problems, the Huk rebellion spread rapidly and soon had a strong foothold in the Philippines, controlling much of the islands of Luzon and Mindanao. Beset with the problem of a popularly supported rural insurgency, the Roxas administration responded with a fierce counterinsurgency campaign known as the Mailed Fist. Of particular note, the generally ineffective security forces attempted a system of cordons similar to what the British had attempted against the Boers in South Africa. This approach only further antagonized an already embittered rural population. In short, Manila's initial, heavy-handed counterinsurgency backfired. Roxas's death in 1948 launched Vice President Elpidio Quirino into the presidency. Despite some fleeting attempts at soft glove reform in the countryside, Quirino's counterinsurgency strategies remained largely unchanged. Quirino campaigned in the presidential election of 1949 and won in an unquestionably fraudulent vote. For the Huks, the rigged election was further evidence that the Filipino government did not represent the people. **. Hold the Philippines whatever the cost. At this point, the United States had very little direct involvement in the increasingly lethal guerrilla conflict in the Philippines. Since the end of World War I, it had sent small amounts of military and economic aid to the Philippines, totaling $72.6 million between 1945 and 1948, without making the country a priority. As Manila's position grew more precarious, Quirino pleaded for both more aid and the introduction of American combat troops. Preoccupied with an icy relationship with Moscow and the anti-communist campaign in Greece, the Americans were initially reluctant to expand their involvement. However, the Truman administration's unfolding containment strategy made this position more and more difficult to maintain. The 202 administration tended to view the Huks, like the Greek insurgents, as pawns of international communism. In this case, the worry was less Soviet plotting and more the ideological and financial influence of Beijing. The Joint Chiefs of Staff concluded, the situation in the Philippines cannot be viewed as a local problem. The strategic importance of the United States' position in the Philippines is such as to justify the commitment of United States forces for its protection should circumstances require. Dean Rusk, the State Department's top diplomat for Asia, concurred, if we fail there, the rest of Asia will surely consider we have nothing to offer elsewhere. It is vital that we hold the Philippines whatever the cost unless we are prepared to write off Asia. Given the successful outcome in Greece, which avoided the introduction of U.S. combat troops, it appeared as though the United States had a ready model for preventing other dominoes from falling to communist insurrection. However, this model was complicated substantially by the historically paternalistic relationship of the United States in the Philippines. While the Truman administration desired to defeat the Huk insurgency, it also did not want to appear to be acting like a colonial power. American officials hoped that the light footprint approach that had proved so successful in Greece could be replicated halfway across the world in the jungles of Luzon and Mindanao. Further complicating the American counterinsurgency strategy in the Philippines, the government and security forces in Manila were weak, corrupt, and deeply unpopular in many parts of the countryside. As in Greece, the American effort would combine conventional security-focused counterinsurgency with technical and development assistance designed to make the Filipino government more efficient and responsive. In practice, Washington's involvement meant taking extensive control of the Filipino government. In addition to economic assistance, the State Department sent officials to serve as field officers to the Philippine Army, while the CIA also opened up a station in Manila. According to one U.S. official, "We must control to the maximum every centavo of aid of any character that we send to this country." American engagement had returned to the Philippines. Ramon Magsaysay. By late 1950, President Quirino recognized that his government's counterinsurgency strategy was failing to rein in the Huk threat. In September, Quirino appointed a former anti-Japanese guerrilla leader, Ramon Magsaysay, as his Secretary for National Defense in order to change the Magsaysay and the Hukbalahap Rebellion 203 dynamics of the conflict. Magsaysay was the right person in the right place at the right time. His arrival, coupled with the almost simultaneous U.S. decision to support the Filipino government, was the turning point of the Huk Rebellion. Magsaysay had a keen understanding of his enemy, having grown up impoverished on a rural farm and fought as a guerrilla against the Japanese occupation. Magsaysay was deeply familiar with the desperation among the rural population that the Huks had so successfully exploited. Magsaysay went to work on a new strategy that attempted both to reform the corrupt Filipino government and security forces and to enact sorely overdue land reform in the countryside. Capitalizing on his folksy manner, reputation for honesty, and indefatigable work habits, Magsaysay quickly personalized his policies. Indeed, the defense minister with the keen political ear seemed to be everywhere, making unannounced lightning visits to inspect troops or checking in with rural villagers. Registered, he was known for his pithy slogans. With some, like "honesty comes first," and "if you really want to please me, spend any money you would spend on me on the poor," he intended to reinforce his simple but steadfast effort to strengthen the government's relationship with the Filipino people. With others, he aimed to motivate his troops. "The army is no place for hooligans. Your uniform is the symbol of our national sovereignty and you must treat it with respect and see that it is respected." Magsaysay would also punish troops for stealing in front of affected villagers to demonstrate that he meant what he said. This became one way of repairing the relationship between the Filipino population and the army. Magsaysay also refused to tolerate the military's reticence to fight the Huks. Once, after being told how long it would take to make a unit combat ready, he replied, 3 weeks? These units aren't going to waste 3 weeks. They move out of here in 3 hours. 3 hours later, the army was on the march. Magsaysay was relentless in his efforts to root out the deep-seated corruption and lack of offensive spirit within the military's ranks. He recruited aggressive young officers to replace ones that he had personally fired. He made sure that his soldiers were paid on time, were fed well, and were promoted when they did good work. Magsaysay also attempted inventive ways to bolster the rural population's faith in the government. Most notably, he instituted a program in which farmers could send a reduced-rate telegram to his ministry and usually receive an answer within a day. Another innovation involved providing legal counsel at cost to peasants who were pursuing cases against rural landowners. In an early state employment program, he organized the construction of thousands of partially prefabricated rural schools, using local laborers as builders. A devout anti-communist, Magsaysay's unconventional but unyielding commitment to winning over the rural population did not mean that he was also unwilling to confront the guerrillas aggressively. In his words, his troops needed to be ambassadors of goodwill and hook hunters in that order. One of Magsaysay's keenest insights was that winning the population's support was key to defeating the communists. The 1951 general elections became a symbol of his campaign to demonstrate that the Filipino government had the population's best interests at heart. Magsaysay was determined to prevent a repeat of the rigged elections of 1949, which had greatly bolstered public support for the Hook movement. Captured documents revealed that the Hooks, for their part, fully expected the elections to be fraudulent, which in turn would further delegitimize an already unpopular government. Thus, the Hook leaders suffered a blow when it became apparent that Magsaysay's efforts to protect ballot boxes and other policies ensured a remarkably free and fair election. Interestingly, the peaceful election served to enhance Magsaysay's political stature, not that of President Quirino*. Colonel Edward G. Lansdale. Ramon Magsaysay was not alone in his efforts to bolster the Philippines' campaign against the Hooks. In fact, many of his most effective reforms were coordinated in conjunction with U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Edward G. Lansdale, who worked as part of the joint U.S. Military Advisory Group established in late 1947. Lansdale, appointed to his position only a week after Magsaysay became defense minister, struck up an instant partnership with the Filipino politician. Lansdale had direct access to Magsaysay and helped generate the creation of the Civil Affairs Office, a psychological operations outfit intent on landing blows on the enemy. In addition to creating new agencies, Lansdale also accompanied Magsaysay on his lightning visits to the countryside. In fact, they often met in Lansdale's Manila bungalow to discuss policy. In his memoirs, Lansdale described his counterpart as a burly and energetic civilian wearing a floppy straw hat and a vividly colored Aloha sport shirt who seemed always to turn up on the scene almost magically when the going got rough, his eyes spotting the details of the situation at once. Soldiers who had shown unusual qualities under fire were promoted on the spot, some who had been cowardly or negligent were relieved of the duties promptly and sent to face investigation and trial. 206. Lansdale was also instrumental in reorganizing the Philippine Security Forces counterinsurgency strategy. Most critically, and similar to what the British were attempting against communist guerrillas in Malaya, Lansdale helped reorganize parts of the army into self-sufficient battalion combat teams. At the same time, increased U.S. military aid made it possible to create additional BCTs that allowed the Filipino security forces to operate in a much larger geographic area. In a sharp departure from previous tactics, Magsaysay often handpicked the BCT commanders who led forces that were as much about protecting the rural population as killing guerrillas. The BCTs were deployed on a long-term basis in a particular region and conducted aggressive patrolling and even food denial efforts. Civil affairs officers were attached to each BCT in order to carry Magsaysay's critical political message to the battlefield. Troops even carried extra food so that they could distribute it to rural villagers if needed. Another highly effective Lansdale-supported program attempted to resettle and provide land to former Hook guerrillas. Known as the Economic Development Corps, the program provided participating settlers with a loan for start-up capital to create businesses or construct residences or villages. Ultimately, the program resettled 5,200 Filipinos, even if only a fraction of these were in fact demobilized Hooks. EDCOR became a public relations bonanza for the government as it promptly stole the Hooks' message about being the champion of the landless *degree in the Philippines. At least, resettlement proved to be an effective and relatively clean counterinsurgency tactic. In addition to the American advisory effort, an assistance package of $500 million, of which $400 million was economic aid, provided Manila with badly needed resources. Faustino Tenorio, a former Hook, admitted that the assistance played a large part in turning the tide against the insurgency. In his words, the money from the American government financed Magsaysay's programs, including cash handouts to barrios to buy people's support. *7 2 years into Magsaysay's new strategy, the Hooks were on the run, retreating deeper and deeper into the jungle. As well as making life increasingly miserable for the guerrillas, Magsaysay's aggressive tactics had the added benefit of pushing the insurgents away from their main source of support, the local population. In turn, this made his efforts to win over Filipino citizens even more effective. By 1954, almost 10,000 Hooks had been killed, 5,000 had been captured, and another 16,000 had surrendered. the Filipino security forces had suffered only 1,500 casualties. Magsaysay and the Hukbalahap Rebellion 207. In one memorable episode, after Magsaysay made it known that he would speak with any Filipino willing to provide information on the Hooks, the insurgents sent an operative posing as an ordinary citizen to assassinate Magsaysay. When the guerrilla arrived to meet his target, he was so taken by what Magsaysay said that he decided to switch to the Philippine leader's side. Even better for the government, the former Hook informed Magsaysay that the guerrilla leadership could be located by tracking the route of a young girl in Manila who passed clandestine messages while selling meats and vegetables from a basket. Putting the girl under surveillance, Philippine authorities soon arrested over 100 insurgents *registered. Tarik surrenders. In 1953, the immensely popular Magsaysay resigned from the Ministry of Defense. His letter of resignation to President Quirino described his frustration with the reform process. "My purpose was to shift our attack on communism to one of its basic causes in our country, land hunger. In this, as in many other matters, the administration has met the people's need with inaction." He immediately announced his campaign for the presidency and defeated Quirino in a landslide election later that year. While he likely would have won anyway, Washington quietly funneled funds into his campaign. As president, Magsaysay now had full command of the counterinsurgency effort, which doomed the Hook's already dismal chances of victory. In May 1954, the Hook leader Tarik surrendered, marking the end of the Hook Rebellion. According to Tarik, the government began to respect the civil liberties of the people. Consequently, as the army's public relations improved, the people cooperated more willingly with government troops. The people were weary of war and badly in need of some sort of democratic peace. Magsaysay's remarkable story reinforces the critical role that leadership can play in counterinsurgency efforts. In this case, Magsaysay used his accumulated power not to enrich himself but to combat the insurgents and address the people's needs. Part of this was due to Magsaysay's belief that taking advantage of his situation would doom his beloved country. Magsaysay died tragically in a plane crash in 1957. By this time, though, his dream of stopping the Hook advance had been achieved. For the United States, the Philippines represented another Cold War counterinsurgency victory coming on the heels of the experience in Greece. Communist guerrilla insurgencies, it seemed, could be defeated by proxy. At the same time, the United States undoubtedly got a little bit lucky in 208. Both instances. Like the Greek communists, the Hooks never enjoyed the support of an external power such as China. In addition, Magsaysay's unique leadership ensured that the Philippine government's response was infinitely better than it would have been otherwise. Manila's crude counterinsurgency efforts before Magsaysay's ascension are an indication of what might have continued had he not changed course: a dirty war instead of the relatively clean one that resulted after Magsaysay. 19. Vietnam. We, the French, have experience. You, the Americans, wanted to take over our place in Indochina. Now you want to take over where we left off and restart the war that we ended. I predict that you will sink bit by bit into a bottomless military and political swamp however much you pay in men and money. Charles de Gaulle. This is a grubby, dirty method of fighting. If we could corner all the Viet Cong operating on the highland on an open ground, we could lay them flat in 25 minutes. But it takes weeks to find even 50 of them. American military officer in Vietnam. That is true. It is also irrelevant. The post-war response from a North Vietnamese when told the United States never lost in battle in Vietnam. In September 1945, American policymakers were in an understandably triumphant mood. On September 2, Japanese representatives on the USS Missouri signed the surrender papers that ended World War II. At this point, the Hooks had not yet turned their ire toward the newly independent Philippine government, and Mao Zedong was still a few years away from defeating the nationalists. However, the events on Tokyo Bay overshadowed another vital strategic development in East Asia. On the same day, Vietnamese leader Ho Chi Minh issued a declaration establishing the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in what was then known as French Indochina. A communist since the early 1920s, Ho opened his remarks by directly placing the Vietnamese people's struggle in the context of the American Declaration of Independence. Having been subjected to the double yoke of the French and the Japanese, Ho argued, the Vietnamese people were determined to mobilize all their physical and mental strength, to sacrifice their lives and property in order to safeguard their independence and liberty. Yet, as the Vietnamese would quickly learn, France was not eager to grant its colony independence. In fact, after the Japanese ended their occupation of the region at the end of World War II, France re-established its colonial rule in Indochina, granting only minor political concessions to the nationalists. Over the next year, the French and Vietnamese failed time and again to broker a mutually acceptable solution to the colony's status, leading Ho to declare war on the French on December 19, 1946, staging an attack on Hanoi that killed thousands of French citizens. At this point, the unfolding War of National Liberation involved about 20,000 French troops and fewer than 50,000 guerrillas operating as the League for the Revolution and Independence of Vietnam, abbreviated to Viet Minh. As an armed faction, the Viet Minh had been active since the early 1940s, opposing French rule, then fighting the Japanese, and now once again resisting the French colonial forces. By 1950, French forces had swelled to about 150,000 troops, although with the exception of the officers, most of these were not actually French nationals but members of the vaunted Foreign Legion or drawn from colonies like Algeria, Morocco, Laos, and Vietnam. The Viet Minh had increased their numbers at a similar rate and now stood at 250,000. French counterinsurgency strategy during the late 1940s was quite simple. The goal was to force the Viet Minh guerrillas into a series of pincer encounters in which superior French firepower would annihilate the enemy. Sending its best generals to the theater, Paris believed that the war would be won in 15 months. The French never achieved a decisive battle during these first years, though they did inflict repeated blows on the Viet Minh. The problem was that by the early 1950s their inferior adversary had become considerably less inferior. A major factor contributing to this change was the support that the Viet Minh received from communist regimes in recently victorious Maoist China as well as the Soviet Union. Indeed, the nature of the Viet Minh's struggle against the French colonial forces changed dramatically following China's Communist Revolution in 1949. In prior years the Chinese had allowed the Viet Minh to cross the border to seek refuge in China. Now, however, this permissiveness had shifted toward much more aggressive forms of support for the anti-French fighters, which further increased after Rs. The Korean War ended in 1953. Swollen with Chinese aid and training, Viet Minh battalions began to appear in full field formations, often equipped with mortars, anti-artillery guns, and other modern weapons. Following China's lead, the Soviets began to provide assistance as well. Guerrilla bands of 40 to 60 men had become battalions, then regiments, then 10,000-man divisions. The French were fighting an army, one that had increasing reason to believe that it could defeat its imperial masters on the battlefield. The Viet Minh were blessed with a brilliant military commander in Vo Nguyen Giap. Eager to defeat the French before anticipated American aid arrived, Giap largely adopted Mao's strategy of protracted warfare to wear down the French. Like Mao, Giap was also greatly influenced by T.E. Lawrence's writings. In fact, in 1946, Giap told French General Raoul Saline, "My fighting gospel is T.E. Lawrence's 7 Pillars of Wisdom. I am never without it." Registered but, unlike Mao, who faced a relatively demoralized National Revolutionary Army under Chiang Kai-shek between 1947 and 1949, Giap had to contend with a robust and ruthless French force. As the war continued, French officers became increasingly frustrated by their inability to lure the Viet Minh forces into conventional battles. They also failed miserably at undermining the Communists' influence among the rural population. Hoping to turn the corner in a war that they called La Guerre sans fronts, One French general, the World War II military hero Marshal de Lattre de Tassigny, attempted to boost French morale by mobilizing French civilians living in Indochina for guard duties, a move that opened up garrison troops for combat. Tassigny also sent many French women and children home so that troops could concentrate on the fighting. Another complication for the French was that the war was steadily losing popularity at home. At a time when France was attempting to rebuild its war-torn economy, the effort to retain Indochina represented a severe drain on national coffers. In fact, by the early 1950s this war had already cost double the sum that the French had received from the United States through the Marshall Plan. After 7 years, there was no victory in sight, and the French political left was increasingly sympathetic to the aspirations of the Vietnamese fighters. They began to cast the French position as immoral, with the French Communist Party referring to the Indochina campaign as a dirty war. Paris responded to these setbacks by ramping up its effort to win the war decisively. General Henry Navarre took over command of French Union forces in the Far East on May 28, 1953. Navarre's mission was to strike a fatal blow against Gipps's forces. Vietnam 213. Figure 19.2. General Vuong Nguyen Giap and Ho Chi Minh, September 1945. In 1945 Vietnamese independence leader Ho Chi Minh announced the formation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. France refused to recognize this movement and fighting broke out between the French-led forces and the domestic insurgency known as the Viet Minh. Following its humiliating defeat at the hands of Viet Minh forces in the remote garrison of Dien Bien Phu in 1954, France withdrew from Vietnam. Over the next 2 decades, the United States assumed the role as the key external actor fighting to prevent a communist takeover of its allied government in South Vietnam. Reproduced with permission from Associated Press, 0004-290-2369. Atta. And he brought with him additional fresh French troops and the promise of increased American aid. Before 1950, even though it was bolstering Manila against the Hooks, the Truman administration had little desire to get involved in France's colonial reconquest in Indochina. The Korean War changed its stance, however. Suddenly, American policymakers understood the geopolitical power that a Red China wielded. With the threat of losing more Chinas, few in the upper levels of Truman's cabinet wanted to appear soft on stopping communism. Washington was also concerned that a French defeat in Indochina might weaken French military resolve back in Europe, where it was needed to stave off any Soviet advances. This apprehension led U.S. officials increasingly to view France's mission as less of a colonial venture and more of a strike against communism. Confident that its ally would prevail, Washington began to assist the French effort soon after the Korean War's nebulous conclusion. American aid began to flow in after 1950. Within a few years, American dollars were financing over 3/4 of French operations in Indochina. At first, American officials believed that U.S. aid alone would help turn the tide. President Eisenhower's Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, told Congress that he expected the French to break the back of Viet Minh forces by 1955. These sorts of rosy scenarios reminded U.S. diplomat George Kennan of what he once described as that curious trait of the American political personality which causes it to appear reprehensible to voice anything less than unlimited optimism about the fortunes of another government one had adopted as a friend and protege. By 1954, Americans were now on the ground in the form of over 300 American advisors in Vietnam working as part of a military assistance advisory group, the military footprint approach that had worked successfully in both Greece and the Philippines. Disaster at Dien Bien Phu. The crux of General Navarre's renewed offensive stance was a risky campaign that aimed to lure the Viet Minh into a pitched battle at Dien Bien Phu, a locale in the Muang Thon Valley in the remote western highlands. The French plan was to insert a large contingent of troops into the region to construct an air-supplied garrison and wait for the Viet Minh to attack them. They selected Dien Bien Phu in part because of its proximity to Laos, at that time still a French ally. The French hoped to cut Vietnam 215 off guerrilla supply routes into Laos that had allowed the Viet Minh to operate actively along the border. Once the encounter ensued, the French believed, the garrison artillery would become a meat grinder for the hapless Viet Minh, a remarkable assumption given the French experience only 4 decades earlier in the muddy trenches of Verdun and elsewhere during World War I. In late November 1953, the French dropped 3 parachute battalions across the valley. It was an inauspicious landing. Viet Minh in the area lobbed mortars at the landing soldiers, and the massive size of the valley prevented the French from occupying the surrounding hills, which would soon become Gyp space. The French garrison consisted of 13,000 soldiers, but only half were combat ready. Yet they endured for 4 months before the Viet Minh attacked. During this time American military advisors visited the base and declared it secure, noting in particular the defenses of the French base's lifeline, the runway. Indeed, it appeared that the camp was fortified almost to Verdun standards. Based on this evaluation and their own estimates, the French commanders fatally assumed that the garrison could be indefinitely resupplied from the air. However, they grossly underestimated Gyp's logistical ability to amass forces, especially heavy artillery, around Dien Bien Phu. French intelligence initially projected Viet Minh artillery strength of 40 to 60 guns capable of firing 25,000 rounds. Gyp, on the other hand, estimated that he had 250 to 350 guns, including Soviet heavy rocket launchers, all capable of firing around 350,000 rounds. Using bicycles, Chinese-provided vehicles, and a massive human labor effort, the Viet Minh were able to transport several divisions to the valley. Gyp indeed gave Navarre his coveted set battle. But now the French were the inferior force in an inferior position on the valley floor. In a reversal of conventional guerrilla strategy, Gyp also aimed for a head-to-head encounter. In March 1954, the Viet Minh siege of Dien Bien Phu began with a ferocious artillery barrage from the surrounding high ground. Over the course of 3 days, the Vietnamese overran 3 outposts and left the critical runway inoperable. In addition to the highly accurate and relentless artillery barrages from the surrounding higher ground, the Viet Minh launched human wave assaults reminiscent of trench warfare during World War I. Losing the airstrip was an immediate and dramatic setback given that the fortress initially had only 13 days of supplies and fewer than 10 days of ammunition and fuel. Despondent that he had little ability to respond to 216. The Viet Minh's punishing barrages, the commander of French artillery, Colonel Charles Piroth, committed suicide with a hand grenade. He was buried in secrecy so as not to harm the French troops' morale. The French attempted to compensate by airdropping supplies. Due to cloud cover and relentless anti-aircraft fire, these drops often ended up in the hands of the enemy, a setback that only worsened as the Viet Minh's cordon continued to tighten around the besieged garrison. Over the next 56 days, the French forces endured hellish conditions in their futile attempt to hold off the attacking forces despite the initial French and American estimates that Dien Bien Phu's defenses were impenetrable. The garrison did not have a single concrete emplacement. The earth and log bunkers that it did have were decimated by the withering bombardments. After a while, the Viet Minh bombing had turned the ground soil into fine sand, which made it almost impossible to dig and repair bunkers and trenches. General Navarre's reflection on the siege provides an apt description of the conditions. All around our positions, the enemy had created a network of camouflaged paths which permitted the transport of ammunition to the vicinity of the batteries. We knew that a large number of artillery and AA gun emplacements had been prepared, but their camouflage had been so perfect that only a small number of them had been located prior to the beginning of the attacks. Under the influence of Chinese advisors, the Viet Minh command had used processes quite different from the classical methods. The artillery had been dug in by single pieces. The guns had been brought forward dismantled, carried by men, to emplacements where they had direct observation of their targets. They were installed in shell-proof dugouts, and fired point-blank from portholes or were pulled out by their crews and pulled back as soon as our counter-battery fire began. Each piece or group of pieces was covered by massed anti-aircraft artillery put into position and camouflaged in the same manner as the guns. This way of using the artillery and AA guns was possible only with the human anthill at the disposal of the Viet Minh and was to make shambles of all the estimates of our own artillerymen. It was the major surprise of the battle. Registered. In the late afternoon of May 7, 1954, a Viet Minh platoon commander planted a red flag with a gold star atop the headquarters bunker of Dien Bien Phu. The bloody siege had come to an end, and an army that had come into existence only a decade before had dealt the French a humiliating defeat at this faraway outpost. 7. Of an estimated 15,000 men who fought on the French side during the siege, 3,000 lay dead, 2,000 had deserted, and most of the rest were captured and placed in horrible conditions. The Viet Minh had suffered roughly 23,000 casualties, with 8,000 dead. Vietnam 217. The French defeat owed much to the strategic unfeasibility of Navarre's campaign-level approach. The chief problem, of which Dien Bien Phu formed only part, was that Navarre never had the mobility necessary to cover Indochina, a field of combat 4 times the size of Korea. The French never had more than 10 helicopters available at any given point during the war. Arguably, Navarre overextended his forces, leaving them vulnerable to an unexpectedly lethal and determined adversary. Dien Bien Phu broke the will of the French to fight the Indochina War, though perhaps not their ability. But that is all that Ho and Giap needed to accomplish. The Maoist approach to fighting superior foes had been corroborated in Indochina, a fact not lost on budding revolutionaries around the world over the coming decade. Indeed, as we have already seen, Algerian and Malayan revolutionaries looked to Giap's victory as a source of affirmation for their own struggles. A few months later, negotiations at the Geneva Conference resulted in the formal independence of Laos and Cambodia. Interestingly, the hawkish Secretary of State John Foster Dulles contended that the United States should take the place of France and continue the war. Registered Eisenhower, however, who had a good sense of what war was all about, refused to send American combat troops into Vietnam. So he agreed with others at the conference to partition the country. Ho Chi Minh's Communist Democratic Republic of Vietnam was given control of Vietnam north of the 17th parallel, while an election to reunite the country under a single government was promised for 1956, an election that never took place. The 8 years of war had cost the French around what then amounted to $10 billion, including substantial American aid. At the same time, a startling 77,000 were killed or recorded as missing. Another 40,000 were taken prisoner, with fewer than half of these ever repatriated. This sum included 3 generals and over 2,000 other officers. Viet Minh losses during the war were estimated to be as high as 200,000. The North infiltrates the South. The 1954 Geneva Accords laid out a political path for Indochina in light of France's humiliating withdrawal. With its population advantage in the communist-influenced North, Ho's regime in Hanoi was confident that it would win a plebiscite to unify the country in 1956. Interestingly, though, many of the voters in the North, up to 1 million of them, were fleeing south to escape communist indoctrination and control. Most of the refugees were Catholic, a group U.S. officials believed to be reliably 218 anti-communist and thus more likely to vote in favor of the South. U.S. advisors, including the redoubtable Colonel Edward Lansdale, who was fresh off his decisive deployment in the Philippines, conducted propaganda campaigns to encourage as many Vietnamese as possible to cross over. While many Vietnamese deeply feared communist consolidation of the entire country, the environment in the South was not much better. The French-backed Catholic NGO Dinh Diem had ascended to power in Saigon in 1955, but the nascent state was a political, economic, and social basket case. Citing the inevitability of Hanoi conducting fraud, Diem rejected the plebiscite. Hanoi's response was to opt for national unification through armed action. This move brought to bear another crucial element of the Geneva Accords, which mandated that Viet Minh troops and operatives in the South relocate to the North after the establishment of the 17th parallel. Yet, under orders from Hanoi, many of these cadres remained behind, clandestinely training and planning for the conflict. They hid arms and supplies all over the south for quick access in a guerrilla war against Diem's regime in Saigon. Ho also trained over 75,000 former Viet Minh who had come up from the south to fight the French. Ho subsequently sent these politically purified cadres back across the 17th parallel to bolster the secret communist ranks in these strategic areas. This communist organization in the south was called the National Liberation Front for South Vietnam. Right after the 1954 Accords, the still informal guerrilla group numbered around 10,000, mostly former Viet Minh. But within a couple of years the group's numbers doubled. And then doubled again. In just this short time, the group was collecting taxes, murdering traders, targeting rural politicians and teachers, and gaining deep influence through the southern countryside. A good part of what made the communists so effective was that they were perfectly willing to use any level of terror to ensure their political and military dominion in the countryside. In 1954 alone, communists killed more than 11,000 Vietnamese living in the south. By 1957, the communists had killed almost 500 local officials, a rate that doubled over the next several years. The guerrillas first targeted their activities in the Mekong Delta, the Central Highlands, and coastal plains. This was guerrilla dirty war at its most brutal. Almost overnight, the NLF had become, as John Tierney has noted, one of the best led and organized paramilitary outfits in history. At first, despite the growing NLF activity in the countryside in the late 1908, Diem appeared to have the situation under control. Communist. Vietnam 219. Violence was certainly a nuisance, it seemed, but Diem seemed to be the can-do Magsaysay-like figure who could convince the rural population to believe in the Saigon government. One American senator, Mike Mansfield, later optimistically predicted that Diem's star is likely to remain in the ascendancy and that of Ho Chi Minh to fade because Diem is following a course which more closely meets the needs and aspirations of the Vietnamese people. *3 Diem's first counterinsurgency effort, the Anti-Communist Denunciation Campaign, started in 1956 and intended to destroy communist organization in the South. Yet the efforts were haphazard, effectively conceding the political organizing and hearts and minds impetus to the relentless communists. Diem's military tended to resemble a palace guard, a weak force that rarely left Saigon lest it find itself in enemy territory. *4 With the Viet Cong's aggressive organization and mobilization, U.S. officials entered a situation that might have been already lost. First, there was nothing to indicate that U.S. military and economic aid to Diem's regime would make any difference. The $4 billion that Washington pumped into the French effort against the Viet Minh had been unable to stop its inexorable slide toward defeat. Nevertheless, Washington was committed to preventing the Communists from turning South Vietnam into another domino in the global Cold War geopolitical game. Bolstering the MAAG deployed before Dien Bien Phu, Washington dispatched hundreds of military and development advisors both overt and covert to keep South Vietnam from falling. Overall, U.S. advisors had a high opinion of Diem's counterinsurgency strategy and initiative. Diem realized that success was predicated on his government's ability to stabilize the situation in the countryside. *1 problem, though, is that, unlike in Athens or Manila, the U.S. advisors were not actually focusing primarily on the counterinsurgency. In 1957, the MAAG went to work training Diem's military, known as the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, in the mold of the U.S. military. In 1959, the Eisenhower White House approved U.S. advisors to accompany South Vietnamese Army battalions to provide combat guidance. Although actual combat was still forbidden, registered hundreds of Vietnamese officers attended training courses in the Philippines, Okinawa, and the United States, all to learn the ins and outs of American military doctrine. U.S. advisors created a largely conventional military since, at that time, the greatest threat was considered to be an invasion from the north. However, as both advisors and trainees would come to realize, it was inadequate for the type of war Ho was planning to fight. And the situation was already dire. 220. By the end of 1959, sizable areas of South Vietnam, including some threateningly close to Saigon, were under communist control. A U.S. intelligence agent told Senator Mansfield at the time, "If you drew a paintbrush across the South, every hair of the brush would touch." Degree. Early attempts at pacification. When John F. Kennedy took office in early 1961, there were 685 American troops in Vietnam, mostly advising the ARVN to use massive firepower to repel a Hanoi-led invasion, just as the United States had done in Korea. Early on, Kennedy was deeply influenced by a report written in January 1961 by Edward Lansdale, then head of the Office of Special Operations in the Defense Department. Contending that the real war in Vietnam, which the U.S. was losing, was the guerrilla insurgency in the South, Lansdale's view dissented from the MOG's concern with Hanoi's invasion. Kennedy took special note of Lansdale's report and even tried to offer him the Vietnamese ambassadorship. In fact, in the incoming Kennedy administration, a sort of cult of guerrilla warfare was developing. Kennedy apparently kept a copy of Mao's treatise, Guerrilla Warfare, on his desk in the White House. Entering the presidency, Kennedy had pledged to bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend and oppose any foe to assure the survival and success of liberty. In May 1961, Kennedy warned the U.S. Congress of this new and terrifying communist guerrilla threat, active in Vietnam and throughout the world. For the adversaries of freedom did not create the revolution, nor did they create the conditions which compel it. But they are seeking to ride the crest of its wave to capture it for themselves, yet their aggression is more often concealed than open. They have fired no missiles, and their troops are seldom seen. They send arms, agitators, aid, technicians, and propaganda to every troubled area. But where fighting is required, it is usually done by others, by guerrillas striking at night, by assassins striking alone, assassins who have taken the lives of 4,000 civil officers in the last 12 months in Vietnam alone, by subversives and saboteurs and insurrectionists, who in some cases control whole areas inside of independent nations. It is a contest of will and purpose as well as force and violence, a battle for minds and souls as well as lives and territory. And in that contest, we cannot stand aside. This nation was born of revolution and raised in freedom. And we do not intend to leave an open road for despotism. 3. The Kennedy administration believed that it had belatedly but accurately identified the guerrilla threat. It pushed the U.S. military to conduct Vietnam 227 counterinsurgency courses at an unprecedented clip. In an 18-month period, the military taught counterinsurgency doctrine and tactics to over 2,000 of its officers. 500,000 enlisted men received some sort of special training. Even civilian government agencies had their own guerrilla schools. 34. Kennedy sent NSC aide Walt Rostow and General Maxwell Taylor to Saigon in October 1961 to determine how the United States might help South Vietnam against the insurgent threat. A week later, the two Americans sent a sober but optimistic cable to Kennedy describing a deteriorating situation, one that could easily be lost if more U.S. support was not forthcoming. They added that current military operations against the Viet Cong were ineffective due to lack of intelligence and a poor chain of command within the South Vietnamese armed forces. Victory was possible, they projected, but only through careful escalation. 35 Interestingly, though, Rostow and Taylor did not emphasize the need to address the phenomenon of guerrilla warfare despite President Kennedy's prior call for a whole new kind of strategy focused on irregular warfare. Instead, the report's emphasis on freeing the South Vietnamese army from a posture of static defense and giving it mobility by providing American helicopters and pilots suggested a conflict more like Korea than the broad outlines of a sustained counterinsurgency campaign, which entailed increasing special forces for anti-guerrilla training and economic development for nation-building. 3 Kennedy responded to the report by substantially increasing the number of advisors, but not combat troops. His administration looked to the Malaya emergency as the model of how to win in Vietnam. In fact, backed by U.S. advisors, In 1961 the South Vietnamese government began constructing policies intended to mirror controversial but ultimately successful New Village programs in Malaya. Saigon even turned to British military advisors who had worked in Malaya, including Robert Thompson, the former Minister of Defense during the emergency. In late 1961, Diem requested that Thompson produce a plan for pacification, the now infamous term for securing the countryside and quelling insurgent violence. Thompson's resulting strategic hamlets plan cited the Mekong Delta for the massive resettlement effort because it was believed to have relatively weak Viet Cong influence. First known as the Delta Pacification Program, the resettlement effort began by using hundreds of ARVN troops to relocate 70 families from the Viet Cong stronghold province of Binh Duon, directly north of Saigon. The villagers left only after being forced at gunpoint. By 1962, the South ZE2 Vietnamese government had established over 3,000 strategic hamlets with a startling total population of 4.3 million. They had plans for over 11,000 hamlets. Diem himself might not have actually been all that excited about the effort. He is reported to have told Thompson, "It makes the Americans happy and it does not worry either me or the Viet Cong 38." Under pressure to show results, Vietnamese officials often inflated the numbers of secure hamlets. In reality, most of the hamlets were not viable and many were even controlled by the Viet Cong. Supplies intended for the new villages ended up in enemy hands. At the core, there was simply little incentive for villagers to move to these poorly guarded and undersupplied hamlets. Villagers were often expected to provide the building materials themselves. As one American advisor put it, no wonder the Viet Cong looked like Robin Hoods when they began to hit the hamlets. American reporters covering Vietnam began to poke holes in the hamlet program almost as soon as it began. One Wall Street Journal reporter wrote that visiting a hamlet left one with the impression of having blundered into some sort of prison camp. Another critic dismissively wrote that if you stand long enough down there, they'll throw a piece of barbed wire around you and call you a strategic hamlet. Another problem confronting the American and South Vietnamese effort was the inescapable fact that the Viet Cong were able to bolster their local support through promises, often specious, to give land to peasants. At this early point, U.S. military commanders mounted serious objections to the counterinsurgency focus in Vietnam, arguing that it distracted from the real mission of developing the ARVN as a conventional force. General Lyman Lemnitzer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had visited Vietnam in 1961 and reported that the new administration was oversold on guerrilla warfare and, too much emphasis on counter-guerrilla measures would impair the ability of the South Vietnamese army to meet a conventional assault like the attack on South Korea by the 10 or more regular North Vietnamese divisions. Despite the vocal opposition from his generals, Kennedy remained adamantly against a total war involving U.S. combat troops. Yet under the young president's watch the American-backed effort was not going well. South Vietnamese army sweeps failed to catch the elusive guerrillas, firepower was killing innocent civilians rather than Viet Cong commandos, and strategic hamlets were playing easily into the Viet Cong's hands. To many observers at the time, Vietnam appeared to be spiraling out of control. Whatever the direction of the war, the direction of U.S. policy remained escalation. In 1962, vast amounts of America's finest jet Vietnam 223 planes, helicopters, and armored personnel carriers were being delivered to South Vietnam. U.S. advisors now numbered 8,000 and jumped to over 11,000 by the end of the year. By the time of Kennedy's assassination in 1963, the number had reached 16,000.43. The war escalates. This is not a jungle war, but a struggle for freedom on every front of human activity. Lyndon B. Johnson spoke these words in 1964, after Diem's regime had fallen on November 2, 1963. By then, a small percentage of the estimated 8,000 hamlets were viable and could realistically be defended against Viet Cong attacks. And though there would be subsequent resettlement efforts in these early years of the 1960s, none would come close to achieving what the British did in Malaya, cutting the insurgent fish off from the sea that was Vietnam's rural population. By 1964, the Viet Cong controlled half of South Vietnam. The Kennedy administration gave up on Diem almost as quickly as it had come around to him in 1961. The United States would continue to engage in Vietnam, but a new point man would have to be found. The end of Diem's regime also marked the beginning of the end of the U.S. government's Greece/Philippines-style approach to Vietnam. Even if the exclusively advisory role for American troops had been something of a charade, by 1964 Lyndon Johnson's White House had begun to speak more candidly about the prospect of American troops fighting in Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs of Staff wrote in a report in January 1964 that the United States must be prepared to put aside many of the self-imposed restrictions which now limit our efforts. 2 days after Kennedy's assassination, the U.S. ambassador in Saigon, Henry Cabot Lodge, told Johnson, "The picture is bad. If Vietnam is to be saved, you, Mr. President, are going to have to do it." Johnson apparently replied, "I am not going to lose Vietnam. I am not going to be the president who saw Southeast Asia go the way China went." *Degree on August 2, 1964, 3 North Vietnamese torpedo boats engaged the USS Maddox, a U.S. Navy destroyer, followed by a second dubious attack on August 4. In response 3 days later, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution 414-0, the Senate followed, 88-2. The congressional action gave Johnson extraordinary leeway in prosecuting the war, but fell short of officially declaring war. 224. Johnson tasked General William C. Westmoreland, a distinguished commander from World War II who had deployed to Vietnam in June as commander of the United States Forces, Military Assistance Command, Vietnam, to develop a new battlefield strategy. The number of military advisors in Vietnam was now 23,000 degree. While it is misleading to assume that Westmoreland had total command over American efforts in Vietnam, he was nonetheless the general who spearheaded the strategy that entailed a much deeper American military commitment. 47 Westmoreland believed that the war could not be won by gaining victories in key locations or taking control of strategically important areas, but only by reducing the enemy's numbers. The logic was simple: we will kill more of them than they will kill us, and eventually they will give up. Indeed, as American military commanders had long insisted, it was time to unleash America's overwhelming advantage in firepower to decimate the Viet Cong. 4 registered. The name for this new approach was attrition. The central operation-level tool in this new approach was a search-and-destroy strategy, in which U.S. patrols would pursue VC units through the dense jungles, attempting to corner them or draw them into an engagement where, assuredly, American bullets and bombs would inflict heavy casualties. The problem with the strategy, though, was that the enemy refused to fight the way the United States wanted it to do. The Viet Cong continued to hide among the rural population, building clandestine political networks and exploiting external support through supply chains such as the famed Ho Chi Minh Trail, which brought indispensable materiel from North Vietnam via Cambodia and Laos. For much of the war, though, when the Viet Cong did confront American forces in open combat, they were almost always routed. In retrospect, one strong argument against attrition was not that it did too little, too late, but that it did so much that it relieved the South Vietnamese government, people, and military from the responsibility of getting the counterinsurgency right. This is the case even though the war in South Vietnam was never purely a counterinsurgency. Rather, Hanoi was substantially involved in aiding and directing the war efforts in South Vietnam well before its sizable numbers of regular troops started fighting in the South in the 1960s. Another consequence of attrition was that it caused many American civilian and military leaders to become overly dependent on statistics. For example, body counts rather than the viability of the enemy, or progress toward a political solution between the two halves of Vietnam became the metric for how well the attrition strategy was working. Vietnam 225. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, for one, was obsessed with statistics on the war. This focus on the raw numbers likely distracted American officials from a more holistic sense of the real progress being made in Vietnam. Future Nixon advisor Henry Kissinger later lamented the degree to which our heavy, bureaucratic, and modern government creates a sort of blindness in which bureaucracies run a competition of their own with their own programs and measure success by the degree to which they fulfill their own norms, without being in a position to judge whether the norms made any sense to begin with. 5. The formal entry of American combat troops into the Vietnam theater occurred on March 8, 1965, when 3,500 U.S. Marines landed on the beaches north of Da Nang, 85 miles south of the demilitarized zone dividing the two countries. The Marines' initial mission was to protect the key air base used by South Vietnamese and American forces. According to Westmoreland, the Marines had a second mission, to play a mobile counterinsurgency role in the vicinity. Not surprisingly, within a month of coming ashore the Marines were directly fighting Viet Cong guerrillas. At this fateful moment, President Johnson decided to send ashore 2 more Marine battalions, which increased U.S. support forces in South Vietnam by 18,000 to 20,000 men. General Westmoreland also believed that a massive bombing campaign against North Vietnam was necessary to support the new efforts. The campaign, Operation Rolling Thunder, began in March 1965 and lasted until November 1968. The campaign had 3 aims: to bolster the morale of the weak regime in Saigon, to interdict supplies to the Viet Cong, and to send a strong message to Hanoi to persuade it to abandon its efforts to destabilize the South. Interestingly, during the war most of the bombs were dropped in South Vietnam, not North Vietnam, and a clear majority were dropped in close air operations protecting U.S. troops on the ground. In 1965, the United States conducted about 4,800 bombing raids per month. In 1966, the frequency increased to 12,000 per month. Each B-52 sortie could drop 60,000 pounds of ordnance. In the end, the United States dropped more than 8 million tons of bombs over Vietnam, twice the amount dropped by British and American bombers during World War II. 5 September 24, 1965, stands as a good example of the scale of the bombing campaign. In a single day, the U.S. Air Force sent 167 bombers against North Vietnamese targets, dropping thousands of bombs. It also flew an additional 317 bomber sorties in country in the south, dropping an additional 270 tons of bombs. All told, the attacks 226 delivered more bomb tonnage than the French Air Force did during the entire 56-day siege of Dien Bien Phu. From attrition to pacification. Just remember this: communist guerrillas hide among the people. If you win the people over to your side, the communist guerrillas have no place to hide, and you can find them. Then, as military men, fix them, finish them. Edward Lansdale. On the ground, the Marine Corps continued to bear the weight of American operations in Vietnam. Interestingly, Marine commanders' views on how the war could be won diverged significantly from the attrition mainline. Officers such as Major General Victor H. Krulak, a student of Marine action in the Banana Wars, lobbied for promoting the spreading ink blot strategy, whereby small American and South Vietnamese units would focus on clear and hold as opposed to search and destroy. Krulak came to understand that an overwhelmingly large proportion of the South Vietnamese population lived in a small area of the country. Thus, he believed that the key to winning was to provide security and keep communist influence out of these areas. His conclusions bore a striking resemblance to the hearts and minds strategy that had failed under Kennedy, and it was roundly criticized. Another Marine Corps commander questioned Westmoreland's body count strategy, saying that it can be a dubious index of success since, if the killing is accompanied by devastation of friendly areas, we may end up having done more harm than good. Much of the Marines' opposition to the attrition approach derived from 2 difficult realities on the ground. First, the American enlisted troops received very little counterinsurgency training and were therefore ill-prepared to fight the kind of war that the Viet Cong was pursuing. Second, the troops rotated into Vietnam on one-year tours. As an American advisor put it, the United States has not been in Vietnam for 9 years, but for 1 year 9 times 5 degree. In the spring of 1965, U.S. Army Chief of Staff General Harold K. Johnson commissioned a study entitled A Program for the Pacification and Long-Term Development of Vietnam, which repudiated Westmoreland's strategy of search and destroy. Instead, it called for a renewed emphasis on population protection, winning the war at the village, district, and provincial levels. 57 The Marines were willing to deviate from the attrition strategy not only theoretically but also operationally. One noteworthy Marine effort that Vietnam 27 began at roughly the same time was the deployment of combined action platoons. Organized by General Lewis Walt, the CAPs were tasked with attacking the Viet Cong's infrastructure, protecting the population, collecting intelligence, and training militias. They were hugely innovative. They used small cadres of troops, usually 12 to 15 Marines, who lived among and fought alongside locals and militia forces, focusing not only on combat but also population security and gathering intelligence. By 1966, around 75 CAPs had been established in the I Corps Tactical Zone, which encompassed South Vietnam's 5 northernmost provinces but represented only a small percentage of total Marine forces in Vietnam. Involving only 2,500 Marines at the peak of implementation, the CAP program never became a major part of the American military effort, especially since General Westmoreland roundly opposed it. In fact, only about 15% of Marines were engaged in counterinsurgency efforts at all in 1966. They also had to deal with the reality that they were stuck working with the often corrupt South Vietnamese government and its sluggish military. In these conditions, even the best policies might not have been nearly enough to turn the tide. In the end, the CAPs were a short-term fix that achieved tactical victories but not strategic success. Registered as the war raged on without an end in sight, it became increasingly clear to American planners that no matter how sophisticated its statistical analyses might be, the United States still had not figured out how to win in Vietnam. It also became apparent that the South Vietnamese government was an unreliable ally and that U.S. engagement had created a crisis of dependence. One observer wrote, "The failure to understand the capabilities and limitations of our ally in Vietnam is probably the single most important explanation of what went wrong with U.S. policy there." Degree. In 1967, one response to the desperate situation came in the form of a new program with yet another U.S. government acronym. This was the Civil Operations and Revolutionary Development Support, or CORDS. Led by Army Lieutenant Colonel Robert Comer, who was known as Blowtorch Bob for the heat he put on civil servants and others who did not cooperate with him, CORDS attempted to integrate all of the civilian and military counterinsurgency agencies and strategies into a more concerted unit. For too long, Comer believed, one agency or military service would pursue a development or counterinsurgency objective. 228. While others would do something entirely different, often at cross purposes to the efforts of the first. CORDS would attempt to streamline the process. CORDS was also noteworthy in bringing a renewed focus to pacification. Comer reiterated the two central tenets of the concept: secure the rural population and keep the guerrillas from returning. Now, in clear contrast to attrition, U.S. development technicians and soldiers would provide the funding and know-how, but the Vietnamese would take charge of the actual implementation. Comer did not create pacification, rather, he resurrected it from the early 1960s before it had been largely displaced by attrition and Americanization. The American effort had come full circle. Once again, the U.S. command believed the South Vietnamese would need to win the war themselves. U.S. combat units began organizing South Vietnamese outfits, such as the locally recruited peasant militias known as regional forces and popular forces. By 1973, the RFs and PFS accounted for around 500,000 men spread across 1,600 RF companies and an equal number of PF platoons. CORDS also prioritized continued economic development backed up by targeted military operations and intelligence gathering to keep the Viet Cong from disrupting the newfound gains. In late 1969, there were around 7,600 American advisors working on pacification, up from approximately 1,000 3 years earlier. Between 1966 and 1970, money spent on pacification and economic programs rose from $582 million to $1.5 billion. This shift was important for several reasons. For one, it was an instance of American military planners evaluating the effectiveness of their strategies mid-conflict, thinking critically about what was and was not working, and attempting to apply new strategies to address prior shortcomings. However, the return to a counterinsurgency support approach in Vietnam likely came too late. It proved an ineffective response to the Viet Cong's deft and sustained use of intelligence and political infrastructure. The deep communist presence in villages all over the country provided critical supplies and sanctuary to the Viet Cong guerrillas. The U.S. counterinsurgency support approach could do little to disrupt this relationship. So, beginning the same year as CORDS, American commanders decided to supplement their counterinsurgency support efforts with a mostly clandestine offensive strategy known as the Phoenix Program. Designed by the Central Intelligence Agency, the program tasked U.S. Special Forces and South Vietnamese operatives with aggressively scouring Vietnam 229. The countryside and ohm down an estimated 75,000 Viet Cong targets across South Vietnam. In a sense, American officials and Saigon were playing the lethal game that the Viet Cong had first perfected in the late 1950s. In August 1969, a quota for neutralized Viet Cong was added to the program, leading many observers to conclude that Phoenix was simply a murky assassination agenda. It was further marred by two obstacles. First, the South Vietnamese were extremely reluctant to share intelligence with the Americans. Second, the Viet Cong began to respond by aggressively targeting South Vietnamese whom they believed to be involved in these neutralization efforts. Nevertheless, Hanoi later admitted that the program landed a nasty blow against the VC infrastructure. Some claim that by 1972 Phoenix had taken 81,000 operatives out of action, with 26,000 of those killed and another 22,000 turned to work against their former comrades. 3. Losing the war at home, My Lai. And the Tet Offensive. To the extent that it was a counterinsurgency, the war in Vietnam was now the most controversial one in American history. What is more, the U.S. government increasingly faced intense public opposition at home, driven by media that showed, often in graphic detail, how badly American efforts were going. As was the case in the banana wars of the early 20th century, the public response is often a fundamental element of dirty wars. If there is any success on the ground, it is often difficult to measure, and there is usually a notable lag before any good news reaches home. Perhaps the low water mark for domestic support of the war came in the winter of 1968. Between midnight and 3 a.m. on the morning of January 30, 1968, the day marking the celebration of the new lunar year, Viet Cong and North Vietnamese Army forces attacked a series of cities across South Vietnam. 19 Viet Cong soldiers detonated a hole in the wall surrounding the American embassy in Saigon. The invaders traded fire with American military police for several hours before being subdued. Over the next 24 hours, Viet Cong forces attacked 36 out of 44 provincial capitals and 100 towns, as well as the South Vietnamese military headquarters, and the presidential palace in Saigon. 4 Within a few days, the Great Offensive as Hanoi and the Viet Cong called 230. It had been beaten back. Yet Tet had instantly become the largest military offensive in the war. While initially startled by their stealthy adversaries, the ARVN and American forces quickly regained their footing. Contrary to what many had predicted, the ARVN did not surrender or retreat when the Viet Cong onslaught came. Nor did the villagers in the South Vietnamese countryside rise up in support of the communist guerrillas in their midst. Many joined the South Vietnamese forces in repelling the guerrillas and NVA. Saigon might not have fully won the hearts and minds of the Vietnamese population, but neither had the Viet Cong. For their part, the Viet Cong abandoned the long-standing irregular approach to the war during Tet in favor of much more conventional tactics. In most cases, VC forces were annihilated in these sorts of engagements. One notable exception, however, was in the ancient imperial city of Hue. Viet Cong and North Vietnamese regular forces seized the city and subsequently rounded up South Vietnamese soldiers, government officials, and others sympathetic to the American forces, killing up to 6,000. The fighting lasted for over a month, the majority of it comprised of Stalingrad-esque house-to-house battles. When U.S. Marines and soldiers retook the town a month later, it was a shattered stinking hulk, its streets choked with rubble and rotting bodies. The American forces killed an estimated 5,000 of the enemy and expelled another 5,000 from the city while only losing 147 killed and 857 wounded, remarkable tactical results that nonetheless failed to cover the unfolding political defeat linked to Tet. As observers back home began to appreciate the full extent of the damage the first phase of Tet had done to the American mission, an even more shocking event occurred that would prove a devastating blow to its moral and political standing in Vietnam. In the hamlet of My Lai, members of Charlie Company of the RST Battalion, 2th Infantry Regiment, 11th Brigade of the 23rd Infantry Division killed between 347 and 504 unarmed civilians. Many of them were killed at close range, and many of the bodies exhumed later were found mutilated. Early battlefield reports indicated that 128 Viet Cong and 22 civilians had been killed in a day-long firefight, and General Westmoreland praised the company for an outstanding job. However, the events came to light when 11th Brigade veteran Ron Ridenour wrote a detailed report documenting the tragedy and sent it to President Richard Nixon, the State and Defense Departments, Congress, and other agencies. When the story broke in the national press in spring 1969, My Lai became one of Vietnamese, the most ignominious names in American counterinsurgency history, and the brutality with which it was associated turned out to be a major point for the war's opposition. The Viet Cong and NVA launched two more phases of the offensive in May and August of the same year, but in September the operation ceased. As the dust settled, Hanoi and the Viet Cong began to realize the extent of their losses. A stunning 45,000 of an initial 84,000 guerrilla fighters had been killed. About 2,000 Americans died in the fighting. The North Vietnamese Politburo admitted, "We failed to seize a number of primary objectives and to destroy mobile and defensive units of the enemy. We also failed to hold occupied areas. In the political field, we failed to motivate the people to stage uprisings." Amazingly, the Viet Cong ceased to be an effective fighting force after the Tet setback, almost completely ending its typical guerrilla-style attacks. Reports of hunger and desperation among the Viet Cong ranks echoed what had happened to the Malayan communists after the British put their counterinsurgency strategy into place. We now better understand that Tet was a military debacle for the Viet Cong and, by extension, an impediment to Hanoi's designs for toppling the government in Saigon. However, Tet was also a political coup for the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese because of how the devastating defeat was interpreted by the American public. It is understandable that American reporters stationed in South Vietnam and back home observed the apparently prodigious guerrilla offensive and concluded that it signaled an American failure in Vietnam. Images of communist fighters penetrating the U.S. Embassy in Saigon and footage of burning houses provided strong evidence that little progress was being made. Venerable CBS anchor Walter Cronkite wondered aloud what so many Americans were thinking after the attacks. What the hell is going on? I thought we were winning this war. It is also not surprising that the American media's negative interpretation of events led many Americans to doubt U.S. efforts in Vietnam. The full record of pacification programs during the war was replete with wasteful spending and poor execution. Yet there is no question that by the late 1960s and early 1970s the Americans and Vietnamese had been able to convert some small successes into broader strategic gains, especially after the Tet Offensive. At the end of 1967, less than half of the rural South Vietnam population was considered secured. By the end of 1971, this number had risen to 97%. And the remaining 3% was almost completely contested, which meant 232. That there were almost no South Vietnamese under total Viet Cong control. Degree 7. Vietnamization and peace with honor. Following Tet, American and South Vietnamese forces might have had the upper hand against the Viet Cong, but driven by growing impatience and bitterness back home, the incoming Nixon administration expedited the Vietnamization of the conflict. Under this doctrine, the United States would gradually remove its combat forces from the theater while the South Vietnamese counterparts filled the ensuing vacuum. Less studied, however, is the fact that the American combat troops who remained also began to adopt new strategies and tactics that mirrored what the Marines and other doctrinal heretics had been encouraging for years. Like his predecessor Westmoreland, the new commander in Vietnam, General Creighton Abrams, had a conventional army background, but he had come to understand pacification's fundamental role in any successful strategy. To this end, Abrams split up divisional forces and sent them out on sustained patrols in platoon and company strength. There were conventional battles in Vietnam after 1968, such as the futile assault of Hamburger Hill in May 1969, but the U.S. approach was now far more about clear and hold than victory through annihilation. President Nixon pursued Vietnamization to achieve what he called peace with honor, which we may view in retrospect as a diplomatic euphemism for getting the heck out and calling it a draw. By the end of 1971, most American combat forces had been withdrawn. Total troop strength was now just under 200,000. The war was also beginning to fade from the American consciousness. In one poll, 41% of the American public listed the economy as their main concern while only 15% listed Vietnam. Yet, while Americans were no longer doing the ground-level fighting, Nixon actually drastically escalated the bombing campaign to gain leverage over Hanoi in negotiations. In other words, if Westmoreland had earlier wanted to bomb the Viet Cong and NVA to the Stone Age, Nixon and his trusted national security advisor Henry Kissinger wanted to bomb them to the peace table. Vietnam 233. The U.S. campaign also helped to institute a land redistribution program in South Vietnam. Diem's original land reform in the late 1950s had been a profound failure, but the second time around in Vietnam proved to be a charm. Undertaken by South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thieu with American technical support, the Land to the Tiller program introduced in March 1970 redistributed 2.5 million acres over 3 years. By 1973, over half of the rural population had acquired land from the reforms. The U.S. Agency for International Development played a key role in designing the reform program. Sophisticated for its day, USAID used computerized procedures for rapid surveying. It also worked to expedite issuing land titles. Interestingly, the Civil-Military Corps program also had an important part, often pressing villages to participate in the land reform efforts. The American media and public might have become tired of the war in Vietnam, but because of efforts like Thieu's land reform program, the people of South Vietnam were now just beginning to believe in their government. The Easter Offensive. On March 30, 1972, Hanoi launched its so-called Easter Offensive, unleashing 125,000 conventional troops into South Vietnam to strike a decisive blow and end the war. The invaders supplemented their massive ground forces with hundreds of tanks and artillery pieces. Still reeling, the Viet Cong played almost no role in the offensive. General Giap hoped that even if the invasion did not topple the government in Saigon, it would allow the North Vietnamese to occupy territory in the south and put a halt to pacification. Yet, even Giap's more cautious expectation did not materialize. Although the North Vietnamese were able to quickly occupy key provinces, President Thieu replaced key commanders and subsequently the tide began to change. South Vietnamese forces regained the initiative and, with support from U.S. air power, repelled the invading forces. The offensive soon collapsed, roughly half of the invading troops were captured or killed. The offensive ended in a stunning defeat for the vaunted NVA and its commander, who had humiliated the French at Dien Bien Phu and exasperated the Americans for years. Now that it was his turn to be humiliated, Giap removed himself as commander of the North Vietnamese forces. 234. The Nixon administration responded to the Easter offensive by once again escalating the bombing campaign, this time targeting Hanoi. Known as Operation Linebacker, the bombing campaign, as one lieutenant general described, it was not Rolling Thunder, it was War 7** in conjunction with Linebacker. The U.S. Navy staged Operation Pocket Money, in which naval aircraft dropped dozens of Mark 56 mines in Haiphong Harbor. It took them only a few minutes to cripple the port, but doing so reduced North Vietnam's vital imports mostly from China and the Soviet Union by 80%. Escape from Saigon. In January 1973, the United States and South Vietnam signed a peace agreement with North Vietnam, thus ending America's direct involvement in the war. This withdrawal was predicated on Hanoi's promise to cease its offensive hostilities and repatriate American prisoners of war. Nixon also promised Theo that the United States would come to Saigon's aid if the North did launch another offensive. 2 years later in 1975, however, and with Nixon having already left office in disgrace, the U.S. Congress was in no mood to provide additional aid for a war effort that it felt had been a tragic and deceptive error. Led by Senior General Van Tien Dung, North Vietnamese forces captured Saigon on April 30, 1975, a month after the offensive had begun, thus ending the war in Vietnam. Buoyed by the ARVN's thorough repulsion of NVA forces in the Easter Offensive, American and South Vietnamese officials were taken aback by how quickly the ARVN forces crumbled. In the days leading up to the NVA's final victory, the American public was inundated with images of a massive helicopter evacuation of American and certain Vietnamese personnel from Saigon. If there was ever an image that captured the ignominious end to the American experiment in Vietnam, it was the footage of Americans on the roof of the U.S. Embassy evacuating to helicopters overhead on that fateful April day. Winning the war in Vietnam was never going to be easy. The Americans and their South Vietnamese counterparts faced a ruthless, multifaceted enemy in the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese military. They also benefited tremendously from foreign aid, mostly from China and the Soviet Union. And for most of the war, the South Vietnamese government was largely an artificial and illegitimate entity, kept alive primarily through massive infusions of American aid. Vietnam 235. The U.S. military managed to win almost every conventional battle during its long years fighting in Vietnam. By the late 1960s, U.S. commanders and politicians in Washington came to embrace a more hearts and minds counterinsurgency approach to the war, an approach that appears to have borne considerable fruit. Despite its glaring deficiencies, the American counterinsurgency strategy had largely defeated the Viet Cong, one of the most formidable guerrilla forces in modern history. Yet winning the war was a classic dilemma of too little, too late. By the time the counterinsurgency support strategy was instituted, the American public and political class wanted nothing to do with this tiny country across the globe that had inflicted so much pain on the United States. Though there were notable victories on the ground by the early 1970s, the goal of keeping South Vietnam independent and non-communist was out of the question. Plus the costs of the American phase of the Indochina War were great. The ARVN lost 275,000 in combat, another roughly 500,000 South Vietnamese civilians were killed, many assassinated by the Viet Cong or killed by American bombs and shells. The Americans lost 58,209 lives, just under 47,500 due to enemy actions. By most estimates, the North Vietnamese lost over 1,100,000 troops, about 251,000 of them Viet Cong and the rest NVA. The United States and France each spent 8 years fighting in Indochina against an elusive enemy, but the American effort, in both manpower and cost, was 10 times larger than that of the French. Both evacuated the region before achieving their respective military objectives, and both countries saw their home fronts torn apart by the controversy over these increasingly unpopular dirty wars. In recent years, Scholars have argued that the U.S. Congress and public pulled the plug on Saigon and the ARVN at the moment that the South had finally gotten its act together, and that another influx of aid to South Vietnam would have kept it viable in the face of North Vietnamese attacks. We will of course never fully know the answer to this historical counterfactual. Yet we do know that the American public's perception of the war was a critical factor, and that after Tet it began to diverge from the reality on the ground in Vietnam. Thus, even if more aid might have made a difference, a key obstacle would have been the political will to make this happen in such a negative political climate. Despite this view that America had finally gotten it right, the United States' most important lesson learned from Vietnam was that it did not. 236. Want any more Vietnams, these ill-defined morasses that suck in American dollars and blood. Next time, many American officers who served in Vietnam concluded, the U.S. military would use overwhelming force to pursue clearly defined political objectives. Degree and then get out, as quickly as possible. Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. In Latin America, communist agents seeking to exploit that region's peaceful revolution of hope have established a base on Cuba, only 90 miles from our shores. Our objection with Cuba is not over the people's drive for a better life. Our objection is to their domination by foreign and domestic tyrannies. Cuban social and economic reform should be encouraged. Questions of economic and trade policy can always be negotiated. But communist domination in this hemisphere can never be negotiated. President John F. Kennedy, State of the Union Address, January 30, 1961. Will not be able to hurt us if all of Latin America is in flames. Fidel Castro ***. The years between 1953 and 1962 bore witness to two of the United States' most notorious counterinsurgency ventures. Aimed at overthrowing the leftist governments in Cuba and Guatemala, the two operations employed American-supported covert indigenous proxy forces made up of disaffected citizens and exiles of each country seeking to spark popular uprisings against the regimes. Both operations were led clandestinely by the CIA and deliberately designed to appear as though they were entirely Latin affairs. The Guatemala operation succeeded entirely in achieving its goal of removing the country's leftist leader, a result that strongly influenced the decision to launch the doomed Cuba operation intended to repeat the magic against Fidel Castro's regime. Its failure was likely a major reason that Washington largely abandoned this type of intervention in Latin America for the rest of the Cold War. This chapter analyzes the operation's success in Guatemala in 1954 and the Bay of Pigs operation in Cuba 7 years later, weighing the 239. 240 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Policy priorities and miscalculations that led the United States to undertake them. This discussion provides a sharp contrast to the U.S. counterinsurgency efforts in Latin America treated in the chapters that follow. By 1964, the United States had moved more toward supporting and training on-the-ground domestic counterinsurgent forces as well as providing economic development assistance to stem the Marxist revolutionary tide sweeping the Americas. The fall of Arbans. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, the small Central American country of Guatemala was enjoying an unprecedented period of democracy and social reform after decades of strongman rule and oligarchic control over the economy. In 1944, demonstrations by teachers, students, and others led to the departure of the particularly repressive dictator Jorge Ubico. A few months later, young army officers revolted against Ubico's selected successor, sparking the reformist movement of the October Revolution. The intellectual Juan José Arevalo returned from exile to win the presidency with the freest vote in the Central American country's history. Arevalo cited Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal as the inspiration for his administration in Guatemala. A new constitution greatly expanded enfranchisement and banned military officials from holding office. Arevalo's government also gave new liberties to labor unions, defended press freedoms, and promoted literacy campaigns, especially in the mountain highlands dominated by the indigenous Mayan people. Despite his unprecedented reforms, Arevalo was unable to meet many of the expectations associated with his presidency. In the 1950 Democratic election, the quiet, serious, and left-leaning Army Colonel Jacobo Arbenz took 65% of the vote and succeeded Arevalo to continue Guatemala's unprecedented and remarkable decade of spring. More aggressively than his predecessor, Arbenz unapologetically promised to convert Guatemala from a backward country with a predominantly feudal economy into a modern capitalist state. This effort focused on land reform, a topic that instantly brought him into conflict with the United Fruit Company, the largest landholder in the country. In 1899, United Fruit had acquired a 99-year concession over a large area of jungle from Guatemala's then strongman, which gave the Boston-based entity the right to construct and operate a railroad to the Caribbean coast. United Fruit's port at Puerto Barrio was the country's 241 only Atlantic port, while its railway was the only way to ship freight to and from the port. Even by Latin America's historically skewed standards, land distribution in Guatemala was highly unequal. 2% of owners held 3/4 of all arable land, while more than half of all farmland was locked in large plantations, much of it fallow. The reforms initiated by Arbenz impacted farms larger than 670 acres that were not fully worked, or those greater than 223 acres on fallow plots. 3 Compensation was provided in interest-bearing bonds based on the land's declared tax value. In only 2 years, 1 million acres were distributed to roughly 100,000 families. Arbenz called for the expropriation of 380,000 acres of United Fruit land, around 40% of its holdings in Guatemala. Almost 85% of the land was fallow, ostensibly to guard against any outbreaks of banana diseases. Arbenz's government offered compensation of $1.1 million, far below United Fruit's claim that the land was worth $16 million. By making such a large claim, United Fruit inadvertently revealed the extent of its previous tax evasion. By the time Arbenz fell in 1954, his government had expropriated roughly 1.5 million acres. Interestingly, though, when United Fruit officials plotted a coup against him in 1952, the Truman administration helped put a stop to the plotting. While not a communist himself, Arbenz was deeply influenced by the ideology, and key members from Guatemala's Communist Party entered his government. For the Eisenhower administration, which was increasingly concerned about communist expansion around the world, the composition of Arbenz's cabinet reinforced the fear that his government could become a Soviet beachhead in the Western Hemisphere. What is ironic about Eisenhower's stance against Arbenz is that within several years Washington would be promoting the very type of land reform throughout Latin America and Asia that it had condemned as communism in Guatemala. The American entity with the most to lose in Arbenz's reform program, United Fruit, exerted considerable pressure on Washington to act, even if Washington's initial decision to oust Arbenz came before the expropriation of UFC lands. Even at the time, it was well known that the banana giant had extremely close contacts with the Eisenhower administration. The brothers Alan and John Foster Dulles, for instance, were directors of the CIA and Secretary of State, respectively, and both had ties with United Fruit through their work with the Sullivan and Cromwell law firm. Moreover, the family of the State Department's top diplomat for Latin America, John Moores Cabot, owned stakes in United 242. Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Fruit, and Eisenhower's personal secretary, was the spouse of the company's public relations director. Yet leading scholars, including Richard Zimmerman, argue persuasively that the U.S. government's main reason for opposing Arbenz was concern about the spread of communism into the Americas. By the end of 1953, the tensions between Washington and Guatemala City had escalated dramatically. Leaders in Guatemala's neighboring states, including the pro-U.S. strongman Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua and his counterpart in Honduras, were also concerned about communist infiltration into their countries. The CIA had been hatching a covert operation to address this threat in Guatemala, and by January 1954 the operation had a code name, Operational success. An undistinguished Guatemala ex-army colonel and furniture salesman named Castillo Armas was picked to lead the Anti-Arbenz Liberation Army, and his paramilitary force began to train in Somozas, Nicaragua. Only recently, Washington had dispatched a new ambassador to Guatemala City, John Purifoy, who had been selected for the key purpose of coordinating operational success. The fiercely anti-communist Purifoy had worked in Greece in the late 1940s during the successful effort to support the anti-communist regime in Athens. Indeed, the relatively easy counterinsurgency win in Greece contributed to Washington's belief that a similar outcome could be achieved in the mountains of Central America. This time, though, it would entail removing a pro-communist government rather than, as in Greece, keeping communists from overthrowing an American-backed government. U.S. government officials continued to deny the veracity of published reports of secret armies and unfolding plots. Then, in March 1954 at a meeting of the Organization of American States in Caracas, Venezuela, John Foster Dulles was able to obtain a majority resolution that effectively justified armed intervention in any member state that was dominated by communism and therefore a hemispheric threat. With its diplomatic backing enhanced, the CIA proceeded with the training of the exile force in Nicaragua. A variety of psychological operations were planned, including taped recordings of disinformation for broadcasting and printed leaflets dropped over Guatemalan cities. Soviet-issued weapons were purchased, to be planted in Guatemala as evidence of Arben's strong ties with global communism. In April, Eisenhower used aggressive language in an address to Congress, warning that the Reds were already in power in Guatemala and were now eager to spread their tentacles to other Central American republics. 243. Soon after, Arben's government accepted the delivery of a cache of arms from Czechoslovakia. The clandestine shipment had originated from the Polish port of Zasicin, packed inside the Swedish freighter Alfem. It arrived in Guatemala's Atlantic port of Puerto Barrios on May 15, 1954. The delivery, which the U.S. spy agency had tracked as it crossed the Atlantic and altered its course repeatedly, was proof positive for the CIA of Arben's communist bona fides. CIA Director Alan Dulles quickly convened senior administration officials and received support to set the invasion date for the following month. On May 17, the U.S. State Department issued a statement denouncing the arms delivery. Eisenhower followed with a public message that the developments in Guatemala could allow a communist dictatorship there. On May 20, a ground unit of CIA saboteurs set explosives on the railroad tracks outside Puerto Barrios in a failed effort to prevent the Alfem supplies from leaving the port. Interestingly, Washington had already imposed an arms embargo on Guatemala since 1948 and the Czech arms were of limited use. Over the ensuing weeks, the CIA placed alarmist articles in newspapers across the region and handed out booklets warning of the growing communist threat in Guatemala. On June 2, a coup against Arbenz was foiled, but the pressure was on. A few days later, Arbenz suspended constitutional guarantees for 30 days. On June 17, American mercenaries began bombing missions over Guatemala. Castillo Armas soon led his 300-man army across the Honduran border into Guatemala. At first, it appeared as though Arbenz would be able to repel the invading forces, as his army largely remained loyal and fought back against the invaders. Castillo Armas entered the provincial city of Esquipulas, but he had greater difficulties elsewhere. With his advisors concerned about the possibility of failure, Eisenhower authorized the use of 2 more fighter bombers to strike targets throughout the country. At the same time, psychological and propaganda efforts made the revolt appear much more widespread than it actually was. The CIA filmed anti-Arbenz propaganda in a studio in Miami, and then broadcast it from Nicaragua after falsely claiming that the studio was located deep into the jungle. Castillo Armas's planes buzzing over Guatemala City dropped leaflets intended to convince army troops to defect to the rebel side. Written on the pamphlets were slogans such as "Struggle against communist atheism," "Communist intervention," "Communist oppression." "Struggle with your patriotic brothers." "Struggle with Castillo Armas." Richard Bissell, a CIA official, came up with the inventive ploy of using a 244 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Small, ragtag Air Force to fly over Guatemala City and drop relatively harmless Coca-Cola bottles, which sounded like artillery shells when they exploded. The psychological operations were highly effective in spreading fear and uncertainty throughout the country. On June 24, having seized the town of Chiquimula, Castillo Armas proclaimed it the capital of his provisional government. Momentum had turned against Arbenz. Further sealing the Guatemalan president's fate, Washington won a 5-4 United Nations vote against an official inquiry into the events unfolding in the Central American country. This CIA-hatched episode of regime change never sparked a wide-scale insurrection against Arbenz. Yet within 2 weeks Arbenz was unable to rely on his military's loyalty, and the Guatemalan president fled into exile in late June. Over the next 2 weeks, 5 provisional governments attempted to restore some semblance of order. As the dust settled, Castillo Armas himself assumed the interim presidency. Several months later his administration was endorsed in a dubious plebiscite, in which he won 99% of the vote. Just a few weeks after the operation, President Eisenhower attended a reception for senior CIA officials and commented, "Thanks to all of you. You've averted a Soviet beachhead in our hemisphere." Registered in the months immediately following Arbenz's ouster, police, military, and ad hoc vigilante militias killed 3,000 to 5,000 Arbencistas. Within 3 years, the share of Guatemala's lands that had been redistributed during Arbenz's tenure had all been taken away from the beneficiaries. Over the next 3 decades, military generals and their civilian lackeys maintained power in Guatemala. The decade of spring was over. Yet Washington's lesson from Guatemala was that targeted covert operations could help check communism in the hemisphere without the deep commitment or risk of American boots on the ground. At the same time, however, Washington paid a high price in public esteem throughout Latin America for its blatant big stick ouster, as shown by protests outside U.S. embassies in several Latin American capitals. *degree. The quixotic Castro. Cuba will not be Guatemala. Escobedo Che Guevara. Fatefully, a young, idealistic, Argentine doctor was living in Guatemala during Arbenz's ouster. Although Guatemala did not fulfill all of Escobedo Guevara's high expectations about what a communist revolution should look like, a biographer has noted that Arbenz's reformist aspirations made the country a compelling place to be in 1954. Almost daily, Guevara met with revolutionaries and communists from across Latin America, including well-respected Cubans who stood out from the other political expatriates. Many of them were veterans of an armed uprising against Fulgencio Batista's regime in Cuba. While they had failed to dislodge the dictator, they had gained considerable admiration in these exile circles. For the first time in his life, Guevara openly identified with a political cause. The Argentine wrote to his family that he could breathe the most democratic air in Latin America. Watching the dramatic events unfold before his eyes, Guevara became convinced that Washington's intervention in Guatemala was only the first skirmish in what would be a global confrontation between the United States and communism. Guevara wrote that Arbenz could have given arms to the people, but he did not want to, and now we see the result. Only by taking the fight directly to rapacious Latin American elites and Imperial Washington could the region liberate itself from the hostile governments and social conditions that do not permit progress. After the coup against Arbenz, Guevara was lucky to escape Guatemala with his life. He sought asylum in the Argentine embassy and then fled to Mexico, where the government, led by the leftist Institutional Revolutionary Party, was admired by leftists worldwide for its willingness to harbor revolutionaries and dissidents fleeing rightist regimes, especially in Latin America. Rewind 2 years before Arbenz's ouster. Across the Caribbean in Cuba, Fulgencio Batista was consolidating his grip on power. A former sergeant in the Cuban army who had also once served as president, Batista had become the region's newest strongman through a bloodless coup. Over the next 6 years, he ran the country with a heavy and increasingly corrupt hand. Degree before long, Batista's Cuba had earned the well-deserved reputation as the whorehouse of the Caribbean, where sun-starved American and European tourists traveled to gamble, drink, and carouse. Not surprisingly, Batista's autocratic rule began to antagonize Cubans, especially students and others with leftist and nationalist sentiments, who saw the Cuban leader as a puppet for American interests on the island. One young Cuban, Fidel Castro, considered running for a seat in Cuba's Congress. But Batista's return to power prompted him to abandon the crooked political system for a quixotic attempt to seize power through the force of arms. Fidel Castro and his brother Raúl, along with 135 other insurrectionists, launched their first attack against the Moncada Army barracks in Santiago de Cuba on July 26, 1953. The aim was to seize the barracks' weapons and to use them to foment and arm a revolt against the Batista regime. The attack failed. 61 rebels were killed and more than half of the survivors were captured or executed. A week after fleeing into the mountains with a small group of the conspirators, Castro was captured and subsequently sentenced to 15 years in prison. This did not prevent him, however, from making his famous "History will absolve me" speech, in which he presciently laid out how violent struggle would be necessary to make the social and economic changes that he believed were necessary for Cuba. Castro's predictions aside, Batista released the rabble-rouser as part of an amnesty in early 1955. Castro then moved to Mexico, where he founded the July 26 movement, named for the date of the failed raid on the barracks. It was in Mexico that Escobedo Guevara, later to be known best as Che, first met Castro's growing band of revolutionaries. They were laying plans to overthrow the despised Cuban dictator once again. Che was to be their doctor. Guevara wrote in his diary in July 1955, "A political occurrence is having met Fidel Castro, the Cuban revolutionary, a young man, intelligent, very sure of himself and of extraordinary audacity. I think there is a mutual sympathy between us." The July 26 movement remained largely secret, known only to its hardened inner core of mostly middle-class, reform-minded Cubans who were united by their hatred of Batista. Most of the Moncadistas were communists, but there were some activists from the youth wing of the Ortodoxo opposition party. Above all, Castro's followers were nationalists driven by the lofty rhetoric of the great martyr of Cuban independence, José Martí. In fact, Castro had not studied the works of Lenin, Mao, or other notable revolutionary communists before embarking on his own insurgency. He was influenced by one of his favorite novels, Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls, an account of the adventures of a Republican guerrilla in the Spanish Civil War. In his own words, "That book helped me conceive of our own irregular war." While Castro and others have subsequently mythologized the role of the July 26 movement in these remarkable historical moments, several other revolutionary groups were simultaneously organizing to oppose Batista's rule, including the important Directorio Revolucionario, based at the University of Havana. In March 1957, the Directorio and another clandestine group attacked the presidential palace in Havana to assassinate Batista. In the aftermath of the failed attempt, Batista's security forces hunted down most of the Directorio operators. At the same time, in the eastern province of Orient and its capital of Santiago de Cuba, underground revolutionary Frank País and his colleagues planned another significant secret operation known as the /ANO. Castro's July 26 movement was not a monolithic revolutionary force in Cuba as myth might say. Its role was divided between the underground llano and the guerrilla forces, known as the Sierra. The role of the llano has traditionally been less recognized, but this group played a central part in the logistics and planning of the revolution and increasing the guerrilla fronts in the mountain ranges in Orient province. The main idea behind the llano was to establish an urban militia and create a general strike throughout Cuba, which would then be strengthened by the Sierra guerrillas in the mountains. The llano members were from the middle and professional class of Cuban society, and Frank País, until his death in mid-1957, was almost single-handedly in charge of these underground forces. Pays was also responsible for bringing important social and political figures into agreement with the insurrectional aims of the guerrilla movement that continued in his absence. In November 1956, Che, Fidel and Raúl Castro, and roughly 80 other fighters had cast off from the port of Tuxpan on the coast of Veracruz, sailing from Mexico to Cuba on the creaky yacht Granma. Over the miserable week-long crossing, the men suffered from horrible seasickness and were forced to jettison most of their supplies during a storm. The plan was for Pays to lead an uprising in the provincial city of Santiago that was to coincide with the Granma's arrival, but the Pays uprising started early and was quickly stifled. It was thus no use to the invading force. As the Granma neared the Cuban shores, a Coast Guard patrol spotted it and alerted the Cuban military, which attacked the men while they attempted to disembark. The revolutionaries finally managed to land at Playa de los Colorados on the eastern part of the island. Batista's air force made swift work of many of Castro's men, killing them before they could find relative safety in the mountains. In all, fewer than 24 revolutionaries made it from the beaches to the rugged Sierra Maestra Mountains. The guerrillas' subsequent military operations were largely failures. Their tactics mostly conformed to the major revolutionary trends of the era. As in China and Vietnam, the Cuban rebels wanted to organize a rural insurgency that educated the local populations about the revolution. The Cuban army was remarkably reluctant to engage the guerrillas. Only 200 government troops were killed between December 1956 and January 1959, indicating their unwillingness to try to flush out and exchange fire.